Good evening, everybody. I wasn't quite expecting to play Cyberpunk today, but it occurred to me I've got a very weird set of I've got a very weird set of kind of weeks coming up. So I don't want to spend too much time talking about things that aren't um, Cyberpunk, but basically, this week we had a holiday, basically because there was a holiday on the weekend, and someone like me with a fairly regular, steady job gets those days off. I'm assuming that works the same for everyone else. Um, but in Canada, it's going to be Thanksgiving on Monday. So I'm going to. That's also going to be a holiday. Normally, I try to take the holidays off. And then it occurred to me that probably the week following that, if I'm not mistaken, on the Wednesday, there will be the local game dev meetup, which also falls during one of the times that I would normally be streaming. So this basically means the first 3 weeks of October are going to be two kind of two streaming days rather than the usual three. And I've been mainlining Book of Hours for a really long time, and then when Phantom Liberty came out, I sort of did that for a week. But if I'm completely honest, I don't like the idea of just doing a given game like solid for a week. I like the idea of having a bit of variety. So, if somebody doesn't care for what's being played on Monday or Wednesday, they can check out what's being played on Friday and vice versa. So, with that in mind, this in theory would have been a Book of Hours week if it turned out that way. And the last thing I wanted to do was make it a Phantom Liberty week. And so, in this case, I think I'll probably just split it so that one day is Book of Hours, one day is Phantom Liberty, and then when the schedule sort of balances out at the end of the month, we can see where we're at with both games. But I hope that's good for everyone, because I do actually enjoy the conversations that come out of Cyberpunk. I just realized that it's a really big game that lots of other people are covering. I don't necessarily have the same sort of edge for that I do on other games. So, and with that in mind, the reason why I'm playing this is because I was given, oh dear, looks like there is actually an update for Cyberpunk. So my apologies. I thought I had this all dealt with at the start. So this will just take a minute to download. Um, and sorry, I just need to make sure the audio is working as well. And sorry. Yep, it is. Okay, so while that's downloading, I can get the disclaimer out of the way. Ooh, that's a sizable download, actually. Um, it says here it'll take about 4 minutes, so I'm hoping it'll be a bit sooner than that. But basically, I am playing this game as a result of being given a copy from GOG. This is for promotional purposes, so as always, and this is true for a lot of the games that I play, I have been given a copy from a developer or a storefront. In the case of GOG, obviously they're owned by CD Projekt, which also owns CD Projekt Red, the developer. But it is always good to disclose these sorts of things if you have been given something of value in order to cover it. It's fair to say that I've played Cyberpunk before. I've enjoyed Cyberpunk before. I think most people have kind of decided where they are in terms of the game, but it's always good to disclose these sorts of things. So, with that in mind, I've done so now. But on top of that, one of the things that they did want me to point out is that the game is available on GOG. Obviously, I've been given both the base game as well as, sorry, how do I put it? The base game as well as the DLC. So specifically what I was requested for the DLC, also the base game, but was to direct you towards the GOG site to pick it up. The drawback here, of course, is that because it's DLC, I suspect it's a little bit more likely you are going to go wherever you bought the game originally. But I'm not going to let that get in the way of me doing what I said I would do, which is to acknowledge who gave it to me. And I'm sorry, I've lost my Twitch screen. But yeah, acknowledge who gave it to me, and then also give the instruction that they wanted to bring across. Okay. I really wanted to be put together. I've had a couple of problems with my microphone at the start of the stream, so I actually took the time to make sure that was corrected before I started, and then I got sideswiped by the Cyberpunk update. So I do apologize. I don't mean to waste everyone's time, but I do actually need a game to stream. We'll see who's here as well. Oh, not too many. Although I think there's someone I'm always very fond of seeing in chat. I see possibly maybe watching, hiding in the shadows, like his highly secret and dangerous profession might suggest. Yeah, 2 minutes. I can do a little bit of I don't know. It's not even housekeeping. It's really just gossip and all of that. I don't really like talking about projects in advance. Part of it is just a fear that I'm going to get the attaboy for doing stuff before I've actually done it. And it is very easy to have ideas, and it is much more difficult to implement them. And so, why take the reward for the easy thing? Take the reward for the difficult thing. Of course, in my case, the reward for the difficult thing doesn't always necessarily result, because the item may not be what people were expecting. But I guess that's an excuse to get better. Not an excuse, a reason to get better. But I will say I have been playing around, and I've talked about this before, but I've been playing around with the fantasy console Pico 8. And one big motivation behind this actually was a local game developer, Sparse Game Dev. His name is Eric Billingsley, and he is a very, very talented game designer, does these nice minimalist projects on his own. So he was responsible for Spring Falls, which is a nice little erosion-based puzzler. But he's also worked on some fairly large games such as Cuphead and Tunic. Among others. Those are just two that I happen to know that he worked on. And he did this very nice little roguelike called was it Into Depths? Anyways, what I did not realize, I checked out his Pico 8 BBS entry. What I didn't realize was that it was actually his very first Pico 8 project, which was slightly depressing for me. Because after being inspired by Eric's Pico 8 work, I sort of thought, well, you know what? This is the sort of thing I think I can get into. I do like the idea of working with constraints. I do like the idea of facing similar constraint, not the same, but similar constraints to some classical games, specifically some ones that I think are very interesting to me, and I'm maybe not entirely sure people have fully realized what those games did and what they might be able to bring to modern games. But there's also this ambition. I've always felt a bit bad about how I use my PC, because even with some of the more intense data work that I do, I noticed that the hardest problems I usually give my computer are playing video games, right? Real-time rendering and so on and so forth. And I've often wondered, particularly because I do know a little bit of programming, I've always sort of wondered what kinds of challenges I can throw at my computer to really make the most of its resources. And of course, as I continue to upgrade the computer, the capabilities get, are greater. And as a result, I have fewer opportunities to really. Oh, you know what? I think I made it so that GOG installs the patches on a hard drive. This will take a little longer than I thought, but it says less than a minute here. But yeah, so like the problem is that the better my computer gets, the harder it is to really make the thing break a sweat outside of gaming. And of course, I mean, there's trivial way, like if you do any kind of compression, for instance, that's going to be resource intensive no matter what, but that's, like you download 7-zip and apply the correct settings. You're not really doing the work there. You're applying someone else's work. And even Raspberry Pis now are very good. I've been able to do some data stuff that allows me to work with constraints because, in this case, input and output matters quite a bit more. You have a limited amount of RAM, So in some cases, small data projects can become big data ones in the context of a Raspberry Pi. But the Raspberry Pi 5 was announced. It's got a very impressive set of capabilities for its cost, and you can get up to 8 GB of data with that. So I noticed I had some Rainbow Six data that I was working around with, and once you actually compress the data types, like once you actually store them in the correct format, so there's a really big file that you can get, but in the end, a lot of this data, the file is so large just because it's not stored in an appropriate format for, like, if I were to give someone the file, I would probably give it in a different style. And I understand why they did it the way that they did. Like, it was so that the largest number of people without any kind of specialized tool would be able to import something like that. But again, it's just one of these things where if you're interested, like if you think it's like, oh man, this is going to be something that I can really play around, and sort of see how I can deal with hardware limitations. It turns out all you really need to do is just define some more sensible data types, and you could actually probably run. Well, you could store the data and work with it in memory on a Raspberry Pi. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be able to do very sophisticated so if you want to do some insane deep learning thing with the Rainbow Six data, again, you're going to face resource constraints that way. But to a certain extent, if you just say, like, make this loop run a billion times, again, yes, it'll make the computer sweat. No, it doesn't make it sweat in an interesting way. So all that said, right, like Pico 8 seems to have a few features that are interesting to me. And those constraints are also sort of nice because it doesn't give, at least for me, it doesn't give me the paralysis that will come from the more sophisticated choices. So, Unity is a wonderful tool. And it is one that, even though it is very unpopular right now, I still think is an excellent choice for anybody who wants to focus on turning ideas into implementations. I think, it is as good of a tool for that as it was before. And certainly with its attempt to appeal to wider industries, it maybe has gotten a little bit harder to learn than in the past. But there's still lots of training material out there. And more importantly, you are more likely to run into somebody who understands it. And again, if you want to use Godot, you can use Godot. There's lots of options out there. But any of those options, because they are so powerful, very often it can be quite challenging to narrow your focus onto a set of things that you'd like to achieve. And so my ambition with Pico 8 was, okay, well, here's something that's quite limited, and maybe conceivably I could actually hit the limits of what it's capable of. And then it turns out that Eric's project here into depth. Sorry, I actually have it up on the screen. It is called... no, I don't actually. Shucks. Also, this less than a minute seems to be a highly dubious claim from the GOG launcher. My apologies. It is still applying, though. But yeah, actually, you know what? Tell you what. If this is going to run, maybe I can show you. Oh, now it's really racing. I'll see if I can find the game in question. But yeah, so the slightly depressing. So it's not depressing to have someone better than you. That can actually be a wonderful way of challenging yourself for to get something done and do something better than what you would have on your own. But after I took a look at Eric's sort of game development documents, or whatever he shared on the Pico 8 site, I've learned that, number one, his first project is better than anything I'm ever going to be able to do myself. And number two, he has in fact achieved that goal. In fact, he has exceeded the capabilities of Pico 8 and used a couple of interesting tricks to sort of compress the project to meet those requirements, which I think is kind of interesting. So it's all stuff that people who in fact I will see in local circles. All of this has been solved by the person who in fact inspired me to do it in the first place. But again, it's not the end of the world. I figure you can learn a lot from people who are better than you. It's just it turns out my project is not as original as I thought. Although I do have a couple things I want to do with it. But like I said, I'd rather not. I would really rather not. Uh, you know, talk about the things I haven't accomplished yet. But the thing I'm working on, there's something resembling gameplay now. It's certainly not the gameplay that I would like to see realized inside of it, but I've got it so that a player can input things and things happen, and now it's just a question of building on those fundamentals, implement the things that made the project interesting for me originally. I'm going to be learning a few things that I'm quite excited by. And once it's in a state that's ready to share, I'll be sure to share it. Writing wise, obviously I put out the productivity article. I would have liked it if it got a bit more attention. The drawback here is that it's a topic that I actually think is a very important topic for game developers, not least of which because I feel like it isn't talked about enough. I feel like there is a lot of discussion about discoverability, which is an important problem that developers need to deal with, but it is not the only problem that they need to deal with. And I feel that some types of discoverability conversation have actually overshadowed a deeper productivity problem that is probably more pressing than the discoverability one. But I also need to recognize that it's a longer article than I normally do. I normally try to keep my articles below 2,000 words, and honestly, less than 1,000 would be even better. But that's quite difficult for me, particularly with the topics that I cover. You'll notice like the sillier articles that I do, I can keep them under 1,000. But it's like, I don't think it's bad to make fun of stuff. I think, satire has its place, but it's also very easy to be snarky nowadays. So there's a place for it. Obviously the wish lists article is in a similar place. So is the Unity article. But if that's all I'm contributing to the conversation, then it's probably better that I just don't participate at all. So in the case of productivity, this is definitely an effort for me to try and bring an original perspective to something that I think is underappreciated. But I also sort of recognize, in addition to its limitations as an article, it's a complicated presentation. It's not a very obvious topic. And I will always live with the difficulty that I am not a developer. I am not in the industry. And I do tend to notice that if it comes down to statistical knowledge, we're at 80%, by the way. Still says less than a minute, even, almost 20 minutes in. I noticed that there's a lot of people who will run around making big claims statistically. I will even have people who've ridiculed stuff that I've written as obviously wrong and then turn around and have done the same thing with incorrect results, no less, and not been challenged on it. And again, this is largely a function about whether or not someone is well known. If you're well known, you tend to get a pass unless you're an outsider. So there's always going to be a limitation. Even if I wrote a perfect article, I sort of understand that there's always going to be a hard sell to say something that's not taken for granted. And I really don't like writing articles that are just sort of playing to the gallery, right? Like people don't need to be told what they already believe. It is a popular type of writing. It is not the type of writing that I want to do. So again, even if it were a perfect article, which it is not, I kind of feel that I was fighting an uphill battle. I am, however, whatever limitations in terms of outreach that I have, I am determined to get the follow-up written. I'll be doing that after Cyberpunk tonight. Okay, it's hanging at 92.7. I swear we are going to play Cyberpunk tonight. I'm actually updating VS Code and all my other toys in the background while this is happening now. Um, this is almost certainly the bottleneck of the hard drive at this point. But yeah, um, I don't know. It's one of these things where um, I do wish I was a better writer. I still get the feeling that I'm trying to recover a certain capacity and I don't know, like a certain ease with writing that I might have had a few years ago. That I don't know. I think I'm always going to sort of feel like I'm trying to capture that again. Um, I definitely wish I could be more concise in my writing. I think that's probably going to be a challenge throughout my, whatever writing I do. But I don't know, like the biggest thing that I could, but actually the biggest one for me, honestly, is I really do need a good, proper refresher in terms of grammar, because I've taken a lot of it for granted. And the thing is if you want to write, you need to know the tools. And it's occurred to me that I've spent more time studying grammar through like French and Latin than through English. And the fact of the matter is that I should be sitting down and thinking about the tools that I use, because that I feel will be the best way that I can achieve sort of the conciseness that I want. Sometimes being verbose helps when I, let's say, am having a 20-minute download that keeps me from going into Phantom Liberty. Still getting the moving files. So there's definitely activity on the computer, but it's still hanging at 92.7. But yeah, the only way that I'm going to improve that is through practice. The only way I'll practice is to continue to write articles. So even if something wasn't necessarily popular, I still think there's value in doing the follow-up that I want. And some of the stuff that I'll cover in the follow-up is more... So one, it's more speculative. So when I start talking about causes for productivity problems in the games industry, there is a very reasonable... So like essentially, I feel that in the article that I wrote, I can present the model and people can say this model does or does not reflect reality. And this is kind of how... This is just how this stuff works, right? Like if you say, okay, I have a model of consumption, and everybody buys cigarettes because, cigarettes are addictive. You can say, okay, let's take a look. And then you can say, well, it looks like everyone is not buying cigarettes. In fact, cigarette, consumption has been declining in this particular area. So clearly, either the assumptions are flawed or something else is going wrong inside of the model. It doesn't line up with reality. And that's the way these things should work, right? The model is a construct specifically built so that we can have this conversation about productivity in games. It does create the difficulty in being a complicated presentation because it's not a familiar way of thinking about these problems. But it would seem to me that there is a benefit in being as clear as possible when you're talking about a given subject, because you're not going to make any progress if both sides sort of feel like they are talking about... Like, so if you're coming in with a set of assumptions and I'm coming in with a set of assumptions and we never actually state what they are, we can be talking past each other all night and come no closer to some kind of a solution or some kind of an understanding. So for better or worse, in terms of those models, you can say, okay, well, here's the thing I don't think this is capturing in terms of the way that the games industry works. The other set of problems that I think will come out of the article, if it were to be more widely read, would be, I think there is a natural response to read something like that and read about productivity. And this is almost a very cyberpunk way of thinking of these things. When you think of productivity and efficiency, you tend to get these images of sort of consultants coming in and recommending that you fire all the middle managers or something like that. Now, I'm not going to pretend that that isn't a part of it. I don't advocate it, just to be clear, but like there is a way in which that can in fact result by the definitions in higher productivity. Essentially, if you have people who are not creating as much value as they cost, you need to. My answer is find a better use for them. But some businesses are in fact structured in such a way that they're. This is endless. I kind of feel like it might be an idea to just turn off the stream and start again when the patch is done. This is actually a little embarrassing at this point. Maybe I should go to just chatting or something. I do apologize. I'm not, again, I don't intentionally want to do a big monologue like this. But when I've got, I mean, I can show you what the screen looks like. This is what I've been dealing with. But yeah, actually that probably would have been a better thing for me to do at the start, because it's just a nice visual indicator that things are taking a while. But yeah, so I think one of the problems is that I would say that this is a lack of imagination in some cases. So you can look at a statement about productivity and you can say, okay, well, this is all about, trimming the fat and firing people. But the other way of looking at it is to say that this is about allowing people to realize the game that they have in mind. So, you can say, I've just discovered a new way of making levels, and we can make the same type of level, same quality of level, in half the time that it normally takes to make it. Now, if you're the sort of manager who will then turn around and say, this is wonderful, we can fire half of our level designers, you may have a short-term benefit that you realize, and yet what you have created in the long term is a culture that does not reward discoveries like that. So you haven't created an incentive for further improvements. And in the end, you have limited yourself to a certain type of game. Whereas another way of looking at that is to say, this is wonderful. We can now realize all of these features that we had, stated as out of scope, and we don't need to spend anything more. And assuming that these were features that were valuable, you now have a better game, which means this is a game that you can conceivably charge more for. And one of the things about the models were they were talking about real prices. So it doesn't mean that you have a game that would be like $60 and all of a sudden you charge $80 for it. It might just be that this game is now better than the alternatives. And so as a result, you charge the same nominal price, but more people wind up buying the game and hence you get more revenue that way. There's a few complications which sort of require the framework presented by the essay. But again, it's one of these things. In order to keep the word count where I wanted it, I decided to just sort of move all that stuff to a different article. But yeah, so the first thing that I'd kind of like to do is just anticipate the fact that some people will immediately assume that efficiency means or productivity means that you need to create, a game in the shortest period possible with the smallest number of people. And the thing is that like when you do realize productivity benefits, at least historically, these like wage increases and productivity increases, labor productivity increases, go hand in hand. So it's, this is, to my mind, still a good thing. But again, you do need to realize that how you go about it can mean a lot as well. But the other big factor for the essay is, other than just trying to make make sure that people have sort of the right perspective, so that you don't. It's not always about focusing on the smallest one. It's also just to allow people to say, like, it's also not suggesting that you shouldn't be ambitious with your projects. So, for instance, if your production process is such that you need a year to sort of sit down, let's just say, take writing as an example, because obviously I wrote an article, so writing kind of means something to me. So, like, let's say you really needed to like sit down and write something, and to realize the game, and that there it was always going to take a year. That's just the way it works. You need to revise, or you need to do your research, or whatever it takes. If you do that, but what you deliver, like, always delivers. In fact, it delivers the sort of thing that, hooray, we can play the game. It's the sort of thing that, what you're going to deliver is far beyond what any of your peers would be able to do with even twice as much time. That is a year very well spent. I mean, you may need to worry about cash flow and how you support that sort of stuff. But like the important thing here is just to make sure it definitely is not about spending the smallest amount possible. It's about the ratio, right? The ability to do certain things within certain constraints. And again, that's maybe not obvious if you see that as just, here's the way to make, a game jam game and be able to sell it. Because frankly, I'm not, like, this is why I don't talk about game production stuff from a, like, here's how you make a game that sells a whole lot. Like, I'm not in a position to be able to talk about that. I am, however, in a position to talk about a more abstract model of production, which accommodates everything from, like, a visual novel to I am pleased to inform you that your vehicle has been repaired after suffering an unfortunate accident. It can be found in your garage ready for use. I wish you a good day and thousands of collision-free miles. Okay. So there's a number of things that we can do here. So I believe our aim here has been to focus on... Yeah, so we got to wait for Mr. Hands to call us back. I feel that Ghost Town might be a little early for me to move. Maybe we'll take care of the rest of Delamain's tasks. Oops. I kind of want to reload, but I actually think there's some value in learning how to get out of a situation like this. I love the fact that my vehicle is still listed as something that I can access down here. All right, yes, now I remember. So we dealt with our we dealt with our hostage friend. This gentleman. So one thing I think I'll do is, let's just see if we have any... well, there's definitely a few things I can sell. Yeah, you know what? Before I go too far, so we've got precision rifle, submachine gun, and I believe... Okay, so I've got an assault rifle right now. So 1460, so this does do slightly more damage. I'll hang on to that for now. I want to have at least one shotgun. Got the pistol. We've got... I was indecisive about the revolvers. Now, why am I keeping this one? I don't see any reason to, so we'll get rid of that. Okay, so I'm not going to use the majority of these, but that doesn't mean I want to hold back. And then the neurotoxin knife. So we're currently rocking the machete. I think we could probably afford to... I think I was a little indecisive between them, but I think I will scrap it. Okay, so we need to go to a Ripper Dock to upgrade these things.
Please, I need to be alone.
I'd like to buy some iron.
So buy some.
All right, let's... Oh, it doesn't let me sell just anything. I was thinking I would sell off some of the booze.
Looking at you? Can't help thinking retail just ain't your hobby. Ain't your calling.
You want to buy? Buy.
Hey!
You want to talk?
It's me!
Fuck off.
The guy who... You know.
The guy with the smoking crotch?
That's one way to put it. Anyway, just calling to say I transferred the funds.
Thanks.
Oh no, thank you! If it weren't for you, I'd... Oof.
No problem. Go get him, Tiger.
Okay. Again, I'm not really trying to go out of my way to waste time, but I don't... If I can avoid fast travel and like waiting and things like that, I will. So let's get rid of Abydos King Size. Sometimes only a king can satisfy. Bolshevik Vodka with a kick of class revolution. Broseph Ale, an ale of a beer. Broseph Lager, fuck it, have a lager. Boomlant, pop a squat, take a shot. Sentzon Toto... Is it Tenochtitlan? Tequila with no equal. Moonshine, sour aftertaste, fuzzy afterblur. Pitoro, cheap, but it could cost you a new pair of eyes. And Tequila Especial, 3. Savor that spiky agave punch. Okay, let's see if I can get my car back. Nope, yeah, it's gonna make me wait 3 minutes to get that that car back. Sure. Oh, it's not going to let me... How much you want to bet it's not going to let me go into it? Yeah, thanks. All right, let's try that one more time. Well, at least this one didn't drop from the middle of nowhere. Okay, so yeah, we'll for starters, let's take care of the Delamain quests. The hope is, of course, that something else will come up, and you know, we can. I mean, I also have other options like you know, doing some of the night scanner and other activities. But I figure it's always nice to have sort of a spine for some of the activities that I'll be doing. If I have nothing to do in Night City, then I can rest. But it feels weird to play an open world game. Oh. You know what? I need to get some kind of cover somewhere. Ah! Oops. Let's try that again.
Nobody makes it out alive!
Should probably use my my hacks too. Hmm.
You like a pig!
Alright, sloppy, but at least we didn't die this time. Part of this is also just an excuse to try and get a little bit more XP for various abilities. Alright, there we go.
V, it's your lucky day. If you're serious about making headway in Pacifica, that is.
Work some magic for me?
As I said, whatever you're offering, the V-Boys could not, I quote, give a shit. You get your receipt, I trust. Yet a counteroffer was forthcoming, a gig. Successful completion thereof could earn you an audience with Brigitte.
Gig. Any hints on what it might be?
Doesn't matter. Will it sway you? It's clear you don't intend to refuse. You'll learn all in due course. Besides, I didn't ask. Getting a word out of the Voodoos is like pulling alligator teeth. Painful for everyone involved.
Okay, so who do I contact next?
Church, Sloan Lane, inside by the altar. They'll know to look for you.
Got it. Thanks, Hans.
Okay, so debatable as to whether or not I want to continue on with the Delamain job. Actually, that's on the way to Pacifica already. So because it is, I'm willing to make an exception. I also noticed the game's a little sluggish compared to a couple of other streams. I don't think it's like a disaster. I should be able to handle it, but I've been tempted to just go back to the map and fool around for a little bit. We'll see how it goes. Obviously, if the game's not doing it for you, let me know, and I'll see what I can. Actually, there is one thing I can double check. Yeah, so this one I don't have. This one I may actually be able to, but yeah, this should be fine. I'll be interested to see if this improves when I wind up in a little bit more of a narrow area.
Currently at the exact location where I lost contact with the car.
Fine. I'll have a look around.
Not the sort of people I want to be crashing into.
Suspicious activity in Haywood. Roger that, dispatch. This is 331 responding. It's my neighborhood. I'll take you for tacos sometime.
Alright, I think I'm gonna have to deal with the police. I've had bad luck for vehicles so far. So I might just be able to give him the slip.
This time, I needed to restore the natural balance in this city. A Valentino dropped the cop and has gone unpunished. You can change that. If you find out who's covering for the gang, then I'll pay extra. Spec attached.
Okay. As much as I would love to... Uh-oh. Oh, can I chase this down by foot?
Hey, let's talk.
I'm not going back! Never! Try to take me and I'll crush you!
Alright, well...
Let's see who crushes who.
Too many people want me dead. Including these people. Well, that's not good. I was really hoping just to get some healing to be able to charge in there, but that was a stupid way of handling it. But I did think I had shaken the NCPD. What can I say? I gotta shake the rust off.
Budget cuts my ass.
Try to take me and I'll...
Lost him.
Oh, that's interesting. I thought he would always be trying to kill me.
Hey, a gunfight broke out in a cafe on the waterfront. See what's going on over there, Kay? If it's a cyber psycho problem, I want that problem to stay alive.
Okay, I'll see if I can anticipate where the car is gonna go. That's not it. And I have apparently chosen a great spot to drop my frame rate. I'm gonna guess I can probably get my combat cab back, so once I get back to the street.
Try ours today.
Oh, here we go.
Let's see who crushes who.
Ole! Ole!
How fortunate. I've relinked to the vehicle. Thank you. A share of your fee is in your account.
Okay, now we are ready to get back on track. Hopefully this will be the last of the deaths for a while. And I am sorry to do this, but I am actually going to take 1 second here. I'm not going to reset my computer. I am, however, going to reset the game. I'm just going to see if I can free up a few other resources to try and make this work a little bit better. So we can get rid of Bing. I notice, given enough time, any computer just kind of seems to accumulate a collection of like startup app. Like no matter how careful you are about it, you just kind of seem to accumulate a collection of startup apps that you don't really need. So I'm just going to try and slim down a little bit. I think I can live with keeping an antivirus on. Okay. What else do I have? I think that's it. There's one other thing I'd like to mess around with on the inside. I do notice that the GOG interface, there's like a an overlay that you can turn on, but they seem to have actually, like, they don't seem to have an option anymore to change the hotkey, and the hotkey doesn't seem to work here. So whenever I run into small little problems like, the game seems to be chugging along without any real reason, makes it a little tricky to diagnose. So I'm going to give this one more try. Okay, that's good. That's fine. Okay. That's fine. This seems wrong but not relevant. Okay, and for Cyberpunk, Something about cloud save that's disabled. Oh, hang on. I think I get it now. Okay, so I can't enable the one thing that I wanted to. I'm a little worried about the fact, so I've got a big syncing. I'll just show you what I'm looking at here. Oh, there we go. It was just a sync message. I'm sorry, I was really hoping to just get into the game and have some fun with it, but I'm plagued with a few problems today. It's another big one, Discord. Yeah, so no luck with the GOG overlay, but looks like I can manage with what we've got here already.
My guest tonight is Lieutenant Sarah Kokowski, spokeswoman for the NCPD.
Well, that seems a little zippier. Maybe I'm imagining things, but I can't seem to be able to get in my vehicle. Okay, we're not doing either of those. Yep, I see you. You don't seem to see me, though. Okay. Well, that's fine. We have an easy fix for that. We just go far enough away from the vehicle that we can access it. Alternatively, we just get a different car. But 1 kilometer is not that far away, all told, and I think give us enough distance, we should be able to summon it before we get to Pacifica. Oh, now that's interesting. So, whatever weird state this is in, yeah, it really doesn't want me to be able to go into it. So let's get my car. Now is that? Yeah, fair enough. In the worst case scenario, I can always just try blowing this thing up, but... Hola, how you doing, V? Find those voodoo boys yet? Not yet. I can imagine. Take care of yourself, okay? I don't really want you to end up like Ev. What about Evelyn? Any improvement? No changes. She's trapped deep in her brain somewhere. Must be going through hell. Sorry, gotta run. See ya. Actually, I spent so much time talking about the productivity article at the start. There is one question that I always find kind of interesting in some of the Cyberpunk settings. There's this idea of very precarious employment and, you know, essentially how automation... Oops. automation and just general productivity improvements have created this vast underclass, and sometimes you will find the runners so. It's kind of interesting. There's a few different ways that different settings will handle it. How you doing, Algrins? As you can see, it's quiet night tonight, although I have not been helping things by struggling with my all my settings and other challenges. Hope you're doing well, though. But there's this kind of precarity in terms of employment, and this is definitely a real concern that people have. And I mean, it's obviously one that is very contemporary too. I think even when you look at I mean, sometimes this is just a way of people, promoting a UBI or something like that. Like sometimes there's another reason why these conversations are being had. Okay, so this is at a higher level. But whatever people's motivations, there is kind of this worry about what jobs would be going away. But I do think it's interesting to ask the question as to whether or not there are jobs to replace them, because traditionally and usually the argument sort of against those sorts of worries are that there are different types of jobs that will emerge. So that, yes, there's an employment worry, but that generally, these kinds of improvements are socially beneficial because there's a class of even better work that comes out as a result. And, I don't mean to suggest that this isn't being discussed in sort of modern conversations. Usually people are acknowledging this and they'll say something like, but this time it's different. And, it's easy to kind of make fun of those kinds of statements, except that sometimes things really are different, and you don't want to just sort of say, you don't want people who have been careless in terms of saying that to ruin it for those times when it really is different. But of course there is always the burden of proof, right? You do need to make sure that you're communicating to people why this time is different and why, why it's going to turn out the way that you say. But I've always found it kind of interesting in the cyberpunk setting. I've never quite understood what the mechanism is for the higher unemployment level. I mean, obviously it's a setting and it's making a point, but I'm kind of curious sometimes in these settings, what is it that causes, why does it turn into a dystopia as opposed to a utopia? Because there's obviously the discussion in terms of cybernetics being expected by employers in order to maximize, productivity. And that's obviously this very nightmarish idea that is in line with the sort of criticisms that the genre is making. But on the other hand, you can sort of say, well, there's some implications for that, obviously, and you can even say, well, the types of people who would expect that, and the wealth is moving up, and it's okay, well, again, that's consistent. But I do sometimes wonder, what is it about this situation in which people have said it's a good thing that there is a very large number of people unemployed, and some of it might just simply be because of the environmental devastation that's brought on, that in the end we're able to basically ultimately produce less. So in this weird situation that there's this weird distribution in terms of technology as well as wealth. So the idea is that overall we're actually kind of poorer collectively in the cyberpunk setting because we've lost the ability to make a whole set of things. So that's kind of a fun idea to play around with, but it's one of these things I don't actually get to see that much in the setting, so I'm always kind of making some guesses here. All right, the Hermit. The Hermit is a card of self-imposed isolation. It represents an escape from the hustle and bustle of the city, a turning away from constant newness towards ye old ways. For the Hermit, solitude is the road to the sublime, a road that is taken not with great bounds and strides, but with small, concentrated steps. Ah. Oh, it's 4 in the morning. That's why we can't. All right. I'm going to try and get the Hoon back. I'm definitely not opposed to doing another Delamain mission while we wait. Hooray, we can get back into this car. Alternatively, actually, instead of the Delamain, let's do the... let's do On a Tight Leash. Go to the bus depot. Gig for hire, neutralize Jose Luis. Bus depot on Benko Street. A few weeks ago, a police officer was shot dead. Same old story. Some Valentino kids got into a scrap with the badges. The fatal piece of lead was shot by a ganger named Jose Luis. The investigation was dropped and officers from the local precinct were told to back off. Pretty interesting turn of events, wouldn't you say? Jose must have had some friends in high places. Here's the deal. One of the officers wants Jose to be brought to justice, which is where you come in. If you happen to find out who's protecting the Valentino, I'll throw in extra. Good luck. Padre, real name Sebastian Ibarra, formerly a priest in the Valentinos, but after the bloodbath in Montecielo, he converted to a more noble calling, that of the fixer. He started out by lining up jobs exclusively for his people from Haywood and the Valentinos. Later, he even shook hands with the likes of 6th Street. Who knows, maybe it's because he softened up in his old age, or maybe it's because all gangs are equal in the eyes of God. Padre does things according to his own code of honor. He doesn't support any particular group or gang. His interests lie in maintaining the delicate balance of power in Night City. Sure, yeah, so it's... this is a terrible analogy that I can draw, but it's the one that I'm going to take. It's sort of what you... The way I like to think about this is like... there's the... like, the argument that... Hideo Kojima seemed to make about like the reason why Quiet didn't have a whole lot of clothes on, and like especially the phrasing that seemed to be about once you see this this reason you'll be ashamed of your words and deeds or whatever, and like the answer in the end can boil down to because we wrote the character this way, right? And honestly, that's actually, I'm completely fine with that. I'm one of these crazy people who thinks Titanic is a fine movie, and, why does Jack have to die? Well, because in the screenplay, near the end, it says Jack dies. That's sufficient. And obviously, I think depending on how much we like the filmmaker or the game maker in question is really the determining factor as to whether or not we kick up a big fuss about this sort of stuff. Like, people are allowed to make whatever games they want and for whatever reasons they want. But like, on the other hand, I'm not entirely sure, well, I wrote it because, this character feels most comfortable and empowered in a bikini. Maybe isn't the one that's going to convince me that it's the that I should feel shame for my words and deeds, whatever that means. So I guess when it comes to like to what you're saying, like the idea that we have this rapid pace of technological advancement, and that the corporations don't care about the workers. I'm fine with all of that, and I would say particularly as a criticism of what we see today, that's consistent. But I suppose where I go with that is just to say it's like, well, let's kind of think this through to the conclusion. If this is all true, and if we're sort of making this critique based on, things that we've actually observed in the real world, it's also true that with maximally greedy companies and rapid technological development, it has actually resulted in a situation there are classes of work that didn't exist before, and that there's ultimately like people have found uses for these workers, and there have actually been there's been profit for doing so. So like the idea of hiring for specific disabilities that happen to be aligned with a certain type of work. So, there's a couple of, I think Microsoft had a program in terms of hiring autistic people because of, and again, I don't know whether or not you would fairly call it a disability, but that's one example of that just came to mind immediately. But essentially, they're very good at a particular type of work, and so they were able. Dodge Viper, keep up the good work. Always love to see whenever you have the chance. Thank you very much, Dodge Viper GT. I always appreciate that. I am equally happy to see you still subbing after so long. Thank you very, very much for that. But yeah, so I guess what I'm trying to argue here, or maybe to advocate for, is that there's always going to be. I don't think anybody is ever really going to have a problem with because rich people are evil as an answer. It's like why did this villain tie the damsel to the railroad tracks? Because they're a bad guy, Sometimes that's all you need. But also, there have been many interesting stories told when you have, certain motivations for villains, or, you kind of consider the conditions under which some of these things are happening. There can be a number of different ways to make something like that work. And I suppose, especially just given the fact, like, again, I think sometimes, I remember there was a rather irritating exchange that I had with a streamer about the fact that I felt that there were a few different, there's actually a few different films that tackle the financial crisis. So my favorite personally is Margin Call. But I know people really like The Big Short. And I'm hoping people kind of are realizing now that Michael Lewis is maybe not the last word on some of these topics, that he has a particular style of reporting which may not necessarily be consistent with what we would hold up as ideal journalism. But yeah, I think Margin Call is a much better movie than The Big Short. And I don't even particularly dislike The Big Short. I just feel that, like a lot of Adam McKay's movies, there is there's kind of this effort made to make it seem more factual than it really is. And that it kind of pulls the old Daily Show trick where when you ask a difficult question of it, it sort of says, "Oh, but we're just comedy, we're just doing our best here." But it always does so in the service of a very specific point of view. So again, it's the sort of thing that tries to have it both ways, and I've never felt comfortable with that, even if it's a position that I might hold for myself. So again, like when it comes down to the motivations of the evil money people, there are better and worse examples of compelling stories being told about these people and the conditions under which everyone needs to operate. Like, I would argue there are very few sympathetic people in Margin Call. They're all investment bankers. They're all, essentially responsible for a really terrible thing that happens. And yet I feel that it's a really worthwhile story. I still find the characters compelling. And I think there's a certain degree of truth that's communicated in that movie without necessarily being like pro-business, in a way that I don't quite feel is present in something like The Big Short. So again, it's just an opportunity here, right? Where if you have a chance, if you're doing a critique, if you're doing a satire, and you don't reduce it down to, so I'm quick saving here because I don't think I can grab and knock out this. Oh, Wow. I really thought they were going to resist that. Yeah, it's just more the idea that if you're going to do some kind of satire or critique, and you can put the most like the best version of the worst case, generally what you get is quite a bit stronger. And I mean, again, you have interesting characters in here. You do wind up talking with not just fixers but corpos. And so there's a lot of room to talk about people's motivations. And very often you can wind up in these situations where a really terrible system is continued because essentially it is such a cutthroat environment that people who would want to behave in a more ethical manner or in a way that's maybe more consistent with better outcomes for everyone simply find themselves in a situation where they're ousted the second that they try and do something like that. Like, that's completely legitimate too. But again, it's just one of these cases where when you can draw from history, like I said, I mean, I presented an example of how you can make a case like that here, which is to say that because of the environmental damage that the world is experiencing, that the type of production that we are accustomed to now, even though we are seeing the effects of climate change, that's simply not possible anymore. And so that ultimately, while we're in a high-tech setting, it is actually an impoverished setting because of the short-sightedness and the carelessness. And that can actually be a really interesting set of conditions and story to tell, but it's not necessarily one that's told so far as I can tell.
Can you spot the two things that don't match?
Just give me a quick second. There's some stuff in chat that I'll respond to in a minute.
I give up.
Hint 1, Militech. Hint 2, Valentino's.
So I should be able to get the drop on this guy. Yeah, my apologies. The action just started coming up as soon as everybody came in, and I gotta try and pretend like I'm... Okay, let me take a quick second to catch up. Anyways, though, most of the time Cyberpunk, the money people have shed the sheep clothing. There's no need to disguise it. They're untouchable, other than by their class and Atom Smasher. Yeah, so I mean, again, it's just... so I guess basically what I'm trying to talk about is the systems under which people operate. So if you want to go back to sort of like the Industrial Revolution and things like that, right? So you've got the specter that's haunting Europe. And this seemingly ironclad argument that the contradictions of capitalism would lead to this tremendous, overthrowing of existing powers, and that socialism, you have kind of this intermediate stage on the way to communist utopia, and then that doesn't turn out. And then, you sit down and you do the analysis and you say, so why, this seemed to be so convincing. Why didn't this turn out? And then, you work through the logic, you do whatever you can. Some people will say, well, you can't just say, here's what people sell things for, here's what people make things for, and the difference between these two is exploitation. You need to worry about the capital share and so on and so forth. There's lots of different ways of sort of working with the models to give what would seem to be results that line up more with our experience in the world. But hello, Dizzy Plays. Very good to see you. Dizzy Plays, I believe, is still a member of the GOG streaming crew. But yeah, I mean, again, like in this case here, you don't necessarily so I suspect when you're talking at that level, you're not necessarily talking about, the individual people. And yet you can tell stories in these settings about sort of the wants and needs of people in those environments. They're very compelling stories. But, again, when you look at these kinds of stories, like one of the things that I think people kind of point out about modern not that I'm not trying to turn this into like the Marxism hour or anything like that, but like when you're talking about usually people who are at present kind of criticizing capitalism, they will usually acknowledge the fact that it is actually very good at absorbing what would seem to be hostile elements towards it. So I suppose probably the prototypical example would be like the Che Guevara shirt, right? And so likewise, there can very often be a good reason. So, if you're one of the people, actually, I suppose you could look at it in terms of more repressive regimes. So if you think about some of these, some modern autocracies, one of the things that are sort of like minimalist democracies, or they're certainly moving more towards less free societies. One of the things that they have been very effective at it's not this 1984 style nightmare. Often they're quite successful at making sure that their core constituency is treated quite well. So, it might even be, increase in pensions, or, lowering the age at which you can retire, or some kind of special dividend or something along those lines. And, likewise, if you're sort of running this very consumerist sort of society, well, one of the things that you might think about would be the idea of like the company town, right? And the company script. So you make sure that you have you have something closer to full employment, but you're making sure that these are people who are effectively absorbed entirely in your own little system, so that essentially all the work that they're doing is essentially being paid back with something very inexpensive for you. And as a result, you can sort of see how that might be more beneficial. So again, it's just one of these things where it's not a critique of Cyberpunk to talk about these things. I'm just saying, like, here are some different ways that you can go. And I'm interested in the idea. I sometimes wonder in this setting specifically, what are the conditions under which you have this very large unemployment, as opposed to other paths that would be in line with some of the things that we've seen historically, right? It's a little bit like saying The Handmaid's Tale. The Handmaid's Tale doesn't exist, but The Handmaid's Tale is built entirely out of things that have actually happened in history. So, yeah, no worries, Disney Plays. I would say I am much more in line with, I would definitely define myself as a capitalist. I try as much as I can to at least understand the other argument, but yeah, I am certainly not trying to argue. I'm certainly not trying to make any kind of a quasi-Marxist argument here or anything like that. But yeah, no, like, so actually, maybe I'll give a specific example. So like one of the things that I actually dislike about a lot of games that try to be critiques of capitalism, maybe here's a better way for me to put it. For those of you that have played that supply chain game that I made with someone in Godot, the person who made that game is definitely much more liberal in their politics, and they actually do believe that central authorities can manage an economy well. So this is a really interesting tension when I'm sort of left with a when I'm left to sort of balance this game, because my general feeling here is that one of the appeals of capitalism, whatever its flaws, again, like we have varying degrees of success in terms of implementing this system, right? So like capitalism is just referring to whoever owns the means of production, essentially, right? So when you see the people's X, Y, and Z, essentially the idea in these communist countries, whether they're living up to the ideal or not, is that essentially the state is holding these things sort of in trust for the people. Very often it doesn't turn out that way, and Dizzy can sort of speak more authoritatively on this than I can. But this is the idea, right? And you have the robber barons on one side, but then you also have, kind of the square deal and the new deal. And, you have these situations where you can still have private ownership.
Can you spot the two things that don't match?
I give up.
Hint 1, Militech. Hint 2, Valentino's.
You can have these situations where, in fact, there is great flourishing as a result. And, the way that I tried to play it with supply chain was never to hit people over the head with the whole idea of, private ownership or removing restrictions is the best way. But what I tried to do was authentically communicate the idea that it is actually very, very difficult to manage a complex system like an economy. And like, supply chain is all about toilet paper. That's one commodity. And yet people find it very difficult to actually be able to get an optimal allocation. I will mention, because I'm somebody who balanced this. Actually, Dizzy, we read Animal Farm on the stream. I'm delighted by that reference. I love Orwell's work. But yeah, the main point that I try to do on this one, again, I'm not really interested in doing propaganda. But what I thought kind of the best way, and particularly a way that would maybe make my collaborator happy, because again, they really wanted to make a game which was all about, it was supposed to be this big critique on just-in-time supply chains and, how it would be better if we just sort of had this one, I guess it would be the social planner in the context of an economics class, managing everything. What I tried to do in that was say, well, you can try your best, you can give this a shot if you think you're up to it. But you may find that this is actually a little bit harder than you realize once you actually start having real world problems come up. And sure enough, the reaction I always get from everyone is like, I have no idea how to balance all of this stuff. And I'm like, well, I can tell you that you can. Yeah, exactly. So actually, tell you what, I don't mean to talk my own book here, but for those of you this is not necessarily a good game, but for those of you who want to know what's being talked about, that's it. But yeah, no, that's exactly the situation I run into. So in any case, just so I can be clear, for the benefit of everybody who's stopped by since then, essentially the question that I'm having is that I can understand the idea. So Cyberpunk, whether it's a critique of capitalism or whether it's a critique of...
Who would have thought?
Well, either they're planning a costume party or they're gearing up for a different sort of party. I'm intrigued in either case.
Whatever the reason for it, and I think there's a plenty of justifiable reasons to explain why there is very large unemployment. Again, the one that would be most interesting to me is to essentially say that the sort of the sins of the present, the improper stewardship over existing resources has created a situation in which the production frontier is contracted, and that ultimately, while this is a high-tech society, it is ultimately a poorer society, a little bit like, going from, say, like the Roman Empire to sort of the Dark Ages, where you have this loss of knowledge and this, fewer opportunities as a result. Not that I'm trying to hold up the Roman Empire as like some kind of an ideal. I think that would be a really interesting one, because you can actually give an accounting of why there might be less employment in a situation like this, and so the worry more is about the inequality between people. But the question for me is not necessarily, is it good or bad that Cyberpunk did this? It's more, how does the setting explain all of these things? If it's just, corporations are bad, that's a completely legitimate choice. It's just not the most interesting one. And I'm always kind of curious how settings like this choose these things. Now, Silva 139, satisfactory. I'm not 100% sure why you mentioned that. Like, are you talking about in terms of sort of consumerist critiques or something along those lines? Because I haven't played that far inside of it. Yeah, for sure, Dizzy plays. Because, I mean, in the end, I think probably when we're... In terms of a lot of what you were talking about, a centralized authority deciding where everybody works, and you've got the boot quota, so doesn't matter if you're making all left boots, the quota must be met. To a certain extent, I would say that I think one of the things we're all concerned about would be the centralization of power in one area. And I think in its ideal, again, I also don't mean to be sort of the libertarian propaganda outlet here. I would not want to, at least the argument that somebody like a Hayek or a Friedman or something like that would make, would be that, a free market system is ultimately one which diffuses the power, that it removes it from this one centralized authority. But again, embedded in that is the idea that if one group does wind up getting a certain undue amount of power, to my mind, it doesn't matter if it's a corporation or a government. The outcome is still not favorable for people. I mean, in my view, there is a role for the government to play in the economy, and it's to stop things like monopolies. It's to deal with market failures. I think in the end, economists don't have jobs if markets work the way that they do in a first-year textbook. Usually things are more complicated than that, and so what you want to do is you want to try and come up with a way of managing the defects in order to bring about the ideal outcomes. But again, for me, I would definitely lean capitalist on things, just because in the end, I think for the most part, people should be able to make their own decisions. People should sort of enjoy the benefits of their labor. I'm not opposed to something like a union, because I do think it is also important that people be able to negotiate from a position of, equal to their counterpart. So, I don't mean to suggest, you can be a capitalist and not necessarily be, completely right wing, let's say. But yeah, I mean, in the end, this is the reason why these make very compelling stories, right? You have both the set, so what I find interesting about this stuff is there is the setting in which these people are making their decisions, and obviously it is easier to make certain decisions than others in different contexts. I'd put it to you this way: if you're telling a story about a man who's had an affair and he's trying to hide it from his wife, if you're in a society that is actually quite okay with the idea of open relationships, or monogamy is not a very high priority, that story really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But if you're in sort of a very traditional kind of North American sort of culture, let's say the 1980s or 90s or something like that, then you have a whole genre of thriller which is entirely about basically a man dating a psycho and not being able to tell anyone lest the secret get out. So anyways, I thought that was the game I was talking about. No, I should play more Satisfactory. The problem with those games is that they give me just a little bit too much freedom, and so I get paralyzed. The 5-year plan, which is a farce. Yes. So I think we should all give power to the Society of Creative Anachronism. We all want to go back to what is it? Is it Renaissance, or do they do? I have Factorio. I haven't played that much of it though. Anyways, hopefully that was a sufficiently interesting digression for everyone. If not, I apologize, and I will refrain from discussing economic systems. Our friend of many years fell in battle during a shootout with the NC Pigs, Gonzalo Rivero. He was like a brother to us. Actually, there was another question somebody was asking. So I can ask this if Dizzy plays as well. What you've been playing lately, but where was it? I think it was Dodge Viper GT was asking. And sorry, Silva. I also see your comment here. So no, I've not made it to Phantom Liberty yet, but we are on our way. And to Dodge Viper GT, what is up and coming games do you have on your radar? It's a really good question, actually, because I've been playing a lot of Book of Hours lately. So I think probably for me, it's a lot more about what in my backlog I'm looking forward to rather than what's coming down the pike. I suppose I'm looking forward to Rift of the Necrodancer would be one. But I suspect, if I'm truly honest, I'm actually really curious about what the DLC for Book of Hours is going to look like. That's probably my biggest wish list right now. Yeah, my apology. We are working on Phantom Liberty as long as I can stop monologuing. Dizzy's got a good point here. So it reminds me of Bioshock Rapture. Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow? No, says the man in Moscow. It belongs to. Sorry, no, says the man in the Vatican. It belongs to God. I feel like there's a one before the Vatican. No, I think it's like, no, says the man in Washington. It belongs to the poor. No, says the man in the Vatican. Oh yeah, no, says the man in the Vatican. It belongs to God. No, says the man in Moscow. It belongs to everybody. Anyway, something along those lines. You find it hilarious that the guy in Washington thought it belongs to the poor. Yeah, I suppose in that case it would have been probably someone like FDR that he's referring to, right? So I suppose at that point with like the New Deal, there's certainly, and especially with the there was a very, very strong reaction to FDR's policies from the sort of the wealthier groups. So I suspect that's probably where Rapture's coming from. But to be honest with you, I actually don't quite know what year that's set in. So yeah, okay, then they're definitely reacting to the New Deal there. I'm fine. Economics is one of those bottomless pits where everyone theorizes about how it works, but no one knows how it works really. Yeah, well, and again, like in terms of a setting, it's just like you're allowed to play around with a setting, which makes things very interesting. Because like I said, to me, Margin Call is such an interesting movie because it avoids the easy criticism. It actually really, it has a very diverse group of people, all who want something specific. And what they do may not necessarily be good, but you definitely have different opinions about who behaved properly, let's say. And then I contrast that to something like The Big Short, where I sort of feel it has a very high gee whiz factor, which is actually really fun, and all of the actors do a wonderful job in that. But I actually think one of the reasons, like I'm a little disappointed when they have things like Richard Thaler inside of it, or like Margot Robbie trying to explain things in like a bubble bath. It actually, at the very start of that movie, I think it's Ryan Gosling, sort of says like, well, you try and say something to sound smart in front of your friends, but you don't really know what happened. And what's interesting is that I actually don't think people know anything at the end of that movie that they didn't at the start. And that to me is actually the really big problem I have with that movie, because it sort of promises that you're going to do that, and it promises that it's going to do that, but in the end it sort of tells you the story you kind of knew that you were going in for. And it doesn't have to be that way. But the thing is that I know that Adam McKay has a very specific view of the world. And I know that Vice is another example of this, where he definitely relies on the fact that, well, Dick Cheney is such a mysterious figure. We did our best. But people who are actually in the rooms, in the scenes depicted, have been very clear in terms of matters of public record in which the game is definitely trying to, or the film is trying to distort things. And the thing is like, I always feel like an idiot bringing this up, because like, who can really have sympathy for Dick Cheney, right? Who can really say, oh yeah, I'm all for the Republican side on this? But the idea here for me is just, I would prefer it if movies do not purport to be informing you, if that isn't actually their goal, right? And I think because I am annoyed by it when people do that for things that I don't agree with, I do sort of feel to a certain extent I want to hold that standard for things that I do agree with. Because otherwise it's just essentially one set of propaganda shouting against the other one. Nobody winds up informed as a result of it. And certainly I think for me, these are issues that are important enough that people should care about them, and they should talk about them, and they should be informed. But it is very difficult sometimes when people in the name of trying to entertain allow some fairly shoddy thinking to kind of go through. So when life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Make life take the lemons back. Get mad. I don't want your damn lemons. What the hell am I supposed to do with these? Demand to see life's manager. Make life rue the day it thought it could give System Shock lemons. Do you know who I am? I'm the man who's going to burn your house down with the lemons. I'm going to get my engineers to invent a combustible lemon that burns your house down. Anyways, our friend of many years has fallen battle during a shootout with the NC Pigs, Gonzalo Rivero, who's like a brother to us. If you want to pay your respects, not like it's a fucking choice, go to the La Katrina funeral home. Praise be to Santa Muerte, and remember, she gives life as she takes life. Gansuk, good lord, Magmar Surenjin. Greeting, my name is Gansuk Magmar Surenjin, and I am a Mongol techno-shaman. I come from Ulaanbaatar, where I help with people's cybernetics and spirits. I help many people corrupt with evil spirits that live in old cyber implants. Many commit suicide. I write to you because I have been kidnapped by Sovoil agents who make experiments on me and learn my abilities and make money. I break into their network to send this one message before they notice me. I ask you send money to attached account so my family can pay Sovoil to free me. Please save my life. I will return the money and more when I am free. We've already read this one before. So I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do about the people out front.
Militech ammo. Each shell's like a signature, leaving behind a trail.
A trail back to Militech.
Boom. Dead, and all eyes are on the corp, at least for a little while.
And yeah, Dizzy Plays, it's one thing I tremendously enjoy about Rapture. There are like some things about the BioShock stories where I think they it gets where I sometimes get a little annoyed by those games is when they try to be a little too boastful.
Jose, you thought you broke the leash, but we merely loosened it.
The deal was to attack your convoy, not an entire fucking Arasaka facility.
You're testing our friendship, Jose.
You... Puta!
Go ahead, bark away, make your noise. Show me you're all so dangerous. Then scamper away like mice. It's nothing you couldn't handle. Treasure...
Yeah, so if I have to drag him out, this is going to be a challenge. Yeah, the only time I've really been a little irked by the storytelling in BioShock is every once in a while I get the feeling in the writing that it's kind of convinced of its own importance, and those are always the parts that it loses me, because it's actually quite well done in most cases. And obviously the design, like just the look of everything is really great. But yeah, you make the good point. Like I think the game even goes so far as to say it, right? Like it's easy to to spout, free market ideals right up until the competition starts eating your lunch. But good game. I feel like I should play those again. All right, archive conversation. Jose Luis and Roberto Luis. Jose Luis, can't right now. What's up? That caregiver never showed up. I'm here alone. Ese pinche puta. I'll send you one of the boys to help you. Nope, I need you. I can't, Abuelito. I have to stay put. Please just come. I can't even stand up. I had an accident. I don't want them to see. I really can't. I'll send someone you can trust. Don't worry. It happens. Fuck this. No, and stop saying shit like that to every single caregiver. Maybe then we won't have this problem. Oh, what did you think of that? Did you do the DLC, like the kind of the film noir sort of story? Last warning, unknown to Jose Luis. Jose, our patience has its limits. We paid your bail because we already invested in you, and investments need returns, but you're not untouchable. You fuck up again, you get another gonk shootout. Instead of our help, you'll get a rope around your neck. Remember, Arasaka pays for solving problems and punishes for creating new ones. Oh, and stay close to the Hollow. We'll call you soon and tell you exactly how you're going to attack our facility. Remember that people need to die and that you have to use the Militech equipment we gave you. To the media, it has to look like a Militech squad that attacked an Arasaka facility. That is all. Hello, DigiInferno. How are you doing? Burial at Sea. Thank you. Sorry, I knew it was at sea. I just couldn't remember the name. But yeah, no, I was very happy to be able to see Rapture from that different perspective. Gonzalo Rivero's funeral. Okay, we read that already. So now I need to think about how I am getting out of here without alerting anyone. I think I'm going to keep the body up in the upper level here, because if I have to run, I'd rather not have bullets going into the guy slung over my shoulder. Pretty sure I've read Get High at Home already. These days, when the police have so much more to worry about than whether the kids are smoking special cigarettes, when designer drugs can be bought at any corner, we say back to the basics. Why line producers and dealers' pockets when you can make your own concoctions in the comfort of your own garage? In the following chapters, we'll give you quick, easy-to-follow recipes for your favorite boosters. It's fun. I'm trying, Silva, but I'm not too strict about it, particularly with the changes to combat. So I don't know if you've tried the new update, but if you try to put a body in like a hiding place, like one of these, for instance, it will actually kill them. So the idea of doing a non-lethal run has meaningful costs now, which as a whole I actually think is a really cool feature, but it does tend to make things a bit more difficult. I think part of the... I try not to seem like I'm completely obsessed with all of the role-playing possibilities, but I do try when I play a role-playing game to have a little bit of a specific intention behind it. So the justification for non-lethal means here is the idea that, like in this case, I'm engaging with the Valentinos. Now, you know, I'm working with Padre. It's very clear that the Valentinos writ large are not a major concern for me, let's say. What I mean by that is my issue is not necessarily with the Valentinos as a group. It's actually with this specific guy. And so if I just wind up running around killing every single Valentino, the likelihood of me being able to continue working with them is lower. You know, you can say things happen, right? You know, well, you drew on me. I had to defend myself. I think people can kind of understand that. But the idea of just kind of going through with this like wholesale murder of gang members as part of a job is the sort of thing that will likely get you a reputation and make you less likely to be able to form those ties with someone who might actually be a good employer. And you can contrast that with the way that I behave with the scavs, where essentially I exterminate them. So that's kind of the motivation in the back of my head, but sometimes it's just, I also find it an effective way of going through the game. So, yeah, no, I agree completely, Dizzy Plays. I think the gunplay is much more satisfying in 2.0, I tend to find, but I do find that stealth is definitely an assured. I mean, it's essentially the way that any kind of combat situation, right? Like if you can avoid a fair fight, you have an easier time. I think that's true pretty much everywhere, so... You finished the new Doom games, Pure Stealth. I had no idea that was even possible. That is actually really, really fun. Yeah, I have complicated feelings about Maelstrom, but they're very hard to like. All right, the Warsaw Catholic faith and its origin. As St. Augustine of Hippo taught us, to err is human, but to err willingly is to perform the work of Satan. Pope Ferdinand I and his successors are guilty of this heinous sin, for the perversion of Christ's teachings and their worship of the golden calves of technology and mammon. They have not only chosen this path to perdition for themselves, but have attempted to tempt the Lord's flock to follow. For the sake of millions of eternal souls he loves so dearly, Cardinal Konrad Lewandowski made the only decision God would allow. Seeing that the Vatican had renounced our Lord and Savior, he rescinded his nomination to head the Holy See and instead rested the weight of the newly founded Polish papacy on his shoulders and moved the seat of the Church to Lycan, Poland. 1. What do Warsaw Catholics believe? Warsaw Catholics worship the one true God and recognize family as defined by the laws of nature our Lord has provided in accordance with the traditions hallowed by the blood of our ancestors. 2. When you say, I believe in God, what do you mean? It means we acknowledge the truth that there is one true God whose wisdom is infinite and unchanging, who commands our obedience, who compels us to raise families founded on love and faith, who has tested Poland with great suffering as he tested Job, thus demonstrating that Poland is God's chosen land. 3. Through whom did God reveal what we are to believe? His only Son, Jesus Christ, whose earthly voice is now spoken through the Pope as elected by the Polish Episcopal Conference. 4. Why believe the Word of God? Because only through faith can we be saved and find eternal peace in heaven. Only through faith can we be true Poles, worshipping, thinking, and speaking in Polish in accordance with the customs of our fathers and mothers. Very true. As an aside, by the way, I know Dodge Viper asked this, but I think this is a great question open for everyone. I kind of want to turn the question about what games I'm looking forward to coming up. Oh, actually, you know what? Another one? Total War Pharaoh seems interesting because I remember someone had asked me, like they recognized that I kind of didn't predict, but that I'd sort of said a couple of years before Troy came out that like Bronze Age would be really good, and that because they're doing hero stuff with Warhammer, that like an Iliad Total War would be a pretty good idea. And someone actually remembered that I'd said that, and then said, well, what do you think the next one would be? It's like, well, I still think the Bronze Age is a good setting, and you know, I suspect if you're looking for a historical one, because the Bronze Age is underutilized, and because we generally know so little about it, but the one that's kind of guaranteed to get people interested, I would say if they want to go that direction, probably Egypt is the best option there. And sure enough, Total War Pharaoh is the next one that they announce. So I am kind of interested in that just because I'm particularly interested in a lot of the environmental shifts that they make. But I'm also not a huge Total War guy. Like I've actually not really played them to completion. I will probably play Troy the most because I've finished Rome 2. But the sea people ruined everything. But yeah, it's that's one that I'm sort of interested in, but I really don't know that much about it, to be honest. But I do kind of want to turn the question around if I can. I'm actually quite curious in what all of you are looking forward to, because I do tend to find that these kinds of exchanges give me they'll usually kind of bring new things to light. I'll learn about some games that maybe weren't on my radar, or maybe were on my radar, but I didn't sort of give appropriate attention to. So now is it a Clans expansion or is it a standalone game? Because I've got the latest one, the Dragon's Gambit, but I was under the impression that MechWarrior Clans was going to be a standalone affair. Oh, it is an expansion. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I know that's one that people were looking for. It's fine. Like I like the Clan. I'm a big Jade Falcon fan, so I'm obviously very upset with the way that the setting wound up. But I actually don't mind I actually really don't mind running around the inner sphere. Like, I think that's an interesting setting, and it's actually probably a little bit more interesting from a storytelling perspective, just because you get to be, that mercenary leader, maintaining your company, in the service of these kind of these feudal powers. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue with the popular demand for clan stuff. I know people have been waiting for that for a long time, so I will not begrudge them the. So I either need them to go on patrol, or I need to find distraction. All right. Dangerous place for me to be, but I think we can manage. One thing I really feel like the one thing I appreciated a lot about the Harebrained Schemes BattleTech was they really seemed to embrace the fact that BattleTech is more than just a vehicle to put a bunch of very large, science fiction weaponry in an area and have them blow each other up. It's great for that, but it's not the only thing that you can do with it. And I really love the fact that they took the time to tell an interesting story about the Urano restoration, when I think people would have been very happy just to get I may not be able to pull this. Okay. Whoa. Careful. All right, well. I might be able to get away with beating him up. Ooh, careful. You really do not want to be engaging a shotgunner in melee. This is a terrible decision. All right, that's on you, dude. Killing everything still counts as... Well, the thing I found about stealth is that if you fail at stealth, even if you do it at the end, you're still in an advantageous position. So I've never felt too bad about not being able to deliver the whole way. You just give him one of them air hypos. I'm sure he'll be fine. Okay, I think I'm only going to be able to do the one, so double BDs and then a 1C. Militech equipment, Chevalier and Emperor version outfitted for combat, including counter-terrorist operations. Model can transport up to 9 personnel, 1 driver, 1 unit commander, 7 unit members, as a moderate cargo load on board. Model can additionally haul small caliber artillery pieces, vehicle customarily employed to transport personnel, as in light and combat support or as a field ambulance. Plans call for a version outfitted with an HMG. Technical specifications, segment all-terrain vehicle SUV, supercharged 7.7 IV8, 620 horsepower, production years 2072 to present, body reinforced armor, Militech WZ65 Generation 3 combat uniform, advanced 3rd generation combat uniform fitted with elbow and knee pads, PTFE coated cloth for added water repellence, ample functional pocket space on sleeves and legs, which are adjustable, e.g. to accommodate oversized implants, aramid reinforced fabric, combat boots, and helmet included. All right. Same story here, and yeah. I'm kind of aware of the fact that this has taken longer than I was expecting, so I'm willing to, unless people really want to donate for me to read the Porno BD copy. You can't just give that sort of thing away for free. Okay, 55.7A 1CBD, but the BD... Okay, here we go. Now, I am slightly worried about the fact that... yeah, here we go. I think that's just telling me that the chapel's now open, so... sooner I can get there, the better. I do regret the time that this has taken. Obviously, I had some trouble getting started, and I've been doing some side quests. I may have to take a break. I could really use refill on my water, among other things. And I think it would probably make some sense to do that before I sort of tuck in on the Voodoo Boys. But I am committed. I have no idea if I'm going to be able to make it to Phantom Liberty, but at the very least I am going to make a serious effort on making some progress towards it. So, yeah, it's some kind of survival LARP. Do I want to know what oh. Didn't I take you out already? I feel like that's a new addition to this mission. I don't remember the car showing up again. Oh. Yeah, we already read that.
It's V. Took care of Jose.
The car's on its way. Did you learn who busted him out after he killed that badge?
Arasaka.
Arasaka. You're telling me a megacorp was involved in the killing of some ordinary beat cop?
Joffrey's death was an accident. Jose was covered for another reason.
I'm still listening.
He and his crew were hired to launch a full-blown assault on an Arasaka facility, and to do it using Militech equipment.
Attacking Arasaka. On Arasaka's behalf. Shit. You need to get out of there.
You know more than you're telling. Spill.
I'm just speculating here, but
Out with it.
there's a good chance that Arasaka's looking to pick a serious fight with Militech. Maybe even all-out war.
And? Jose's hit was meant to be their excuse? Kinda slim, don't you think?
It's not just Jose. I've heard of other cases. Same MO. This runs deep, V.
And Militech. They must have noticed Arasaka's moves.
Likely. But Militech doesn't want war. They will delay, prepare, and prepare some more.
That info's worth a healthy heap in some circles.
Not this time, no. Not my board, not my game. See you around, V.
Yeah, be seeing you.
Okay. Sorry, just give me one quick second here. I just have something on my phone I got to deal with. Nothing like urgent, but well, yeah, if I say it's not urgent, why am I stopping the stream for it? But I just want to make sure everything is okay, and as long as it is, I'm good. I'm trying to extend the Anybody know any jokes? Roman comes into a bar, orders a Martinez. Bartender says to him, "Don't you mean a martini?" Says, "Damn it, if I want more than one, I'll tell you." Okay. Oh, I'm glad somebody got. I'm glad somebody found that amusing. I usually just kind of rely on that being one of those so corny. I get a sympathetic laugh. Okay, we should be good. Sorry about that. I've been trying to delay time off from the stream as long as I can, but simultaneously, I want to if I can just combine everything into one break, that's better. But I do just kind of want to make sure everything's sort of settled. Okay. Your bonus is ready to collect. I have one more favor to ask. Let's forget this ever happened. Gig closed. V, you do what you set out to do. The next time they will be expecting you. Of that, I have no doubt. And we'll close Regina's message just because I don't really need to. I really need to do that quite yet. It's 100 meters. We should be able to manage. Okay. Well, that's a nice little bonus. Okay, I'm going to take a quick second here and see if there are any better weapons for me to equip. It's the new, does more damage per shot, lower attack speed. Lower headshot, lower headshot modifier and armor penetration. Oh, there's a charge on the Omaha. This is a tough one for me. I'm going to try this new pistol for a little while. See if that works better. I won't mod it or anything. Now this submachine gun definitely seems more appealing. But then this one seems as well. You know what? I think I'm going to switch to the Fenrir. For weaponry, apparently I can do better in terms of DPS. I've been trying to move away from DPS as a measure just because I tend not to spray out a whole lot of damage over time. So individual shots matter a little bit more in my current setup. But I'm not married to it. I will consider alternatives. I have a feeling this is not going to work for me. No. Not quite my thing. I don't necessarily want to look like I'm from Maelstrom, but... yeah, I don't quite like the insides on those. These might work, though. It's a little more rough. I suspect this might be a bit much. Yeah, if I had more color in my overall set. Well, I can get more color in my overall setup. There we go. Okay, let's go bold instead. Not sure I want to say burn Carpo shit though, given my background. Yeah, we need better pants for the ensemble, but let's go for something a little more daring. Okay, let's go to Pacifica. Actually, you know what? On maybe this isn't a note on kind of capitalist systems in games, but another game that I think has some fun elements to it. Glad the cop isn't too fussed about this. But Paranoia, I think, does a nice job of creating a. I mean, it's the lighter side of totalitarianism, I guess. I think there's enough, at least from what I've heard about the Paranoia setting. And again, I don't think I've ever played it. I think I've only ever heard about it. But I think it does a really nice job of creating a set of systems to make you feel like you're sort of supposed to in a setting like that, without ever sort of losing the sense of humor that's essential for it. You can start as a corpo and still burn corpo shit when you're fed up with office politics. Fair enough. I'm I'm sort of playing along the lines of not necessarily fully detaching from the corporate life.
Another motherfucker trying to kill me. Hey, I don't think I know you.
I'm Claire. Might not remember me. Bartender at the Afterlife?
Uh-oh. Forgot to close my tab?
Bar has a buzz about you lately. As the merc who's reliable, gets things done. And since I need help...
Okay.
Need a driver for street races. Drop by my auto shop, I'll tell you more.
Your garage, where is it?
In Arroyo, on Valley. Lovely spot, you can't miss it.
All right. I'll try not to.
If I'm not there when you arrive, just hang. I'll show up after my shift at the after.
Okay. See you, Claire.
I actually really like the races, but we are going to focus on getting to Phantom Liberty. I always really like this this level in terms of the set. Like, just when I say level, I mean like the environment. Although I am noticing things are slowing down a little bit again. So I'm just going to try the old map trick here.
You are V? We have been waiting.
Could meet somewhere else? Not big on funerals.
Do not be frightened, Étrange. This funeral is not for you.
You my contact? Someone finally gonna tell me about this job?
I'm just a man in the middle. You will learn more. Soon.
Who died? Got something to do with the job?
You think we put together this funeral special for you?
You screening me? See if I came alone. What kind of chrome I got? Is some kind of test?
Most people we work with we knew as babies. We know they're angels. You, we do not know.
Want to talk with Brigitte? She here somewhere?
No. Shopping center by the intersection. Go to the butcher shop there. Ask for Placide. He will tell you the details.
Animals are the craziest fucking gang in this city. Any job, they'll take it.
Pas sauté tant qu'on l'a toujours fait. N'est pas fait aucun sens pour...
Looking for Placide.
Placide. Gardez ici là.
Dodo, ti, pi, ti, maman.
C'est vous-même. Continuez. Placide, gardez-la.
C'est ou pas dodo, crabe la maman.
You Placide? Want to talk to your boss.
Qui ça ouvre?
Following my usual setup, I want to be kind of mindful of my points, but I usually kind of take an opportunity inside of the dialogue to be an indicator that I should level something up, and I definitely don't mind leveling up reflexes.
Here I thought selling domesticated fowl was still illegal. 6 years poultry supposedly had the plague. Now all of a sudden, poof, it's clean?
This not for sale. What you want?
I want to talk to Brigitte.
but they send you to me.
And you'll tell me more about the job.
Yes, but not here. Follow me.
Wait, where did the chicken go? Ah.
Where are we headed?
The Fall of the First Net I think we read before, but that will be relevant here. So I'm a little mad that they were still counting down the conversation during that. Hmm. I'm just going to do this one at a time. So I actually, weirdly enough, don't mind the new printed newspaper idea because I feel that one thing that isn't always picked up on Cyberpunk settings is this idea of sort of the coexistence of high and low technology. So there's a, I think it's a William Gibson quote. Okay, so apparently I just don't know how to find the shard I just got. I'm pretty sure it's a William Gibson quote, which says, "The future is here, it's just not evenly distributed." I think that might have actually been after a trip to Japan. But there is something kind of neat about that idea, and it's certainly consistent. I guess the game Shenzhen IO is a little bit about that. Like there are certain parts of the world where it's absolutely nothing to kind of maybe see in a dumpster or like a box somewhere, just a bunch of unused circuit boards. Oh, here we go. The Undoing was what I was looking for. And so, when you contrast that, like, to me, like if I want to do something with like a circuit board or that, I got to pay for like an Arduino or a Raspberry Pi or something like that. Whereas, if you live in certain tech centers, it's just nothing to have those around. So likewise, the idea of there being printed newspapers existing along screen sheets would actually, to me, be a very Cyberpunk thing. And I suspect probably is also a reflection of the financial inequality as well, that it may be that certain groups kind of go back to printing presses. Or, I mean, the other alternative that you could see would be if the conglomerates aren't giving you the kind of news that you want, you're reduced to printing your own independent newspapers. There might be a few ideas back there as well. So, The Undoing, The Fall of the First Net, Chapter 1, The Apocalypse. His name was Raish Bartmoss. Everyone knows who destroyed the first net. The real question is why. Netwatch branded him a criminal and outlaw. The media called him a madman. Is either label correct? You be the judge. Below is a previously unpublished letter which Bartmoss put out just before the release of Rabbids. Why has this document only now just emerged? Well, someone out there did not want you, my dear readers, to ever lay eyes on it. The more reason to take a deep dive into the information available to us. Maria Jimenez. The first net was supposed to save us. It would serve as a platform for those without a voice. It would offer unlimited knowledge to those who hungered for it. It would bring a fractured humanity closer together than ever before in our history. But these hopes were hollow, false. The net spread its tendrils around the globe faster than anyone could have predicted, before anyone could even consider the full range of consequences. This information superhighway turned out to be our path straight to hell. We were robbed of our privacy, deprived of our free will, stripped of our dignity. It was supposed to save us, but now even the net itself cannot be saved. It was molded by the corpse, with sharp edges, spikes, and traps at every corner. Think of the net as a stream of water that flows gently into our minds, before freezing, swelling, and destroying us from the inside out. But remember this about ice: as hard as it may be, it's surprisingly brittle. One well-placed strike and it shatters into a million tiny pieces. Watch out today and you'll see just what I mean. Raish Bartmoss.
This way.
Welcome to Pacifica.
I do like the echo that they had. That's a nice
No
little
Pacifica well.
nice little sound
Nah.
detail.
You guys aren't exactly great at rolling out the welcome mat for outsiders.
Was to be its own city where suits would burn their eddies. A closed circle. The corpse feed their sheep, they spit the cash back out. All the toys here are grown from corpo cash. Our interest is now in the GIM, the Grand Imperial Mall. Pacifica's biggest, ugliest temple to greed. But never finished. Until last week, it was deserted. Empty.
But now?
The animals crawled there, made a nest.
Hey, Placide! When can start out a pilot?
Ok, mwen pal vini, Peter.
Come on, game, you can do it. I believe in you.
Peut-être. Ça, c'est pour ma bonne non plus,
Merci.
Let's go. Not far now. Remember that team you almost killed? What the
Placide! Ou gen yon mini?
Ah, Jodia.
Mais ou te di?
Vita, Emily. Mwen pa plié.
I thought about it. They all wear these geometric patterns. Subtle accessories, not too many. Usually monochrome or like 2-3 colors.
Deal with animal before?
Yeah, a few times. You want the animals out of the gym? Extinct? That why you hired me?
You learn everything soon.
Got some free knockoffs down at the market. Saw them myself.
I mean, it makes no sense them being here. Middle of Pacifica, no backup, cut off. It's your turf. Hell, even badges don't patrol around here.
Uh-huh.
They're trying to provoke you? Make you do something stupid?
They do not leave GIM.
How many we talking about in there?
30, maybe more. Vinina, we talk here. You sit.
When do I see Brigitte?
You do job. That is first. What the hell?
Could fucking tell me what you plan to do first.
You take job. You do what I say. So you jack in now.
Or you'll do what? You got a line of volunteers waiting?
V, home stretch, almost there. Do not fuck this up.
Damn it. Here goes nothing.
Well, at least he's not likely to talk your ears bloody.
Evelyn Parker. Ring a bell?
Not one of us.
She did work for you once. Why not send your own goons to the gym?
This not our way.
How's that been working out for you?
Work good. Good more than bad. Your calm shaman, it is Victor.
You two know each other?
No, no need. This hardware is shit. You should replace.
Oh, so now you're a Ripper Doc too. Is that at all relevant? Or just a cheap scare tactic?
I need you to be able. I need know. This chip. It have no signature. What is it?
Chip's why I'm here. Why I want a word with Brigitte. Doesn't look at all familiar.
It should. Why? I see only it is damaged.
Got a bullet to the brain. Hasn't worked since. That's how.
Hmm.
You know, you haven't asked about my experience. What I can do.
We are not cop. Do not offer career. You do for us only one simple thing.
Once inside, what do I do?
The camionette. (20 35 07). 3 seconds before, poof. We try to learn where the camionette come from.
Van's definitely a custom job.
I see you not know also.
Hey, just trying to piece the facts together. Tech looks pretty advanced. Doesn't scream meathead to me.
They watch it very close. It is important, whatever it
Placide.
is.
Batman Kelly have this encore.
Fais-moi porte là.
Animals aren't the play here, are they? They're hired muscle. Someone else needed them. Someone with a van full of Netrunner tech. And that's where I come in? To sniff out who?
Start with the camionette. Hide from all eyes. Only see the situation. You have now synced with Rezo Agüe, our subnet.
Why? What for?
You are my vessel now. To Agüe, I see what you see. Hear what you hear. I will guide you to GIM.
Another voice in your head. Just what the Ripper Doc ordered.
We know who the runner inside is? What he wants?
This I hope you tell me.
So, aim to keep an eye on me. Shows trust. All right. Anything else I should know?
Find our people near Mall. They will show you how to get inside the beast.
My pay. How much we talking, and how am I gonna collect?
And say you not in this for cash. You in this for problem. Do GIM for us. Brigitte can solve it.
Uh-huh. Except then I found out you need me to be a bullet trap on enemy turf. That means my fee's just gone up.
We will see. No promise.
Got it. So I do this, and you put me in front of Brigitte, right?
Yes. Suti at end of the hall. Go down. My people will let you pass. We are done.
I do like the like I know that's just the language, but I do like that they seem to have put the effort into the Voodoo Boys dialogue. I know kind of just enough.
All ears. What?
I check stability. The link on your end clear?
Mm-hmm. Seems so.
I know just enough French to sort of get the hints of it inside without it being like fully translatable. I don't know. It's definitely a feature that I like. So I do notice there's a looks like a vehicle. Oh, here we go. AAA Auto Fixer, Momar El Capitan Reyes. Welcome to Momar El Capitan Reyes Auto Fixer neck page. Buy today, huge selection, new vehicles added regularly. Used cars for every budget. All brands domestic and foreign, secondhand and more. Set Auto Fixer as your homepage. Check in often for new offers. I don't know if I want to completely empty out my bank account, but guess I am. Wait, I can really afford this? Yeah, thought so. So I'm not quite ready to sell off the gear that I got. It's half a kilometer. I could probably stand to.
On high alert now. I lost contact with a vehicle somewhere in your area.
Okay, if we run into it,
eyes peeled.
Great, but obviously the priority is.
Come on, you go to the GIM, or must I find a better map?
I'm assuming that's because of the alternative job that I was just offered. Yeah, I don't think running was necessarily the best option, but I seem to recall that it's not the easiest. It's not the easiest path to actually get here. So, oop.
Well, you found me. Congratulations.
Oh yeah, I am.
Too far.
I am not doing that one.
You go to the GIM, or must I find a better map?
I recall that one had a rather challenging component.
They are my people. Talk with them.
You, V?
Know the way in? Was told you would.
Yeah. Garage in the back.
But shh. Quietly, yeah?
Anything interesting happen over there?
Since we are here,
Yeah, the Delamain.
all quiet.
No one in? No one out?
Well, they went out for supplies once.
Probably a ping is in order here.
Hey, stop wasting time.
Why? You getting bored?
Oh, that's interesting. So the ping didn't pick up any of these guys. I wonder if that's because they're animals or because I was just too far away. Yeah, so it wasn't a glitch problem for me. It was just there's that mission in particular. Not allowed to grab him? That's a shame if true. Oh, there we go. When I don't know, Delamain quote unquote betrays you and
Now you're gonna get it!
cheater. Oh. I would much prefer a stealth approach to this. Maybe I'll get it. So I think given enough time, they're actually going to get tired and stop gunning for me. Yeah, so basically during that bit, there's like a part in an underpass that is quite difficult, if I recall. Yeah, well, I wasn't expecting them not to... I wasn't expecting them to suddenly lose their sight, so...
Where's my little bitch at?
This is gonna get tough. Alright, well... I'll weapon glitch him if I have to, but...
Hold yourself together.
Oh, no good. Okay.
If you must, finish them one at a time.
Nice of Placide to come in with the advice right at the end of the engagement. So yeah, not exactly how I handled this the last time, but I'm also trying to play in such a way that I don't know, the biggest one I'm trying to do right now is live with the consequences. So like if I mess up on the stealth, I want where I can to sort of engage in the combat. If I get taken out, okay, you know, that's fine. I get another crack at it from a stealth point of view. But if I can, and like there isn't a specific reason for me to try try something in a stealthy manner, basically see if I can get myself out of a tight spot using my using the abilities that I have. Series very helpful, but sometimes a little too helpful.
Okay, I'm in.
I see. The camion. Check it.
Right.
Camera and corridor. Avoid it.
Did it even work? You said this place is abandoned years ago.
Now it
Oh,
is not.
sorry, I've got a call. If you can just give me a second.
The eyes.
Wait, who was that?
Who you think? A runner we won't try to invade you. With the extra ice we give you, it is fine for now.
So, he knows I'm here.
Sorry, I'm not quite sure what that call was about. If you can just give me a second, I kind of need to take a break anyway, so I think it's probably just as easy for me to do that now. So I'll try and keep it around like 5 or 6 minutes or so. Also, Turbulent Descent, I noticed that you followed a little while ago. Sorry about, I don't seem to have these, like the notifications are coming up for like subs, but not for follows and stuff like that. So I'll see if I can figure out what's going on with that. But thank you for that. I'm going to be back as soon as I can. And but yeah, I'm actually honestly, like, not only do I need the water in that, but I actually kind of need a bit of a snack. So I'm gonna find out what the hell that call was. And yeah, we'll be back as soon as we can. See you in a little bit. Okay, so my apologies for the time there. Um, I don't understand if there's something difficult about phone technology now, if we're just unfamiliar with it or not. I could not understand a word of what was coming through it, but it was a good time for me to take a break. I haven't actually finished my food, but I've gotten a few bites in, and I'll maybe just take the odd pause during like dialogue or something like that. All right. Let me. I did notice though I have not read the info for I Walk the Line, so I'm sick of this Placide and Placide motherfucker as much as you, but at least the fog is lifted. The goal is clear. You find a netrunner in the GIM, and the Voodoo Goons will set up a meet and greet with their queen. Pros? Maybe I'll actually get to see a legit netrunner, because it's sure starting to feel like an extinct species these days. Someone who's got the guts to square off against the Voodoos has given me some hope, at least. But the cons? Damn near any minute your brain could start dripping out your ears. Afraid we won't have time to make pilgrimages to the monuments of Pacifica's golden age. So we've read the animals before. Grand Imperial Mall, GIM. Just as Pacifica was meant to be the crown jewel of Night City, so the Grand Imperial was hyped up to be the district's most luxurious mall. Located by the shore, the 6-foot behemoth was meant to contain over 70 stores, service outlets, and restaurants, a movie theater, and a Ferris wheel and a roller coaster outside. Excuse me. Even when construction was abandoned, the mall reeked of corpo vanity so much that even the Voodoo Boys preferred to keep their distance after taking over the district. Okay, I don't know why I didn't get this interaction, but let's see, 7A BD 55 doesn't work. Yeah. I still haven't properly measured whether or not I get more from the top tier over the 2. I should probably look into that at some point. Okay. Now, back when I played this in the base game, I had I was much further along with my character, so as a result, I was able to sort of take people out at a distance with the, just knock them unconscious with my cyberware. I feel like I should be able to see the cat. There we go. That's already off. Okay. But yeah, so this is going to be an adventure, because I seem to recall there's a lot of animals.
Okay, van's in sight.
Well, at least I'm able to tag most, if not all of them. A ping probably wouldn't hurt. It's more than I bargained for. Okay, some of these higher level guys I probably don't need to get too fussed about, but... But yeah, so I don't want to harp on this too much, but I think there's another angle that I can sort of attack the idea in terms of where certain choices and where certain features of the setting come from. So if we can consider something like the animals. Now, it's very clear that the animals don't shun cyberware. but you can definitely see them as being a very clear reaction to the existence of cyberware, that instead of sort of chroming up as much as they can, they seem to be much more about, bulking up and sort of being these big sort of fleshy monuments almost. So that's kind of interesting, right? That's something that kind of says something without saying something, basically. There's no, in a world where it's not clear what it means to be human. No, you don't have something like that. You instead have a major event that is leading people to make certain choices about who they are, what it means to be, a person in this world, and sort of how they react to this big event. And we've seen examples of religion, sort of the Polish Catholic Church. We've seen how it affects employment. We've seen how it affects people in terms of things like cyberpsychosis. So this sort of stuff I think is really interesting. Like basically looking, and I've talked before in terms of some of the advertising and such, how a lot of this definitely seems to take a particular form, and that form can be seen very much as a reaction to the advent of cyberware. So this is an example, I would say, of the setting sort of running through to its logical conclusions in a really convincing way. It isn't necessarily the only way that it could have gone, but it's one that's sort of consistent within the world that they've set up, and it's interesting for that. All right, the theory of imperil, though overly simplistic and never formulated along the line. B.A. Gusanov, Respiration and Intercellular Spaces. The theory of imperil, though overly simplistic and never formulated along the lines required by modern scientific inquiry, is in fact useful as a general principle. Scientists today are all too ready to consign visionaries of previous ages to the dustbin of history simply because they deal with questions of spirituality, putting them supposedly at odds with contemporary theories. If, indeed, a person has a self, how can we therefore doubt that the self affects the body? If it exists, then it must exercise influence. If, in fact, this was proven only a few weeks ago by a group of scientists at the University of Toledo. A study concluded on laboratory mice showed correlation between regular meditation and a 20% increase in lifespan. Meditating mice, huh? Bibliography, The Fatal Effects of Modern Shamanism. I.A. Grant, Oxford University Press, page 15 to 37. And Sensational Mice in Toledo, J.J. Blavatsky, Journal of the Alt Scientist, page 2 through 4. So I can't see smashing open this window, even if that was possible, as being a healthy choice. So it looks to me like I only have one path through this area, and it's gonna be scary. So if I drop this guy, it's possible he may get discovered, but I'd feel a lot more comfortable doing that than just letting him roam around. Uh-oh. I'll take it. Oh. Oh.
Make him bleed!
Tries to cut you off.
Bring it. Thanks. Thanks, Placide.
How's this happening?
Good God. Alright. Boot the optics. I'm not gonna be too upset with losing my life here.
Finished it. One at a time. Focus. No weakness.
Alright. I do want to see if I can do this in stealth. The guy the guy working out was definitely a challenge there, but not great.
Remember, if you come across these so-called union representatives, immediately contact the NCPD or the appropriate corporate security.
So I'm a bit worried about this guy. Justifiably, it turns out. I'm gonna try and drag him into the corner as much as I can. Sorry, I'm gonna just take another bite. So the real danger here is that I haven't identified all the people who can threaten me. I'll do my best, obviously, but not a fan of that. Oh.
Piss on this, man. Got you now. Oh, yo, we are shit kicking back on.
All right. I may have to settle for quick saving a couple of spots, but I think as long as I stop getting kind of clowny about some things, so like standing up and running away is clearly not the way to handle someone who has eyes on me. I think as long as I'm able to kind of keep my cool, we should be able to handle this. I'm a little worried about the fact that he still is looking at me for some reason. Because obviously with the red icons, those are the ones that where potentially somebody could be searching after you. Okay, I might be sunk here. Nope, just made it. You're kidding me. This is all an excuse so I can get another bite to eat. So the one thing I will say that's kind of tricky is it can be a little tough to get a read on who's actually going to be a problem. So I have an idea about how to handle that. So like you have a choice here to decide whether you go to the higher level or the lower level. I think I'm going to need to do both ultimately. Hmm. You know what? I'm going to start by going to the higher level at the very beginning. Oh, nope, I'm sunk. No, maybe not.
You know what ranks they got? Moves and reasons. Jim, come on. Don't give me that bullshit.
Draw no attention.
Thanks, Placide. What would I do without you? Want to tell me how to tie my shoelaces next?
With such dangerous criminals, warning shots alone are not considered an effective deterrent. Now, today's final story.
Therefore, I am.
The men hit him. Look for the camionette.
So that'll help me with that lower level trouble, but obviously I need to get back down there first of all. Actually, you know what? We'll quick save that. That can't be right. Maybe it's too far away. Yeah, the doubled guards is its own kind of fun, and I gotta try and find some way of getting... Oh, it's higher level, or possibly lower level. That looks like lower level, actually. That could be good news for me, actually. This is gonna be let's try this.
Rest, recharge, rethink.
It's buy one, get one free in Guns Galore. Oh, today.
Feel like we really need to focus on the main. Hey, Locust 101. It's going all right. I've made a little less progress than I wanted today, but I feel like there's always time for the roach race. Still haven't played Witcher, by the way. I hear that's a popular game. Drat. Now, if I recall correctly, Locus, you came from Book of Hours. I don't know if you are a Cyberpunk fan or not, but the original reason for doing this now was I was given a key for promotional purposes for Phantom Liberty. The challenge is I did want to do the recommendation, which was to start a new session from from the beginning, which is very enjoyable, but it actually turns out there is quite a bit of game before you get to the Phantom Liberty stuff, so I'm feeling a little foolish for the choice. But I don't know, part of it's the journey, like you don't, at least for me, like, I know some people who like indie games have this sort of view that, AAA is all garbage and it's not worth playing. I can't really bring myself to have that, that point of view myself. It's a different type of experience. But the one thing I will say is I do worry a little bit that people like play these unusually large games and like they just kind of gulp them down in one go and then wonder when like the next bit of content's coming out, kind of there's this expectation of sort of endless DLC and updates, which I mean in the end that's why there are things like microtransactions and live services and so on and so forth. But to a certain extent I have to imagine that I would be much more satisfied if, for myself at least, if I kind of played the games the way that I do, which is to just engage with them sort of on their own terms and not be in a particular rush to get to the end. At that point, if something extra comes out, so much the better, right? That's just something for me to get excited about as opposed to sort of sit around in a huff wondering if/when an update's going to come in. No, I mean, again, like, as I always say, like, this doesn't... I don't want to suggest I have, like, the single truth of how to find contentment in gaming. And I mean, one drawback about that is that either you need to spend a lot of time playing games, or you necessarily put limits on what you can experience. So a good example of a series that I like, that I've actually played relatively little compared to how much I like it, would be Assassin's Creed. And one reason for this is because they're really interesting games. I think the premise is good. I don't care that much for the modern day stuff, but like, like a historical, like this series of history games about this secret war being fought between, the forces of order and chaos. I would enjoy them as just this kind of preposterous history series, without the animus or anything like that. But it's Ubisoft's game; they can make it however they want. But the one thing I will say, like, I would love an abridged version. I would love to, to play an abridged version of Assassin's Creed. Simply because, the way that it's set up right now, CDP Arcades. You almost broke into the top 3. We hope you're still hungry for more, and these few eddies we're sending your way will only whet your appetite. Keep trying. But yeah, like, it's just one of the costs for my stop and smell the roses approach, which I wouldn't want to give up. But one of the drawbacks is that I've played relatively few Assassin's Creed games compared to how good I think the series is. I mean, it may also be that I would have a different opinion about the games having... Oh, no, that looks like that's a temporary shutdown. That's interesting. I'm just going to verify that. But yeah, no, like that's the cost that I pay, right? Like, something that I might find really interesting gets less attention from me just because I'm the time that it takes to go through something like that. Yeah, okay, so that's not a permanent shutdown anymore. That's good to know. But I don't know, like on balance, it allows me. I feel like I get more out of the games I play as a result. Let's say. Net Shamans, Pacifica has everything you would expect of a place with such an infamous reputation. Shady locals, sketchy shops, and the presence of the enigmatic voodoo boys. Enigmatic how, you ask? After all, it is not uncommon for close-knit gangs to harbor secrets about which the rest of the city is completely unaware. And the voodoo boys are no different from any of those groups, right? Now ask yourself this. Have you ever witnessed a gang shootout? Probably more times than you can count on two hands. And who was there? The Valentinos, Tiger Claws, Maelstrom, 6th Street, but never the Voodoo Boys. Never them. Depending on who you ask, you will hear different stories and opinions about this reclusive gang. They are the de facto leaders of Night City's Haitian diaspora. They slaughter black roosters and blood sacrifice. God only knows where they get them. They commune with their ancestors through prayer. They summon ghosts and allow them to assume control of their bodies. They bring pain, disease, and suffering on their enemy's doorstep with the help of occult voodoo dolls. Perhaps you think some or even all of these claims are just hollow rumors, but can you be so sure? Someday they've witnessed voodoo boys netrunners in the deep net, surrounded by vampires and leviathans. They traverse these strange depths of cyberspace, both more beautiful and dangerous than we could ever imagine. In real space, their objectives are known only to themselves. So who are they? What are they searching for? What is their plan? In the end, perhaps we shouldn't ask ourselves these questions. Indeed, some secrets are better left undiscovered. Should you continue Book of Hours or start Lantern Apostle? I don't necessarily think you have to limit yourself to one, but I can see the benefit in focusing your attention. So I suppose, first of all, when you say continue Book of Hours, have you recently started a run? Have you recently completed a run? I guess I would first ask, how far are you in your Book of Hours journey? I'm also going to do two things. One, I'm going to adjust my technology, and number two, I'm going to take another bite. So yeah, I mean, if you put 5 hours into Book of Hours, I don't think it would be a terrible idea. So like, unless there is something that's specifically motivating you to look elsewhere for a game, I don't think it's a bad idea for you to finish what you've already started. I think Book of Hours is a very enjoyable game in its own right. If you're feeling a little lost or tired with Book of Hours, and like there isn't, you don't quite have the same connection, I can see the benefit to maybe doing a Cultist Simulator Apostle run, because those are quite challenging, and either you'll get through it very quickly through a loss, or you're going to feel a bit more pumped about the setting having completed it. Oh, I get it. Okay, yeah. So, I mean, I don't think 23 frames per second is like, I don't think that's the worst thing in the world for a game like Book of Hours. Like, if it's distracting you, then that's a problem. But like, it's not like you have a lot of fast motion to go. Yeah. I mean, in fairness, it's choppy for me, and I have a computer that can play Cyberpunk. So, and admittedly, Cyberpunk does sort of chop in a couple places for me, but like, it's a bit choppy for everyone, but I'm definitely not at 23 frames per second on basic graphics. So yeah, I mean, if that's getting in the way of your enjoyment, I don't think it would be terrible to do an Apostle Lantern run, because the one thing you do know is that Weather Factory is working on optimizations. It's not the only thing that they're working on, but they are specifically hiring people to try and get the system requirements down. And so the one nice thing is that waiting will potentially open up the advantages of further development. The drawback is that there's no promises in terms of when that stuff's going to finish. So I guess in the end, it really kind of comes down to how bothered you are by that 23 frames per second. Because I totally get it. I mean, I've been dumping back into the map here to, to try and deal with a little bit of chugging frame rate every once in a while. So I completely understand the frustration. But yeah, that's the big one. Like if you're finding the frame rate is getting in the way of your immersion, then probably an Apostle run wouldn't hurt. Sorry, I don't normally like chowing down on stream like this, but I'm quite hungry. Okay. I don't think a frontal attack like this would be a particularly good idea, but I am going to see what I can find in the back end here. Asmar squared. I will say, by the way, every time I call it Asmar, I've always taken that to be a Lord of the Flies reference, but it's never been picked up as that, so it could be that I'm misremembering that book. Asmur. Okay, so this is definitely one of these examples of something that I do not need to make my problem. But it does save me a whole lot of trouble if I do wind up caught.
Get down. Hide away from them.
So I was thinking that line might have indicated that they detected the body. That doesn't seem to be the case. You're kidding me. Okay, I'm not sure I can take out all three at once. It's close.
Finish them one at a time.
Oh, made it. Feel like that's worth a quick save.
Eyes open now.
What's going on?
You have company soon. Scan her right away.
That bad, huh?
She must have a weak spot.
Feels like they're trying to push me to the next phase of this a lot sooner than I want to. So the big drawback here is there's that guy in the lower level who Um,
Are you ready for the review? Come see our
there's a guy at the lower level who's got a pretty good view of this lower level before I do anything else. We'll see. Okay, that's inconvenient. I think that was the guy who was weightlifting the last time I tried to jump up on him. Oh, come on. Let me...
The fuck's going on?
I'm calling shenanigans on that one.
Therefore, I am enjoying our membership.
Organic meat trafficking ring and a malaria outbreak. But first we turn to a mysterious connectivity with most of the district was cut off from the local subnet. As residents could not connect to the net, local subnets owned the system.
Crap.
Yo, we... Wait for this!
You are worthless to me, dead.
That one was a legit, like, screw up, but I wasn't exactly gonna try and take out all the animals in one go.
Come see our cyberware in GIS.
So I suppose if I go down the other escalator, I should be able to take out this other guy. That would have been the more sensible approach, because I should have known they were there. Although I do wonder if the game cycles through the tags, because I also seem to remember tagging this person before. Ooh, that's not gonna be good. Presumably everybody's gonna get scared about the bodies. I think I'm just going to avoid the boxing ring altogether. I don't see a way of taking everything out in time. There may be a distraction that I can do, but again, it's I think I can just go through the... There we go. Okay, so again, to the left, it's not obvious that I need to take these people out, but it should also be relatively easy for me to take them out. What? Oh, someone else there. Okay. I did say I wanted to try and live with the consequences of my actions, but yeah, I'm not gonna. I'm probably gonna try and stealth most of this. Ooh, that's. I may reconsider that next time if this is how far I need to go back.
And a malaria outbreak in the Glen. But first, we turn to a mysterious connectivity failure in Pacifica. Most of the district was cut off from the world for several hours, as residents could not connect to the local subnets.
So this is obviously very tempting to try and take this guy out, but again, the two boxers are very likely going to see me, so.
Claiming the outage was a result of standard maintenance. We continue our look at local news after the break.
There is, yeah. This guy to inconvenience me.
My name is Arab Iqbal, and this is WNS.
So we'll let him calm down for a little bit, and we'll go take out the guy up ahead.
The catastrophic use of biological weapons in Busan during the military. And a similar fate awaits any to this day who strays too close to the
Draw no attention.
This was definitely the priority for me because I'll be able to turn off some of the defenses off of this. Okay, E9 55 1CBD. This is a trap. So we do the E9 here. Okay, E9 55. Okay.
Are you ready for the new you? Come see our software in GIS.
Ooh. Wasn't there a shard for me to... There we go. Grand opening! Welcome to the Grand Imperial Mall. In celebration of the Grand Imperial Mall's grand opening, we're offering 30% off everything in-house. Today only, use code WELCOME30GIM to claim your savings now. Hundreds of offers on thousands of products. Can't decide what to buy? Talk with one of our expert sales advisors. Can't carry another bag more? Catch a movie at the cinema. Feeling worn out? Don't leave just yet. Napping pods are available on demand. And don't forget, every purchase you make enters your name into a lottery for free tickets to the Ferris wheel and roller coaster. You won't want to miss the best view of the Night City skyline in town. Okay. There's a few things I want to do to take these guys out. It's going to be nerve-wracking. Okay, I'm lucky the guy just to the immediate right didn't notice.
I buy, therefore I am. Join our membership club.
Okay, looking up. I'm gonna get my goodies before I go too much further in.
Rest. Recharge. Rethink.
Okay. Again, the boxing ring is going to be its own special kind of challenge, but the good news is that most of the immediate threats are kind of done. At this point, I'll probably try and clear out the place just so that I can deal with Sasquatch as it requests, but that's so annoying. Whew, alright. I kind of get like how the distance works and stuff like that. It's a little annoying that there's a very clear takeout opportunity that just for want of a little bit more distance you're not able to do. But in the end it didn't trigger everyone, so I'm happy enough.
Okay, at the van. But no sign of the runner.
I see what you see. No chatter. Now, interface with the van.
Ooh, that's gonna be... It's actually harder than I thought.
The fuck am I even looking for? Give whistle.
While I got you here, mind telling me what we're looking at?
Data flow map of Pacifica. They hunt Agwe.
Who is they?
Netwatch. They always out to fuck us.
Must have pissed them off recently, huh? Really doubt they'd attack like this unprovoked.
One reason only. Always the same. Wezo Agwe. It is a net they cannot see, cannot touch.
What are they looking for exactly?
Internal data forts. If they crush our eyes, they take Agwe and the entire net. They return to the dark time of Patmos.
How bad's it look?
I do not know how much data they pull, but their map is not complete. They still not have source validation.
Okay, so what's on me to do?
You must reach the agent. Easy now to find him. Look at the map. He is in cinema.
Step away now. This isn't your fight.
Ned!
What? Placide, what?
God, pushed out. The runner know you are here. Hunt him.
Can't just scorch him via the net? He's gotta be jacked into the van.
I cannot piece his protection. You must find him. Face him.
Okay, so what do I do once I find him?
I will tell you. The Asian man tries to cut you off. The animals be here soon. Pass to elevator shaft to reach the lobby. Left side. Stay unseen.
Yeah, so these new arrivals have got to see the bodies. Unless that's not an animal. I'm definitely ready to give him some trouble, but there's also the guy on the higher level here, so I want to be thoughtful. Ooh, this is gonna suck. Are you kidding me?
I hired the wrong gun.
I'm I'm not entirely sure spawning an animal in the middle in the middle of my sneaking is quite the most fair choice, but
Show yourself if you got the balls. You will stay unseen.
Fuck this.
I really do want to take that guy out, but
Don't be shy.
oh,
Come on.
I was not expecting that.
We kill you. What the?
Alright, what do I do about that? I don't have much in the way of distractions for this guy. I think the best I can hope for is that he changes his patrol path. Because I don't think there's another... Well, I guess I can take the long way around, but by then he could be looking the other way. I also don't necessarily know if there's anything on the other side. Well... Okay. I better make this count.
What the?
Nice touch. Now surely I shouldn't be able to sneak up and take out this person. I'm assuming I'm just not going to be able to sneak up full stop, but...
Come at me! Bring it! Got him! Oh,
Cool.
ready for some fun?
Oh, Seed, what's going on?
If they try to scramble you, keep focused. What I cannot focus on. He is safe somewhere for alpha animal. Deal with him.
Okay. That's fun. I'm not 100% sure about the blocking on this, but I do want to try and fist fight. Ooh.
That ugly face of yours.
Funny thing is, the takedown didn't really do that much.
Come at me! Bring it!
I thought it was space for dodge.
Oh.
Definitely gonna need to get better at dodging if I'm gonna try and take on somebody with a melee weapon. She really just seemed to stay in place last time. So definitely places that I can distract her, but...
Come at me! Bring it!
Okay. Probably too late for me to have a snack. Yep.
You got him! Ah. Ready for some fun?
Yeah. Oh, Seed, what's going on?
They tried to scramble you. Keep
Hmm.
I had to.
Ugh.
But I cannot hold it long. He is same somewhere with alpha animal. Deal with him.
Ah.
Jesus. All right. Oh, you know what? It's yeah, double in the direction I want. That's why I've been screwing up dodges. Ugh. Keep doing this stupid space, thinking it's gonna do something different. Alright, fair enough. So one thing that the 2.0s made quite a bit more difficult for this one, I seem to remember I relied on having a whole lot of healing for this particular fight. So the fact that I'm limited to 2 over sort of a limited window is definitely giving me a run for my money. I mean, I'll figure it out, but I definitely seem to be having a lot more trouble with this than I remember. I do also have the option of sort of bringing sterner stuff to the fight, but... Oh, hi!
Bring it!
Hmm.
You like that? Yeah.
Weird.
Seed, what's going on? Try to scramble you. Keep focused.
All right. I don't think there's much hope for me on this one, but let's not give up.
Deal with him.
You like that?
That's definitely a lesson I need to take. Engage closer to these panels. Okay, but the fact that she's back to 100% health makes me think... Oh, you know what? It's probably because of the, Probably because of the device on the back. There definitely seems to be a really weird lag in everything that's happening in this fight, though.
Shut the fuck up! Ugh.
Okay, dodging didn't help me there. I'm sorry to report, I really don't have a good strategy for that flying punch. I think in this case, running for my life is the preferred strategy till I can get my health back up. That watch is certainly doing their best. I think just running until I have a... Yeah, that seems to be an unavoidable attack. I might be able to minimize the damage, but I certainly can't avoid it. God, I wasted so much stamina on that. Yikes. This might be worth running for just because of the... We're at 7% health, so if I'd rather not have to do this whole fight again. Wow. So I wonder if that's just because of the amount of time it took me to do the fight. So I have a couple of specifics that I want to do on this one. I am gonna take her her augment out at the very beginning. Clearly that distraction did not do anything. Or she might just turn around and take... Yep.
Come at me! Bring it!
Not a great start. Jesus. Yeah, so this time I'm just going to use weapons up to the last little bit, and then...
See? What's going on? That pig tried to scramble you. Keep focused.
Yeah, well. That was all sorts of... that was all sorts of crazy from the start. So I'm still going to try and take her out before the start of the fight, but just given how much time we spent the last time, I don't think I'm going to try and go for a full boxing match. I know I've done it once before, but particularly once the virus starts running up, that strikes me as a really good way to waste a whole lot of time. All right, well.
Bring it!
Hey, Kate, no worries. Sorry I can't give you full attention. Can only lurk stuck at work at the moment, but want to say hi. I appreciate that. I know you, first of all, you have an important job and also a busy job, so I appreciate you hanging out. And particularly because the last little bit with I'm sure this is Sasquatch, because it's been a bit of a drag just watching me flail around with this fight. I actually appreciate you showing any support at all. So I hope work calms down for you a bit. It's a long weekend for me. I was about to wish you a long weekend, but I don't think... It sounds like you don't have a weekend at all. But take care, and I'm sure we will talk sooner rather than later. For those of you who don't know him, I'm not in a spot where I can do a proper shout-out yet, but I'll try to remember to do that before the end of the stream. But Kite is a wonderful streamer, and he's been doing Lies of P recently, which has been... Like, it's taken me from almost... Like, I was aware of its existence, but not really that knowledgeable about it. This is a complete waste of time, because she's just going to regenerate all this. But yeah, he kind of took me from zero knowledge in terms of Lies of P to like really convincing me, oh, Cyberpunk has encountered an error. All right. I'm just going to give it a minute to upload its crash report, and I should be able to jump back into the game. This does give me a chance to do a proper shout out for Kite, though. But yeah, somebody I have known for quite some time on Twitch, somebody who really, I think is very entertaining, incredibly kind-hearted, and as you might guess from the message that he put inside of the chat, not, you know, busy guy, let's say. I'm sorry, I was going to form it in a negative, but he is a busy person, not a busy person, but he's a busy guy. And yet, I have noticed, despite the fact that he is very busy, he is somebody who really does seem to make the time for people, which is one of the many things I appreciate about him. Sorry, 84% on a sync, and then we're ready to go. 90%, 91, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There we go. So I sort of feel like sneaking up and taking out the augment is it's kind of priority number one. After that, I don't know, like I said, I'm not opposed to using lethal weapons to work her down, particularly if I've got that ticking time bomb of Netwatch. I don't know if I've ever actually been taken out by Netwatch in that before. But obviously I took my sweet time with that fight as well. Mostly because, oh, that's a concern. Okay, that's good. I was worried. I thought I saw a vehicle. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize I could raise those. That'll probably have some implications in terms of how I do the fight, but...
The fuck is that little cunt thing?
Ooh. Just trying to think how I can... I think I just need to hope for the best.
Come at me! Bring it!
Oh, fighter, you fool!
Got him!
Okay. Time for...
Ready for some fun? Seed, what's going on?
They tried to scramble you. Keep focused.
The fuck is that little cunt thing?
But I cannot hold you long. It's same subway without armor. Deal with him.
Wow. So the catch here about trying to use the ranged weapons is that you can't defend yourself against the melee stuff. That definitely adds another dimension to the problem. How could you see through this?
Come at me! Bring it!
Alright, that was just a waste. Yeah, great way to waste time. So, it looks like I've got a boxing match. I might just have the option of sneaking by her anyway, but I do want to do the fight. But it would seem to me like my only options here are one, take her out from behind first, and then two, I absolutely need to make sure that I do it in a timely way. If I could figure out a way to deal with those jumping punches, that would be ideal. She's gonna turn too soon, I think. Almost.
Bring it!
Yeah, so there's a reason why I auto-saved, or quick-saved behind that pillar. I have a feeling we're going to be repeating this. Another crash. This has really, really tested my patience in terms of running through to the end on the stream, but I at least want to get this mission done. I feel like we should try and finish the Voodoo Boys section entirely, but at minimum, I at least want to get past... No, actually, you know what? The big difference between the last time I fought this character and now, this shouldn't have been a mystery to me. The big difference is the fact that I was at the max level with a whole bunch of top tier cyberware. And this time I guess I'm going about as early as I could. Maybe I've got a couple more levels than I would. But yeah, no, I'm going with a considerably lower level character. There is actually one other thing that I can do to probably make this a little more favorable to me, though, and that's to finally allocate some skills.
Howdy, howdy, Night City. Welcome back. My guest tonight is Lieutenant Sarah Kotowski, spokeswoman for the N.
Okay. So... I don't really use throwables, so... Tempting. Maybe. Again, maybe. pretty much all my perks, but... Knight, how you doing? I'm actually having a tough time with Sasquatch, but I'm remembering now that the last time I did this fight, I had like a max level character with a lot of cyberware, whereas I'm fairly early on, and just not good. Alright, well this is already going to be a problem. Maybe.
You like that?
But what are you playing? Are you doing more Starfield, Knight? For those of you not familiar with Knight 97, if I recall correctly, I know you from D-Pain's stream first, but then we also got to share time on D-Pain's and Hop's podcast. Oh dear. Oh, hang on. How much you want to bet that... Okay, no, we did save it. Oh, Farming Sim. I feel like I'm always 1 or 2 games behind what your queue is. Or did you just recently start Farming Sim? Because I don't think I've ever seen you play it. Anyway, thank you very much for bringing your audience along. I have been doing my best to try and be engaging with this game, but this particular one has sort of brought me to a standstill. Come on, let me... There we go.
At me! Bring it! Got him!
Okay, so that's always gonna trigger. Oh, I'm sorry. I must be for...
Ready for some fun?
My apologies, Knight. I must be getting my streamers mixed up. That is quite embarrassing to I gotta figure out how to Wow, I blew that. It's on your want-to-do list, but I haven't figured out where to put it. Yeah, I suspect probably, Knight. I must apologize. I completely had another streamer in mind when I said that. That is... I definitely do not like... I mean, the problem is that it's just really obvious when people haven't... like are not being sincere in terms of the shout-outs. So I always like try to give people a reason to... I mean, obviously I had a great time talking about science fiction books and films with on the podcast, but it always sort of sucks whenever you go into a stream and somebody's like, "Oh hey, yeah, you're that such and such streamer," and like you've not touched the game in 4 years. I guess most people probably don't stream for 4 years, but I think you get the idea.
Bring it!
So yeah, no, I absolutely had someone else in mind. I completely crossed my wires, and that was my bad. Okay, so I wonder if I can just run her. No, she's always gonna run and infect me.
Ready for some fun?
Keep focused. What I cannot hold you long. In same subway with alpha animal. Deal with him.
Jesus. Yeah, sadly I didn't capitalize on those blocks. Oh, for sure. Yeah. And I mean, it's like, obviously, if you come by it honestly, like sometimes you just forget, right? Like in the end, a name on Twitch is usually just a colored series of characters. So it's embarrassing, but like, you know, you sort of know your intentions going in. And you know, you just do your best. But I've definitely been on the, I'm not even going to try and do that again. Like I have been able to break the augment on the back, but yeah, no, like if it's an honest mistake, it's an honest mistake, but still it's definitely a source of crippling embarrassment, just because I've definitely been there when someone sort of wants to take the credit for the presence but hasn't delivered. So as much as I can, I try to be sincere in the comments. So in this case, I think I just need to make hay. I think she's gonna take me down no matter what. Yeah, there we go.
Ready for some fun? Oh, Seed, what's going on?
Let them try to scramble you. Keep focused. But I cannot hold you long. Seems somewhere with alpha animal. Deal with him.
Okay, it's a good start so far. I really thought I at least blocked one of those. The biggest one is I kind of wish I could just do a quick save at the takedown, because I feel that that's kind of the big determining factor at the start of the fight. Are you kidding me? But yeah, the other one, I think probably I'm better at the blocks with the new patch than I used to be, but I'm still kind of hit or miss in general. All right, that was pretty terrible. But I definitely notice once the frame rate starts tanking, and I don't know if it's all the moving. I don't know if it's all the moving lights or if it's the overlay with the. Yeah, no worries. Have a good one, Locust 101. Thank you for stopping by. I had the takedown button. Why didn't it respond? But yeah, no, the biggest one is that I notice it's hit or miss with the blocks once I drop below a certain frame rate, and that's completely independent of how good I am at blocking or not good I am at blocking. So this adds a... Okay, that's just silly. I'm getting very careless because I'm getting very impatient. The other thing I can try is just run around the edge. Looks like... Can it really be that simple? Apparently. I don't think I want to take the opportunity. Like I do kind of want to do this fight and get better at it, but I'll reserve the option if I get too impatient. Unfortunately, I really blew it for my opportunities on this one. At some point, she's going to run across the room. Yeah. I'm assuming she's just going to stare straight at me now. Encouraging.
Come at me! Bring it!
Oh, you know what I should have done though? Chowed down.
Got him!
Okay, so I mean that's 13% at the top. That's not
Ready for some fun?
that's not the worst start that we've had.
Try to scramble you. Keep focused. But I cannot move you now. It's safe somewhere with alpha animals. Deal with him.
Okay, so I gave up half my health to get one block, and that is not a trade-off that I'm going to win the fight with. In fact, I'm pretty sure I'm hosed. Yeah. Okay, so there's one other thing I want to do before I try and do the takedown. Clearly, regen and stamina are going to help immensely. I might have just screwed myself doing this. Well, we'll see. It's not going to be easy, but saving in the middle of the room kind of puts me at the mercy of when the game actually starts relative to the load screen. Yeah, so you know what? We're just gonna... just gonna reset that. Now that's just unfriendly.
Come at me! Bring it!
Really, that didn't count as a take? I feel like you should be able to do some kind of flying tackle if they've got their back to you and they have a sensitive spot. Okay, so if she's gonna run to the middle of the room... It's probably just gonna waste a bunch of my health and stamina regen. Yeah, I honestly don't see how I close this distance in time. Quite the peripheral bit. Apparently I just tracked her sightline the entire time. Yeah, man, getting the buffs was the right call. Saving where I did has really put me in a tough spot. Okay, so the best thing for me to do is just find a better position, even if that means I sort of run across the room. Okay, so that has a little more promise, and I haven't lost that much time on the... Oh, but she's going to turn around. Okay, that's promising.
Come at me! Bring it! Got him!
So oddly enough, we actually did less damage than that last time. I'm guessing it's probably fewer crits, but...
Try to scramble you. Keep focused. What I cannot hold it now. It seems somewhere with alpha animal. Deal with her.
Yeah, it is not worth trying to block. Okay, so I think probably running over, blocking, and as aggressive as possible. I'll just keep throwing grenades as much as I can.
Come at me! Bring it! Got him! Ready for some fun?
Seed, what's going on?
Okay, so my best bet here is to run because she's going to do her flying punch.
What I cannot hold it now. It seems somewhere with alpha animal. Deal with her.
Jesus Christ. Running behind the pillar turned out, though, in terms of dodging the flying jump, so... Or flying punch, whatever. You know the attack I'm talking about, the one I can't successfully dodge no matter how hard I try.
Come at me! Bring it! Got him! Ready for some fun?
Seed, what's going on?
Try to scramble you. Keep focused. What I cannot hold it now. It seems somewhere with alpha animal. Deal with her.
Good lord. I mean, could have been worse in terms of damage, but still a problem. I might also want to just try throwing out some more damage in general, with things like short circuit rather than rebooting optics, because it's not at all clear to me that this is getting me any kind of an advantage. Okay, not looking good. Right now I just want to buy myself some time with healing. Okay. Ooh. I got caught off guard with that. Okay, that somehow got me off the hook.
back up. Yeah. Oh.
So, I mean, I'm okay. As long as I can kind of run out the clock on the health, I might be able to do a more aggressive round with my enemy here. Uh-oh. Jesus, that hurt. So I may not be able to afford to take this long on getting my health back. Okay, let's okay, not great, but I should be able to short circuit. I have enough gas in the tank to still be aggressive. Because at this point, every second kind of counts in terms of this fight.
I think she's had enough.
Alright, that is a save if I ever saw one. Really neat idea for a fight, but man, that is definitely not one I should have gone into at my current state. I'm very happy there is no Iron Man mode.
Lead him. We need access to their data. Clear? You must first.
Placide?
Whoa, hey, easy.
What did you do?
Well, now we can talk in private. Just severed the connection to the rest of Pacifica. Gives us a little time.
All right, then let's hear it.
Had a Spectre on you, didn't you? Saw and heard all you did. You followed his orders. No idea what the Voodoo boys are paying you, but our pockets are deeper.
Not interested. Not a money job for me. Just need an in with Mama Brigitte. Voodoo chef.
Brigitte and her lapdog T. Neptune have been frozen several days now, ever since we shrouded their subnet with ice.
And you? Well, you were sent here to free them. Do you know why they didn't tell you everything? 'Cause you're a Ranyan. That's what they call outsiders brought in for special jobs, floor rags. When you're no longer needed, they chuck you. A fate for all Ranyans.
You're bluffing. Got your back against the wall, can't budge, no room to dodge the bullet.
I see no reason why both of us shouldn't walk out of here alive.
Oh. Want what's best for me? Altruism now part of the Netwatch mission?
You don't gotta like us to see we're better partners than the Voodoo boys. Sure, you might free Brigitte. Can't have much of a combo with her if you're dead.
You have Brigitte? And how'd you manage that?
When we took the mall, we knew the VDBs had SEM runners. T. Neptune breached first, to see what was going on. When we iced him, Brigitte dove in after him, used him to shield herself. Tough cookie, that one, but still finds herself stuck.
Got anything to back that claim? That the Voodoos want to set me up?
Wanna? They did it already. Soon as you handed over your link, slipped in the Spectre and a virus.
Talking as if he was there. He's working you. So obvious it hurts.
Ask for proof. Besides, I'd know.
That's so? Then please take a look. Run a system diagnostic.
Fine. Nothing out of place. No trace of...
Do it again. Then cross-check the result against the first.
Identical, right? Mm-hmm. Because it's not a real scan, it's a copy.
Why not attack him head on? I'm guessing you've identified the voodoo top brass.
So what if we have? See me as a sly assassin, offing them one by one?
Please, don't act like the corps who finance Netwatch don't farm out wet work. Let alone the armies they have at their beck and call.
Armies make too much noise. And the voodoos are skittish as field mice.
What's your beef with the voodoos?
Any idea how many attacks from behind the Black Wall we neutralized last year?
Want me to guess?
So you don't know? No one in Night City knows, outside of us. And no one wants to know. People imagine it as a great border wall, a one-time solution to protect humanity forever. Whereas, it's more like a torn-open trash bag taped over a busted window. And the voodoo boys will not stop poking holes in the fucking thing.
Brigitte and the other one, Neptune. What's their condition?
Tags are active, so the VDBs must be keeping them alive from their side.
But they can't sustain that.
They cannot, which in turn makes Brigitte and T less useful to us. Tried using their interface to breach the voodoo subnet, but Brigitte proved stubborn. She managed to take some bites out of our systems before we secured her.
Little taste of your own medicine? The data collection. Why would you target Pacifica's runners?
That's the job.
This is about Rezo Agua, isn't it? Can't have an indie net where you aren't welcome to protect and serve, huh?
No such thing as an independent net. If the voodoo boys breach the Black Wall, we'll all be fucked one way or the other.
All right. What are you offering?
A compromise. I'll fish the voodoo virus out of your system. And I'll release both Brigitte and Team Neptune. They'll wake up like nothing ever happened. Not to worry. And all you gotta do is let us walk. With our data.
Okay, do it.
I knew we'd have a meeting of the minds.
Can't believe you fall for this shit.
Oh, almost forgot. Mercenary's leaving. He's joined the team, so be nice. Don't want any problems. Good luck. Got a feeling we'll be seeing each other.
I'm pretty sure this is the option I went for last time, and the voodoo boys wind up betraying us, but... and Arasaka Corpo's body.
You are off net. I lose your eyes.
Brigitte and the other guy, are they back?
Who told? Yes, Mama B is awake.
Perfect, because I gotta talk to her.
And what of Netwatch?
Taken care of.
Look for my people out front.
I've made it a general priority to to not do what Johnny tells me to. Nope. Too much stuff. As always, it doesn't hurt to take a quick look to see if there's something worth switching for. This is tempting. Although it says the DPS is lower. That's actually kind of curious because the attack speeds are the same, the damage is the same. So it must be the shock chance? Polka dot trench coat with puncture-resistant lining. I think I need a different shirt for that. No. Okay, so precision rifles. This is definitely one that I want to focus on the actual damage it does as opposed to the damage per second. I really would have thought these assault rifles would do better. I might hang on to this shotgun because double-barreled strikes me as one I'm not going to be able to make. Like, I can see a couple of problems with trying to make that one work. I'm going to save the pistols for a separate collection. And I do want to keep a assault rifle. Okay, so let's see if we've got any improvements pistol-wise. So lower damage per shot. Okay. The silly number of revolvers. The good news is this one doesn't seem to explode compared to this one, so I think I'll hang on to the sniper rifle. Alright, I think I have too many weapons overall. I think I'm sort of hoarding a bit again, but there's a couple I'm feeling indecisive about, and then I also know I need to go back home to turn in a bunch of stuff. I should also consider selling rather than dismantling all of this stuff, but I have a feeling I'm going to be doing more crafting in the near future.
The Grand Imperial Mall. Where else would you rather be?
We are to take you to Placide.
Let's go.
Sorry, just getting a bite.
What the fuck you do in the GIM? You were to hack the agent, not cut deal with him.
You gonna pull through?
Best do worry about yourself, not him.
That him? That the scop circle you sent into the mech dragon stand first?
Tell me what is going on, or I break you open and see myself.
Listen, I didn't turn coat, didn't pick a side. We made a deal is all. Did what you wanted, except instead of getting my circuits acid fried, I'm still breathing. That's so damn wrong.
Bata is stupid. Think you more clever than that pig. He bend you over, poke you, and you come back smiling.
I say, we must head under. I do not know what Netwatch plans, but they are not done.
You worried about agents? Then shoot him in the head. I do not know what they put in him. What corruption is in his system.
You don't know what is in there to begin with. How much it is worth.
I know. I scanned him. Only a normal filthy Rania.
Ale, menemunyo na kavoa.
I didn't realize I was going to come clean about the deal. I would have chosen a different option.
You know about the biochip, don't you?
If it is functional, we offer you good price for it.
Biochip's busted. That's why I'm here. Haven't found a single soul capable of getting this thing out of me without scrambling my brain. You commissioned the heist, so I figured you must know something. You've gotta.
How do you know all this? How did you find us?
Evelyn Parker. Name ring a bell?
Ah, the doll, the whore. You found us because she led you to us. She has proved not completely useless after all.
Listen, can you help me or not?
Yes, of course, but not here. We will go to the crypt, where you must give us access to the chip. Once we have the data we need, we will do our best to help you.
Seriously? Haven't done enough for you already?
There is no other way. To remove it, we must first examine it.
Because if you fuck up, you're left empty-handed. That it?
I gave my word. We will help you.
Then, after you. You guys sure
T-Pain,
seem to
how you
love this
doing?
place. But honestly, you don't give off a strong religious vibe.
We left our gods on Haiti, yet we are strong here without them.
Well, D-Pain and D-Pain's people. I hope you're all doing well. What were you playing tonight?
This way.
Or were you actually you were doing a cooking show today, weren't you?
So how come Placide didn't know about the biochip? He didn't recognize it in the scans.
Few of our people know about Kompeki Tower. But Placide, he is... your bête de bas.
Yeah, well, the new DLC came out, and then I'm basically going back through. No cooking. Oh, you were playing Sea of Stars. My apologies. I think it might be your emote then has you cooking.
Where are we going?
Because I remember something on Twitter
Soon you
with
will
cooking. But yeah, no, we're definitely going through Cyberpunk again because of Phantom Liberty. But I'm trying to get to Phantom Liberty through playing.
The Watcher did not
playing
notice
the
the
start.
biochip in you. Strange. Did you let him scan you?
Hmm? No. Why?
It would complicate our work.
This an old subway tunnel?
No, part of the transcontinental maglev system. When all states were connected. Like the net, it too crumbled after the war. Vieux et courant.
The consciousness curse. Man dies the way he was born, soft, weak, and helpless. Death, the one certainty in this universe of chaos, can be both a tragic end and a release from suffering. It can come to us as an unexpected twist or as a beautiful crowning counterpart to a life well lived. The curse we face as humanity, the only living beings in constant awareness of death, is our inordinate focus on the fact. How much happier is the life of the gazelle that escapes the cheetah's clutches, thinking that it has evaded death once and for all, than the poor soul living out his days, knowing each step inches him closer to the void.
Tout bagay pare. Nou ka komanse.
Bon. We take you into the cyberspace. No better place for you to interact with the construct.
Guess all this means you got your own synth-tech interface.
We have our own versions of all. We do not use anything from the city.
How do I know I'll come back? Do I get some guarantee?
You will be inside our data fortress. Under watch.
Under your watch.
If you knew what is out there in the cyberspace, you would not be so choosy.
How's all this any different from plain old net running?
The interface show you the data layers direct from the net. Readable, of course. What the basic runners see is only a map. They cannot see beneath the surface. Their tech, it is too weak.
Okay, hang on. I want to know what you need Silverhand for first.
We wish to contact Alt Cunningham. We know she and Silverhand were close.
Alt?
The relic which Arasaka held close. It is our only lead.
Alt Cunningham. Heard of her?
Oh. Where? From who?
From Johnny. Though granted, not much.
Johnny?
All right, V. Guess you better tell her.
Tell her what?
About us.
Construct's active. Lets me and Johnny shoot the shit every now and then.
We will look at this, too.
What? Think I'm hallucinating? Found myself an imaginary friend?
Little is known of how an engram might exist within a human's neural network.
Tell you one thing, doesn't shake out well for the human. What's your plan to contact Alt?
We try to cut out a unique piece of Silverhand's engram from the biochip. Alt will know it. If something of the human is left after years beyond the Black Wall, she will answer.
Well, what? You said nothing about breaking through the Black Wall.
Well, now you know.
Direction connectée.
Connexion stable.
Johnny, looks like you're the bait. You okay with that?
Yeah, whatever. Just do what she says.
What exactly do you want from Alt? All of you?
Alt, the only one, can give us safe passage past the Black Wall. When the change comes, we wish to be on the winning side.
The change?
When the Black Wall was built, everyone think the ice would be enough. Keep the wild AIs out, away. But technology advances. It cannot be stopped. And now, catastrophe come again. This is sure, and soon. The corporations, they do not see the danger. But we will be ready.
Ted is a jerk in this one. But the parts where you get to play as him are actually really fun, so.
The Black Wall. What is it exactly? I mean, I know...
You know only what the Netwatch tell you. The final bastion against the post-war AIs. The great victory of humanity over chaos.
That would be your Saturday morning Netwatch propaganda.
But the Black Wall is an AI itself. The boundary condition let nothing pass through, either way. If the AIs thought like people, they would call it a traitor.
Oh, come on. Not the tub.
We must prepare you for the dive into cyberspace. You are not accustomed to the neural demand.
Don't try and get out of this, V. Just do what she says. I'm not about to sizzle with you.
Let's do this.
Léon avec Junkie Lee.
Okay. What now? Johnny?
Il paraît.
Barré plongé.
Where are we?
This is our BBS, data fortress. Bridge to the deep net.
So, what now?
We can begin. All is ready. We enhance your link to Silverhand's neural network for a short time, to grab the fragment. We must find the data on Alt. Alt alone. This should only take...
What's happening?
They'll never fade away!
Johnny! The fuck, Holmes? Out of line! Way out! What next? Where are you gonna take it? Gonna drag a corporal rat on stage, make him kneel, douse him with gas, then light him up? It's not your band. You're no solo act.
You kinda are, though. Only one to have a problem with me.
'Cause everyone else has had it up to here. They're done thinking they can get through to you. You're fucking whacked.
You know exactly why I do it.
No, nuh-uh. To piss Arasaka off enough so they'll give you a case of deep muscle lead poisoning?
But I'm the only one with a vision. So unless you got a better one, like I said, go fuck yourself! Fuck.
Is it the concert or Carrie?
Hmm? Said you weren't coming tonight. Not if I can help it.
Changed my mind, lover. Look at you. All hot and bothered.
This is gonna be one of those scenes where I can just grab a bite of dinner now, isn't it?
Goodness gracious me.
Mm-hmm.
A damn shame that's that.
Always gotta shit all over it, don't you? Any moment that might actually feel good.
Your moment. Why the hell not? You can be such a bastard sometimes, Johnny.
Man, are you on my ass today?
Not just today. How is it subtlety goes so far over your head? Weird for an artist.
Things were swimming. What? Change your mind? Eats at my gut. 'Cause you knew what you were signing up for.
Look, if you were just another charismatic, narcissistic douche canoe running around after his dream with his head up his ass, I couldn't care less.
But?
It's all a lie. That concert, Samurai, all of it. A ginormous fiction. You're not a rocker boy, Johnny, face it. Ought to join the wired wackos on the corners, frothing at the mouth as they scream death to Arasaka.
Huh, I get it. Like to fix your men, huh? Not the first to try, believe me.
Honestly, I've got better things to do. Just hoped I'd help you realize you're deluding yourself. And that doing anything about it, that's on you.
You're afraid. You and Carrie both. Cowards. I alone have the balls to stand up to Arasaka, and boy, that terrifies you. All of you.
Of course, Johnny S. Misunderstood by all Night City. That's it. That's the problem.
Think we're done for the day, so you can fuck off.
See, I thought...
That this meant something, that we're close? So close you can give me shit about everything I do? Got quite the imagination then. Where you going?
Got somewhere to be.
Silverhand! Hey!
Alt.
Good noise, chum. Shoots round when a copper dies.
Save it. I don't know for who.
Can't kill me because there's words. Please away.
So how long you think you're gonna be mad?
Let's get out of here.
Join us for a drop, Silver Rocker.
Another time, Chumbas.
But what if there won't be another time? Huh? Johnny boy?
Let go of me!
Hey, wait!
Johnny! No! Fuck off! Let me alone! Johnny! Let go of me!
Really did you, didn't they?
Come on. Rise and shine. Been a while, Johnny boy. How long'd you say? 2 weeks since I last cobbled you up?
How's it look down there?
Well, Shove so many tubes up your ass that you're about 2 mods off from pissing espresso and milk froth. Also tossed in a synthetic liver. Old one was looking worse than a paper bag full of shit.
Great. Now I can live forever.
Just as well.
Where's Alt?
Where's who?
Woman who was with me.
He brought you and you alone.
Fuck, they grabbed her. Nobody saw it?
Ask your savior. Said his name was Thompson.
That you back there and what?
We gotta talk.
All right. It's spit and glue, but she's holding tight. Get some rest. Even a few hours. Let the stitches set at least.
Uh-huh.
Johnny. Yeah, fuck it. You won't listen anyway.
So talk.
They wanted her. You was just home.
And you just stood there, dick in hand, gawking and dreaming of tomorrow.
Would have shredded us both if I jumped in. You see the guy's reflexes? Course not, he was that fast. Tech like that, you don't find in a dumpster.
So, what are you after? Chasing down a story? Fresh for the scream sheets? That why you scraped me up off the pavement?
Nah, had my story. But then some cats tossed her in the back of a van and sped off. You, aim to do something about it? She was your output, wasn't she?
Alt's kidnapping, it's collateral shit. They swiped her to get at me.
You even know what she does for a living? Girl's one of the best runners around.
So, one of how many? No. Only linked to Arasaka's the fact that Johnny Silverhand's boning her.
Well, she's been working for ITS lately. Wrote some real smooth black ice for them. Not to be duped in either sense of the term. Arasaka wants her. Abduction was a standard intercorp extraction. Nothing more.
Hang on. Alt was gonna meet you tonight.
Mm-hmm. Said she could use my help. Wasn't kidding. Sokka tried this before, you know. Except Alt got lucky. Slipped through their mantis blades.
Telling me she was afraid, and she went to you.
Yeah. And frankly, I'm starting to see why.
Okay, so what are they after?
Soul Killer, an AI. Sound familiar at all?
Course. Urban legend with the shittiest name ever.
It's no legend. Soul Killer's real. And your Chumbas at Arasaka just hired the runner who wrote it. Take that in. Sokka with Soul Killer to do with as it pleases. Grim, my man. You even imagine that, Rocker? Arasaka will be unstoppable.
Cool. Tell me the rest on the way.
Do I hear extreme doubt?
Oldest, tritest tale in the world. Arasaka was out to provoke me. And it worked.
One more question. How much do clothes cost in the Matrix?
So what'll it be? Coming with?
Where to?
Arasaka Tower. To grab Alt. Right back.
Just you and me? You out of your fucking mind?
Swing by the Atlantis on the way. Got some chooms there.
I'll be in the car. Can't wait too long, though.
You'll wait as long as you need to. Where the hell's Rogue? Sit. Stay.
Silverhand, got an IOU here with your autograph on it.
You seen Rogue?
She's upstairs. But I heard you two weren't,
Well, you heard wrong.
Fucking fuck. Johnny, give me a hand here.
Heard you weren't talking to me.
Dunno. Seem to be talking to you.
How about now?
Now you can go fuck yourself.
You know who he was talking to. I need a name. Just one.
Johnny?
I wish I could remember. I do.
How's things, Engels?
Got a private meet going on in there.
Time here, isn't it? Want some
Road
advice?
back there, too?
Sure.
Yeah, just...
Yeah, private meet, so you said. Promise to be super unobtrusive.
God, I hate this fucking town.
Here's Johnny.
Don't know you.
That's no problem. Just as long as everyone else knows Johnny Silverhand.
Need your help.
We're waiting for a client. One who values discretion.
You still mad about that thing?
What thing, Johnny? That you fucking lied to my face? Put my peeps on the line? Or that you were fucking 3 other women behind my back before we were through?
I got a job. That's it. Urgent, but I got the euro.
How much?
Butt out. This isn't your biz.
Is now. Rocker just pulled out his wallet.
Don't you get it? He's not here about any damn job. He's fucking with me. Last
So
time
this
he...
time, you'll be smarter. Take your eddies up front. So, how much, Rocker?
Pays double your standard rate.
Triple it. And you come with us now. Because if she doesn't trust you, neither do I.
Deal.
That it is. Urgent indeed.
Shit, Johnny. Didn't notice you had a fucking tail?
Mr. Silverhand, you're coming with us.
Sure. Let me just finish this.
Aren't you Mr. Popular?
Not, here they come.
They got heavy casualties. Ah!
Hey! Leave a little for me! Relo? Is this real? Get wrecked! Entering close quarters!
Man down! Take that position!
That went well.
Let's get out of here!
Let's finish this quick.
I'm impressed! Seriously!
There used to be a melee attack. Oh, Q. I may not survive this, though.
Enemy gun! It cannot be!
Keep that up!
Oh.
Elevator now! Need to blow out of here, and quick!
You turn like...
Yeah, but I definitely prefer this to, I don't know, sex cutscenes. This is interactive.
See that butt? They're mine!
Ready or not, here they come.
It's gonna take much longer.
Got trouble in heaps.
There'll be more at the bottom. Bet you thou.
We're parked outside. You coming?
Thompson's waiting for me in the car.
Who?
Media, you wouldn't know it.
Only one way to go. Forward.
Down! Keep it together!
Hey! Leave him alone. Me.
Unit down!
Minimize risk. Pull back. Get wrecked.
Medic! I'm hit!
That healer can come back. We'll be back.
Let's get the hell away.
We'll be right behind you. Got company. On our ass.
Arasaka! If they hit the car, we're fucked.
You're the whole fucking lot!
I have no idea. Not half bad, Dad. Now what?
Gotta lose him, quick! Next right, take it!
You hanging in?
I think we're clear of them.
I'll park somewhere. We'll chat.
All right, so who we gotta pull out of Arasaka?
Alt Cunningham, net running from ITS.
Oh. Yeah.
The tower. What's taking her there?
This gets better by the minute. How you want to play this? Either of you gonks got a plan?
Yep. Distract him. Make some noise.
Set up right under Arasaka's windows and crank it loud. Blast the panes out. It'll be a gig to remember.
We do not as yet have word on the exact number of people hurt in the riots. But our reporters are on the scene at Arasaka Tower. And they all agree. A psychoactive agent has been dispersed at the site, affecting those in the crowd.
All right. You recording this whole thing?
Uh-huh. Why? Want to say a few words to the folks at home?
Do what you gotta do. Just stay out of my way.
Thompson. Know him well?
No, why's it matter?
Don't like the guy? Don't trust him. And medias are bad luck.
What?
Bad luck. Say someone finds a tape later. A tape of us breaking into Arasaka Tower.
Worry about that if we make it out.
Come on, we don't have much time.
Mainframe. Gotta find the mainframe.
Keep shooting!
Yeah, we fucking own it!
Give me a sec. I'll get it open.
Cover me. Let's finish this quick. Get ready.
Got four in view. Headed this way. Get ready.
Good, good! Keep that up!
Keep moving! Don't slow down! Shoot it fast! You motherfucker!
Anyone else?
But yeah, so like I said before, one of the things obviously it's a really powerful character, but one of the things I really do like is that it feels quite different to play as Johnny. I don't know if you ever get a chance to, get his weapon or build yourself to a level. Build yourself like this, but it's definitely a fun change of pace.
This is it. Fucking door's armored so thick we could use a tank. Solutions, anyone?
Let me try. Son of a bitch!
Try this.
Ah. Now I see why we brought him along.
3, 2, 1.
Perfect.
About to get messy.
Good lord, that didn't do any damage, and
Take him from all sides.
I think I gotta deal with anybody on the other. There we go.
That's how we're gonna play it.
Fight, fight, fight! Johnny on attack!
I would advise you not to disturb her.
What'd you do to Alt?
I put her to work on a project of a lifetime.
Get out of my way. Alt. Alt, come on, don't do this.
Is she?
Fuck!
Johnny.
The hell are you doing? Are you still rolling?
This is all we can do now, my man.
Won't change her. She's not.
Stop that! You have to kill him? We gotta go. Johnny! She's dead.
Well, spit it out before you burst.
Thompson, what happened to him?
Dunno, never worked together again.
Maybe because you whooped his ass to make yourself feel better.
Guy was a vulture, out to use Alt from the start. When Arasaka flatlined her, man, for him that was sprinkles, with the cherry on top. Fuck, he would have killed her himself if they hadn't, just for his cockrod story.
Wow. Were you going for Dick Wipe of the Year?
The fuck you going on about?
Alt, you always treat her like shit?
Don't you fucking mention Alt. Shit, you must have been watching some other flick. I took down Arasaka fucking tower for her.
And I'm wondering why. I mean, you told her you two were nothing. You told her you cared about her as far as the end of your cock.
Didn't you fucking hear what she said to me? Could have just left, but no, had to break my balls first.
It ever occurred to you she might have been right?
No, it hasn't. She was manipulative, had an agenda.
Thought that was more your style.
What's that supposed to mean?
Looking at it now, with 20/20 hindsight, nothing occurs to you.
No, but this is a bit of a deja vu. You're as bad as she was. Can't understand why you can't just fucking drop it.
Because you're planning a reunion. You want to ask Alt for help. And you're no solo act, Johnny. Could have told me earlier about Alt.
What the hell for? I didn't know how to find her, neither did you.
Would have made things just a little easier, knowing who we were looking for. So how the hell you expect Alt to help us? I saw her get decom.
She didn't die. She got out. Escaped.
Whoa, looked to me like...
She fled into the net.
So as far as I can tell, again, I'm trying to remember what Cyberpunk book this was from, but I believe specifically she wound up trapped in the net because of the operation that was just shown there.
When'd you find out?
When she made contact a little later.
And? What'd she say?
That she was a captive in the Arasaka subnet. But they couldn't hurt her. And she told me not to come looking for her.
What? Why?
This one time she wanted me to just let it go. 'Cause enough people had died for nothing already.
So, what did you do?
Got my hands on 2 thermonuclear charges.
Then headed back to Arasaka Tower. And Rogue went with you. Again.
I paid her well.
Said to yourself, she was the best. Had her pick of contracts. But for some strange-ass reason, she took a job from a rocker with a death wish. A rocker forever getting his ass beat by Arasaka.
Different times, kid. Back then, mercs didn't normally sell out to corpse. All you had to do was yell, "Let's fuck up Arasaka," and every last one of them jizzed their pants. Rogue included.
How do you know Alt's still around? It's been half a century, but you've spent cloistered in Mikoshi. Netwatch could have hunted her down years ago.
Oh, they tried, believe me, but their tiny corporate brains can't handle a free AI that knows how people think. They were busy looking for her in the Crystal Palace while she was building the Ghost City for King Tao.
Voodoo boys think they know where she is, beyond the Black Wall.
Where nobody can touch her.
Brigitte's primed to go there, break through. Just to contact Alt, talk to her.
Too much for our little pro.
Sure felt like more than a moment. Saw a good chunk of Johnny's life. And Alt.
It is possible. Data connected to Alt are linked to a strong memory trace in the construct. Very strong. These memories must have evoked a powerful emotional response, then projected onto your consciousness.
Emotion, yeah. Plenty of that. Construct, what kind of shape's it in?
Enough data is uncorrupted to convince Alt it is authentic.
What the hell does that mean? So, did it work?
Yes. We extract the necessary fragment of Silverhand's engram. We are ready now to make contact with Alt. First, we must dive deeper. Beyond, there are no borders. Beyond the Black Wall. Few have gone through to the other side, and none have yet returned. She will be the first.
So, actually, you've got no idea what's beyond that thing.
But we will know soon.
And these shapes I'm seeing.
Wild, unfettered AI, searching for a passage.
I held up my end of our deal. Your turn. Before you pass through that wall, I want Johnny's psyche removed.
We will not pass through. You will take the code to the other side.
Fuck. Might have guessed. Never had any intention of helping me, did you?
It does not matter anymore. You will bring all to its end.
Don't got much for options, do I?
Ale.
How do I get to the other side? Brigitte. Alt.
Johnny. You cannot remain here.
Alt Cunningham. Joris. Yap attacking network lab.
What the hell is going on?
They breached our BBSs. We have nothing to do with this.
Network.
What?
Netwatch cannot touch me here.
It's really you. What happened out there? Couldn't just take him out?
Netwatch was well prepared this time.
Gotta be Mosley, the fucker.
What of Brigitte and the Voodoo Boys?
I was forced to purge them. Netwatch was exploiting their BBS.
Purge? You mean they're dead, all of them?
Not actually gonna feel bad for him, are you?
Damn it. I brought Netwatch here. Agent I dealt with must have slipped me a tracker that let him right in.
Switch things up on the sly, replacing the Voodoo's virus with his own brand of rot.
Probably how they got to you.
It matters not. The entire subnet was destroyed.
Alt, you pulled us out of there. That mean you and us, we're okay? Everything's chill?
I have recognized your engram code, but I do not know why you are here.
So you can pay me back for getting you out of Arasaka Tower. V, this is Alt. Best netrunner Night City's ever seen. Alt, this is V. You need to save his life.
This chip, the relic, it's killing me. Construct on it's worming its way through my neural system.
I see this, but why is it my problem?
Why the fuck isn't it? You created Soul Killer. You handed Arasaka a fucking super weapon that dismantled me, you, and half the runners in Night City.
Your death was of your own making.
Jesus, Alt, I dove in after you. Gonna tell me now this ain't your problem?
It is not. The Alt Cunningham you strove to save in Arasaka Tower no longer exists. This should be obvious to you, as you were responsible for her death.
If you're not Alt, who are you?
I use her engrammatic data.
Really? You find this icy bitch aspect in there too?
Okay, I get it. You hate Johnny's guts, but what about me?
I cannot help you.
Can't or won't?
Can't. To attempt to do so, I would need access to more advanced technology.
Interesting. Brigitte claims she alone could help me.
The Voodoo Boys deceived you.
Why am I not surprised? Fine, so how about Mikoshi? That advanced enough for you?
If I could gain access to Mikoshi, it would cease to exist.
Good, we can work with that. We'll get you inside Mikoshi and you'll help V, deal?
Best runner Night City's ever seen can't bust into Mikoshi on her own?
I am a well-known threat there. They have a layer of black ice with my name on it. Literally.
Kinda like a custom-made prison jumpsuit.
I refuse to be caged in there ever again.
What can you do for me, exactly?
With the Soul Killer resident inside Mikoshi, I will create a construct of you, then disentangle your neural network from Johnny's. I shall then inject your engram back into your mortal form.
So, you'll save my life, but flatline me along the way.
Your consciousness, neural engrams, will be recorded as data. The rest will cease to exist.
The rest?
The soul. I did not grant the program its name, but Soul Killer does precisely what it promises to do.
Christ, I don't want to listen to this bullshit. V just hops back into his body, right? Nothing changes.
Everything changes. You know this well.
Right, so we got a plan.
But how will you reach Mikoshi? I've created armies that failed to breach it.
They were children of the net. There's your problem. We're banking on the human factor. We'll crack a window, slip you into Mikoshi.
So, we agreed?
Yes, we are agreed. Find a path into Mikoshi. I shall prepare a program to help you navigate the local net.
How will I contact you once I'm ready?
This is a BBS address. It will be our secure communication channel.
Alt, before you leave, we gotta talk. Just you and me.
No, that will not be possible.
Couldn't think of a more fitting end. Runner fucks had it coming.
As much as it tickles me too, we got a Delta.
Right, still got Mr. Grumps left.
Loot. That was a neat little bit. Again, I kind of wish I understood the story that I read a little bit better. I should probably see if I've got the books kicking around somewhere, or well, they're PDFs or whatever. I think they're PDFs. There was like a Humble Bundle before this thing came out in its 1.0 version. But I seem to remember pretty specifically the events depicted in that memory. Informational bulletin: a recent taken by Network Security Services, Northwest Alistor Division dealt another serious blow to subversive factors that threaten public security. 10 crates of illegal equipment corrupted with the Hymeros 3 Demon were secured, and 5 suspected net runners are now behind bars. We continue to call you, the public, to report any suspicious net activity. It's up to everyone to contribute in a fight to secure a free and safe net. Silverhand, the creator and destroyer of samurai. Hidden somewhere between the Arasaka propaganda and Silverhand's own self-curated image, there exists a real story behind the frontman of samurai. The fact of the matter is that no one truly cared to find it. Labels, legends, slogans to chant, that's all anyone ever wanted from him. But by digging meticulously into all the dirty details of his life, all the inconsistencies and exaggeration come to light. One of the biggest gaps in Silverhand's life was the period he spent with nomad communities. Hidden from civilization, Johnny could have acted like himself and removed the mask he wears in public. If the world could get testimonies from the people who had contact with Johnny during this period, not only would every biographer be grateful, but more importantly, experts might have a real chance to offer a clinical diagnosis for one of the rock scene's most iconic personalities. Redelivery from data error, maglev 4728. Delivery's ready for pickup. Same place as always. SIGs are clean. DC picked up the stall. Something must have happened. Should I ask? Maglev, section GRS6. Jacmel to Marbelay. The generator overheated this time. Cook the pistons. Send Marcel to see what went wrong with cooling. If you don't need me for this. Interesting. I definitely want to get my intelligence up, but I don't think I have... Yeah, I could only bring that up to 13, so I'm definitely starting to feel the pinch on some points. Okay. Sounds like there's a third person. Ooh. This could get interesting. Are you kidding me? Yeah, so everyone's on alert now. I could probably just shoot my way through, but... While they did betray me, I'm not quite ready to murder all the voodoo boys quite yet. Now, technically, I don't need to take these people out, but I figure it's not a bad way for me to grab a little bit of extra loot. So, and I'm not entirely convinced that this will be a tough fight if they do notice me. I don't think I can rely on this, but it's the best I got right now, so... probably this... Yeah. Are you kidding me? Not quite sure how that worked, but... I'll take my lumps. So she doesn't really know where I am. I am curious if I'm going to be able to sneak up behind her and take her out. Oop. Yeah, so I'm assuming the alert's going to make life a little more difficult for me, but... Blaming Bartmoss by Bugbear. When I imagine what the net was like before Bartmoss, I see thousands of potential threats and thousands of opportunities. Of course, the whole system was unstable. Corporate runners pulling one way, post-war rogue AIs pulling the other, financial markets tanked, virus mutations spiraled in uncontrollable ways, and runners got cooked in their living rooms every now and then. Bartmoss saw the net as a grenade waiting for the pin to be pulled, and that's exactly what he did. Fuck it, right? Let the world burn. Bartmoss fucked the system, but fucked all of us right along with it. Just look at it now. Cops are on top as usual. The Black Wall, which was supposed to protect us after the net's crash, is just another control tool in Netwatch's arsenal. Before Bartmoss, the net was an untamed jungle. If you could navigate it, you had a chance to survive. You were free. After Bartmoss, The net's like an airport security check. Every step you take is Netwatch checking your papers and performing a thorough cavity search. Oh, but all for your own good, of course. Ooh, this might be an opportunity. No. Again, the Voodoo Boys betrayed me, so I don't exactly feel bad about about a more combat-oriented approach here. Although I might want to try a little bit more with the pistol. Okay, this looks like it's gonna be tricky. So what I could really use here is a cyberware malfunction. Because those reflexes are murder. Oops.
Hey, look. See that? Fuck those cunts.
Gotta go.
Hang in there, bud.
Okay, so let's see what the deal is with. Now this is interesting. So Phantom Liberty is actually not listed on here. So we've got Down on the Street, Ghost Town, Epistrophe, Beat on the Brat, The Beast in Me, Fool on the Hill, Psycho Killer.
V? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, whoever you are.
Good. It worked. My name is Somi. Just call me Songbird, though. I know who you are. Know your situation, your problem. And I can save your life.
All right, Songbird. Got my full attention.
Glad to hear that. You must have questions, and I'll answer them in due course, shortly. But first, I need you to get to that swollen appendix of Night City called Dogtown.
No man's zone where you shoot first, ask questions later? That Dogtown?
What? The chance to live to a ripe old age, not reason enough to go?
Fine. No clue what I'm stepping into, but no risk, no reward.
Thank you. I appreciate this, truly. Dogtown's main gate. Be there as soon as you can. I'll make contact again then.
Huh. This is one elaborate haze. Or a fucking lifeline.
Let me say, V, I knew you'd go far, but I didn't think you'd get this far. You're up in the finals against Razor Hughes, pro heavyweight champion, one of the best in the world. This fight will go down in history. I can feel it. Okay, so here's the deal. It is quite late for me, but we have been working towards the Phantom Liberty content for a while now. So I figure what I can do... I don't know if this is the vehicle I want, but... let's at least get started, and then next week maybe we can put some quality time into it. But it'd be a shame to put this much effort into into getting to Phantom Liberty and at least not dipping our toe in. Oh, that looks nice. Would prefer a different car though. This one sort of steers like a cow, it feels like.
Out of our fucking way, now! I'm at CPD in pursuit of a suspect who just fled into Dogtown.
And I give zero shits. Welcome to the city line, pork chops. Be sold outside.
Come on, Sarah. This seems like a good opportunity to drop some of the items I'm not using. Also, can disassemble. I'm not going to wear it, but I'm not going to disassemble it. Time-worn trench coat. We'll see how it looks. I may not be... Yeah, not quite my... I should probably make some choices when it comes to these items, but... Okay, pistols. Not quite ready to part with the Unity. Okay, so then goes hanging on to the guillotine. Figure I only need one of two. So that's 219 versus... probably don't need to hang on to more than one of those, to be completely honest, but... Okay, it looks like 23 as opposed to 16. So I guess the question is, why do I want to keep the Sidewinder? Ah, because its weapon handling is so low. Okay, so I actually don't have that much.
No point, let's roll.
Fuck! She's getting away.
It's Dogtown. Let her.
And do I not get to sell the... I figure I can sell at least one of these. I didn't get any booze. Okay. Makes it easy.
Talking a lot of sense. You know what? Fuck your zone. Fuck your...
Our hands are tied. Don't let it get to you.
No NCPD. Back to get a bullet to the brain. Rule 2, no corpse. You're just not welcome. Rule 3.
What you got in the back?
The district and ensure
The usual. Implant.
The King of Cups. A King of Cups is a creative and emotionally driven person. They are a strong individual who realize the importance of feelings. Intuition helps them navigate their lives. When fate is in their favor, compassion guides their actions. When they're at odds with fate, it would be unwise to trust them. So notice this one's got a star by it. I wonder if this is just an indicator of Phantom Liberty. Yep, that's the one. Okay. Wow, this story's got it all. An unknown number, a mysterious caller, a shady meet and greet in the middle of fucking nowhere. And they say I'm the one always diving headfirst into trouble. But sure, it's not a trap. It's a 1 in a trillion chance. Next stop, Dogtown. Can't wait to see how this shit unfolds. Dogtown. In the 2020s, Militech established a secret experimental military project in this part of Pacifica, constructing bunkers and laboratories cleverly hidden beneath the urban infrastructure. Nearly half a century later, a group of investors appeared, unaware that they were building on the remains of an old military complex. When a lab was excavated at one of the construction sites, the investors were forced out of Pacifica, and Militech erected a wall around the neighborhood, ostensibly due to gas leaks, bad documentation on local developments, and unexploded ordnance from the Fourth Corporate War. In 2077, Dogtown has become a kind of city within a city, walled off from the rest of night with designated points of entry, manned by Kurt Hansen's Militech commandos turned militia soldiers. On the streets, one can see the remnants of Pacifica's near-completed redevelopment. Luxury hotels, swimming pools, dazzlingly sumptuous mansions, once destined for glory, now dilapidated mess. Machinery abandoned by construction workers is also present, and many of the buildings are nothing more than crumbling vacant husks. The NCPD is forbidden to enter Dogtown proper, while Trauma Team rarely ventures inside due to the increased risk and the fact that hardly anyone in Dogtown has TT insurance. True enough, Hansen's people serve as local law enforcement, but are far from what would call police officers. Maybe they'll help, maybe they won't. Their primary concern is making sure the neighborhood doesn't descend into total anarchy. Small local squabbles and conflicts, not worth their precious time. Who lives in Dogtown? Mostly those on the run from corpse gangs or the NCPD, but there are also just ordinary people, those pushed beyond the margins of society in Night City who are brave or desperate enough to try their luck here.
or face the consequences.
Ah!
Fucking do it! What the? It's like someone shoved my head in a place.
B, you're gonna be okay. Breathe deep. Count to 10. Recite a mantra. Whatever brings calm. Helps you stabilize. Your nervous system took a big hit. Broke down. Racing heart, cold sweat. It'll pass.
The fuck you doing? This a trap?
Exact opposite. It's a helping hand. I know about the bomb ticking in your head. If I could disarm it now, I would in a heartbeat. You'll feel better any second now.
V, something stinks here. Think she's fucking with the relic. How in the...
All true, Johnny. But don't you fret. They're both safe.
Nah, fuck
Both
off.
of us on the biochip protocol at once can trigger shocks for V, like you just saw now. Gotta cut you off.
What?
For your safety, for V's safety. Had to mute him for now. He hears you fine, just can't talk back.
Starting to put two and two together. You gotta be a netrunner. Damn good one at that.
Guilty as charged. Hopped on the Relic's cognitive protocol to dial in. I see and hear what you do. Just now, I'm on board Space Force One, sitting right across from Rosalind Myers, President of the new United States of America.
The president? Fuck. No. You're not joking.
Dead serious, yes. The plane's been hacked. Trajectory set for Night City. They'll bring us down to Dogtown soon. Our comms are down, most likely jammed. The Relic was my only option. Right now, you're our one contact on the ground.
Plane got hacked, right? You're a runner. Can't override?
I could. All I need is 24 hours, the right setup, and a bottomless pot of coffee. None of that's available just now.
Heavy shit. Am I really your one contact?
You're my last and only hope. The President's life, her safety, that's your top priority. She'll survive the landing. Dogtown, not so sure. You'll need to get her out of the plane before anyone else does.
Said you could help me. That the plain truth?
Just got a taste of my abilities, I believe. There's more. I can cure you. Once and for all.
Can't know how much I'd really love to believe you, but...
I know, V. You've hit a dead end. Nowhere to turn. Been there. Believe me. Consider this, an advance. Your relic's crowded with clusters of corrupted data. I'm done with that. Making room for stuff that'll actually be handy.
Such as...
Some pre-Militech combat stuff. It's just lying around, gathering dust.
New perk tree unlocked. You've unlocked the Relic perk tree. To access the abilities it has to offer, you will need to acquire Relic points, which are unique to only this perk tree. These can be found at Militech data terminals scattered around Dogtown. Data terms will appear on your map when you get near them. By downloading old Militech operational data and combat logs, you will earn a Relic point that can be spent in the Relic perk tree. I feel I can justify points in intelligence.
Militech firmware. My. Solid soft.
Well, a cushy government gig like mine just comes with all kinds of perks. Now listen, what I gave you is the skeleton soft, but the firmware's fancy. It'll learn, grow with you. It'll improve if you feed it data. Combat analyses, logs of legendary ops. Shit that make the NCPD piss its boots. Look around Dogtown.
Gotta get there first.
Main entrance is a no-go. You don't have an entry pass, and I don't have time to produce a fake. You'll slip in the back way, quiet as you can. We really don't need anyone spotting you, scanning you.
Guess so. After you.
So it looks like we got some points to spend already. Jailbreak unlocks new abilities of armed cyberware, Mantis Blades, Gorilla Arms, projectile launch systems. Dismembering an enemy or performing a finisher with Mantis Blades will charge the next leap attack. Right, but I don't... Oh, here we go. Gorilla Arms. Attacking with Gorilla Arms now charges them up. When fully charged, a strong attack deals massive damage and creates a shockwave stagger. I mean, not bad, but maybe we can try something else. Emergency cloaking improves optical camo cyberware. Activating optical camo during combat by pressing the middle mouse button will cause enemies to lose track of you, giving the chance to exit combat. That seems like a really useful one for me, but I don't have the camo yet. And vulnerability analytics during combat, you can now detect vulnerabilities in enemy armor and cyberware. Hitting vulnerabilities gives a 100% crit chance, 25% armor penetration. Dealing enough damage to vulnerability will cause it to explode, generating an EMP blast that damages enemies within. Hello, Kree. How you doing? We finally made it to Phantom Liberty, and it certainly starts off strong. How you doing tonight? I guess I'm not locked out of... Yeah, let's... Oh, hang on. That's 3 points, though. Yeah, let's wait to see what kind of cyberware I have. I'm probably going to go for... Probably going to go for the vulnerability,
right
but...
beside you, as much as I can.
Yeah, understandable. I'm kind of sleepy myself, but...
Garage. There, past the fence. See it? Smugglers used to use it. Now it's your turn.
I'm debating on whether or not I should
Try to
get some
sneak
coffee
in.
at this
Maybe
hour.
distract the guards. I don't know, something.
I was hoping to do this without taking somebody down, but... Border Guard report, A056798. 0 dark 30. No. Relative peace and quiet, 3:30 a.m. Isn't it redundant to put the a.m. after the 24-hour time? Oh, because they don't do 24-hour time. Odd. Okay. Maybe this... I don't know. I haven't seen this in North America, but apparently there are other continents. Relative peace and quiet. 3:30 a.m. Armed man tries to storm the border entrance. A psycho, regular, or cyberwise. Par for the course in NC. Threat eliminated. No human casualties. 6:30 a.m. Transports to the stadium. Waved through after a routine check. Cargo in accordance with specifications. 9:30 end of shift duty. Relieved by Lieutenant Russell. 12:30 boring. Nothing to report. Sticky out face. 6:30 p.m. Forgot to clock in at 3, but other than that, all good. Typical city suit. Tried his luck, but with a thin wallet like that, no way he's getting into D-Town. Transport's all good. Weston's a gonk. Sticky out face. 9:30 p.m. Lieutenant Russell is unprofessional. Left another fucking mess in the booth. Who's going to clean that shit up? His mom? We confiscated 2 shipments of grenades. Papers were there, but didn't look like a professional job. 9:30. Peace and quiet. Weston out. I do like the personality of the log. I've referred to this a couple of times before, but the Baroque Cycle by Neil Stephenson, number 1, I like it a lot, but number 2, it actually has a very fun little bit with kind of a logbook of a watch. It's hard to do it justice without the context, but it's fun. Okay, that might be the only distraction I can do. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. We're going to give him a distraction over there.
I have a bad feeling.
Best to just wait on this one. So it's possible she may not have been able to see me, but... So I don't actually need to take this guy out, but I figure I kind of have free run of the place if I get rid of these last two, so... So I don't know if how much you got to see before you said hi, Kree, but basically the premise here, we've been contacted by a hacker that successfully has gotten into the relic and silenced Johnny Silverhand. And essentially they said, we're in a space plane, it's been hacked, it's going to land in Dogtown, you're my only hope. I know how to get the deadly chip out of your head. So that's as much as we know. And now we're following through.
Great. Now in you go. Look for a net access point. Jack in that, and I'll...
Oops. Sorry, that was my effort to crouch.
You should be one level lower. Eyes peeled. Look for a way down. Now, look for a maintenance room. Bet anything you'll find a power source inside.
One 2072 Special Threat Neutralization Unit Instructions. Phase 1, remove any valuable items. List of specific items considered valuable available with your commanding officer. 2, disconnect power supply. 3, destroy passageways. Upon completion of Phase 3, submit a report to Colonel Hansen's HQ. Colonel Hansen would like you to have a seat over there. What were you planning on doing here tonight? He has the chat logs.
Turn something on.
Nice, V. Exactly what we need.
Okay, we're up.
Perfect. Bridging systems now. Ancient, no, proto-ancient protocols. Largely corrupted data. Give me a sec. Need to ping one of our SATs. Let's see which active Dogtown network links to this infrastructure. And putting in a backdoor. Ready to roll. Hop on the platform. I'll guide you to the garage from there.
Hang on. Okay. Relic hack first. Then you slap the muzzle on Johnny. Now you bring some pile of scrap metal back to life. Serious trickery all. Who taught you?
B, I'm an NUS intelligence analyst. Trained under the best peeps in the biz. And they took me on because around age 13, I got the local Ripper to sell me a beat-up old tech. Barely left an end since. I got noticed. The rest is history.
Got a feeling story's incomplete. Likely longer. More twisted.
Might be.
I am curious. Is anybody here familiar with Unit 8200, I believe is the name?
apologize upfront for the query, but I gotta ask. Konpeki Plaza heist. Why?
Konpeki was pure ambition. Sometimes you hit a rut in life, and you blaze your way out. Do something you'll be remembered for. Set my sights too high, I guess.
Yeah, I know the feeling. But ambition, confidence, they're not bad in themselves.
No. A human toll can be.
Maybe.
Correct, Andrea.
You alive?
Think so.
Would you like to tell the class what you know about Unit 8200? Welcome, by the way.
You need to hang tight for a sec. By the way, must have gotten old by now. Hauling a faded rocker boy around. Strikes me as tiring.
Not a Silverhand fan, are you?
Please. Samurai was done by their second album.
Not quite what I wanted to do, but... Yeah, so I suspect there are other ways for this character to have sort of an origin story, but one thing... Do I really want to push this thing? Why not? Oh.
V, President Myers wishes you the best of luck.
How's she doing?
Awful nice of you to ask. I laid out the details of our plan. Typical Rosalind. Keep me apprised, she says calmly. Just sitting there, sipping her gin, looking through her agenda, postponing meets. Woman's unshakable.
I have a couple of ideas of presidents who would be like that if they were in the middle of a crashing flight and they knew that their survival depended on a hired agent on the ground. Yeah, so there are other ways to sort of justify Songbird's origin, but when they talk about her being picked up as a teenager, Unit 8200 was formerly a secret division, but effectively it's an Israeli hacking division. So I believe military service in Israel is compulsory. And this particular unit actually picks up sort of recruits from school computer clubs. So people who show a particular aptitude for computers are sort of recruited into this unit.
Why does the city side metro, huh?
I suspect...
Reminds me of when I was starting out. I'd look for places like this. Set up a power bypass, jack in, essentially steal my way onto the net. Grab the riskiest gigs I could find, learning as I went. The hard way, usually. But sometimes, a few times, I really pulled off coups.
Anything I'd find on BBS gossip feeds?
Biotechnica in 63 or 4. Fermentation facility in Oregon, off the grid hack. Sound familiar?
No shit, that was you? Only the best reach that high. Talking Spider Murphy, Bart Moss, Songbird. Nah. Nick's not setting off buzzers.
If I'd wanted fame, I'd have gone rocker chick.
Actually, give me a quick second. There's a TV series on Apple TV Plus that has a unit of it. Oh, Tehran, I think it is. I remember really liking the first season. I think there's a second one, but I'm so far behind on all the Apple TV Plus stuff. But anyways, yeah. So one of the most interesting things out of it is this pipeline. It effectively, the unit is like like I don't know, like 18 to 20s kind of a group. But yeah, like essentially after school computer clubs wind up sort of feeding in this unit. And I mean, essentially it's kind of compared, so far as I can tell, it's kind of compared with the NSA, beyond the fact that the NSA is incredibly large. But the other reason why it's interesting, I mean, just generally, intelligence is inherently interesting, right? But the other thing that's kind of interesting about particularly 8200, I mean, there is something to be said for the Israeli Defense Force in general, but there is actually something of a career path where you'll sort of see people come out of this unit and then found some fairly successful tech companies. There are ones that are maybe a little bit more like ones we maybe would wish don't exist. So the NSO group, this would be the one that sort of sells essentially spying software to foreign governments. There's actually a Canadian organization called the Citizen Lab, which has done quite a bit of work tracking the NSO group's kind of hacks and break-ins and that. The main controversy about this, so I think people just kind of accept that there are there's going to be, like there, I guess the best way for me to put this is like the whole history of intelligence. You have statements like, gentlemen don't read each other's mail, right? But obviously they do. Obviously this is something that's happening. So the existence of technology that sort of breaks into systems is maybe not the big controversy, but definitely who's being given access to this this technology. I think there are quite a few cases where people are quite uncomfortable with the governments that NSO Group deals with, and certainly some suggestion that these tools are being used to sort of track and punish activists, as opposed to sort of the things that we would normally be comfortable with in terms of security services. But on the other hand, like, it's certainly not all of the companies are that come out of sort of alumni from this unit. Not all of them are necessarily security oriented. So if I recall correctly, there was like an old, I guess it was a messaging app. I'm not 100%, but like ICQ. I'm sure there's a couple of old people in chat who can tell us more about it. And then possibly the most annoying advertisements online, I believe Wix is also out of it. Anyways, it's just a really interesting unit. It's really interesting to sort of see how they recruit, their capabilities, but also how it has sort of fed this technological sector out of, once they kind of go out of their service. But yeah, in any case, the idea of someone like Songbird being identified, around their teens as someone who might be eligible for, for the cyber arm, the signal intelligence side of ICQ back in your Napster days with the Netscape Navigator and the Winamps. But yeah, anyways, I was just going to say, like, the origin story like this, some sort of identified in their teens as suitable for work inside of NUSA signals intelligence is actually sort of a pipeline that exists in the real world. But one that at a certain point in history would probably be very surprising if you knew about it. Obviously, the word's out now, and there's a TV series about somebody in that unit. The Tehran, like I said, is very good, but the drawback in it is that the agent is supposed to be from 8200, but does like on the ground work in Iran. So I'm not 100% sure. Like, I don't know what this unit does. It strikes me as unusual that, a hacking unit would be, going into the country to conduct some kind of physical operation. But anyway. Well, there's a lot of people here who know ICQ. Yeah, so anyways, there's former I think it's all under the Israeli... I bet I can look this up. So let me just take a look here. Yeah, so it's under the Israeli Defense Forces, specifically the Military Intelligence Directorate. So it is a military intelligence unit. All right, Song So Mi, Korean. I have no hope of deciphering that. Codename Songbird is a netrunner in the FIA. She started out as a freelance netrunner, taking on assignments that was dismissed as well-paying but suicidal. Meanwhile, before Somi's eyes, corporate data fortresses opened without so much as a shove. She always worked solo and spent every eddy earned on newer, better equipment and ever more extravagant means of entertainment. She quickly became a living legend of the trade, although some didn't believe someone of her caliber could exist for long, if at all, the FIA believed. When Song took an oath of allegiance to the new United States and was given the operational nickname Songbird, the prototype technologies developed by the agency in strict secrecy from foreign governments, and sometimes from her own, were placed at her fingertips. In return, Songbird was forced to quickly learn two concepts that had been completely foreign to her until that point: following orders and playing as a team. The immunity of a government agent, backed and protected by a powerful bureaucratic apparatus, guaranteed Song would remain untouchable. From masking vehicle signatures at secret meetings between NUSA officials and military juntas in Central America to obliterating the digital footprints of commandos that executed terrorists impersonating the Bartmoss Collective, Netwatch agents could only listen to the echoes of Songbird's footsteps in cyberspace, echoes that suspiciously went quiet near the Black Wall. MechWarrior 2? I didn't even know MechWarrior 2 had multiplayer.
Elevator. Hop in. I'll do the rest. You'll be in Dogtown in a minute. Try to steer clear of Hansen's goons.
Speaking of Kurt Hansen, what else do you know about him?
Hansen was an officer. Militech. Tail end of the Unification War, his unit was tasked with taking Night City. They managed to secure a foothold in the southmost pocket and stuck around. Refused to demobilize, lay down their weapons, abandoned Dogtown instead.
Traded one conflict for another, basically.
Hot or cold, no better way to make a buck than war.
I would find it very amusing if it wasn't possible to, if you built a character that didn't have this 3 strength to open it. I spent too much time on my Netrunner terminal.
Up the stairs, through storage. You should pop into the market.
This is also kind of neat. Like, I like the way this is building up. Like, you get a little bit of introduction in terms of Dogtown. You get an introduction to Songbird. Like, technically there isn't a whole lot that's happened here, but it's very atmospheric. And I mean, in the end, I was just kind of doing a Mario level, right? Jumping on the platforms and moving up and down. But I'm engaged. I'm assuming, I say this now just because I'm guessing that as soon as I step up, I'm going to see like a big marketplace.
Get your ammo, assault rifles, tactical gear. To tame? Scare what we got in the bag. We got small caliber, large caliber, illegal as fuck caliber.
Take one illegal as fuck caliber, please.
This is Kurt Hansen. If you're hearing this, you've come to the right place. NCPD, gang wars, not in Dogtown. Taxes, who the fuck needs them? In Dogtown, I keep your business safe, as long as you abide by my rules. Sound fair to you? I thought so. Good.
Fucking manual, maintenance accessories and supplies. All included. Get it while it's hot.
No, wait! This ain't what it looks like! Run, huh? You forget yourself, boys? Don't matter.
Tylko to tak z głowy. Wiesz, żeby nas to po prostu nie zjadło. Wracamy na rynki europejskie, potem cały świat. Mariaż game devu z breakdance'ami. To jest przyszłość. Tylko tak wiesz, z misją. Ludzie to naprawdę kurczę kruche istoty, a ścigają się jakby byli niezniszczalni.
I was wondering if there was a Ripper dock nearby so I could do some of these upgrades. Oh, BSOD of death. Football!
V, been meaning to ask. How bad is it for you?
Clock's ticking, and fast. Relic will finish me, sooner rather than later.
But you're here. Looking for a means to survive. Still fighting. Think you'd do anything for another chance?
Can't deny it.
Chin up. We're in this together.
There is that.
Hey, you there? Yes, I'm talking to you. Are you getting
Me?
We could turn back time.
Turns out I will be staying at the stadium.
Good. Is that?
Fuck, dog. Think Hansen's personal protection.
All right. Time you got up on the roof.
The hell for?
For the view. And I'm not being coy here. I mean, you'll see where we land, literally.
You'll see where we land. By the way, here's a bunch of ammo and health. Stock up. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, sorry, Kree. I also forgot. You missed another sex scene for me to get embarrassed by. So, mature game for mature people and all that.
Take the elevator. Shit! Little circuit. I've lost access.
What now?
Try and restart the generator.
You upset or something?
I detest wrinkles like this, when things don't go as planned.
Yeah, forget about it. Junk upon junk here.
Finally, pop in. Elevator's roof-bound. FYI, we're about to cross into Night City airspace.
Might be a bit of a shock. Braced for it? And whatever comes next?
Not sure one can ever be ready for a forced landing. Dogtown of all places. But having you means my chances are looking up. You made it. Good.
How's the sitch on board?
Stable, but tension's rising. Unsurprisingly. See that? It's us. Space Force 1. We're descending. In for a rough... Oh, fuck.
What? What's going on?
You have to...
Songbird! God damn it! Holy shit! 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 Fuck me! Ugh! Oh. Okay. Got this. Save the president. Sure. No fucking problem.
This reminds me a lot of the opening to Battlefield 4, which I liked a lot. That's a great reveal for the rest of Dogtown, too.
Wonderful.
Okay, I'm back.
Songbird!
And now, landed safely.
Shit, Songbird. Thought you might have... Fuck.
Yeah, I know. Songbird the cat. Life number 9 commenced. Alas, I made sure to get Myers to the safe room before I ejected. Run to the wreckage V. Save her.
Missile, Songbird? We just shot you clean out of the sky. No fucking way.
I had no idea Hanson was that fucked in the head.
We're that fucking determined.
You need to hurry.
What then? Got a plan?
Find Myers, get her to Liz Crest Street. It'll be the safest spot in Dogtown right now.
Right.
I'll be in touch. Godspeed, V.
They went to the city to pick up the merch. Never came back.
Focus now. You won't pass this way without a fight. You're capable, I know, but I'd rather not take any chances. So stay low. Go around.
Yeah, she's not kidding.
What's up with this chrome? Feed him some lead!
Fire! Fire for fuck's sake!
Shotgun will do it!
Ooh. I might want to switch to my own sniper rifle if that's the case. Sacre bleu.
The side's open! Fucking trying! Using a shotgun! Enemy in sight! The side, fuckers! Flank! Big guy! Oh! Ah! Flank! Yeah!
I still want to pick up the loot if I can, but obviously I got other priorities right now. Atrocious. Thought this might have been a better path.
All firearms on target!
Okay, let's see if I can make something happen with the precision rifle. I don't know if I'm quite ready for the sniper rifle yet, but... Well, okay. We'll give it one try, but I think this is the explosive one, so... Okay, maybe not. And the zoom on this isn't anything special. Yeah, honestly, I don't think this is worth it.
Flank! Flank him, damn it! I know!
Okay, let's see what this precision does instead. Probably should have tested this stuff before I went into a mission where this stuff mattered. Okay, well, first of all, it would help if I could actually aim with the thing.
Using a shotgun!
Yeah, honestly, I think I need to just go back to basics. I don't think this is the pistol I was using, though. Unity's 46. Yeah, News 53. I can, however, mod it now.
Flank, for fuck's sake! Fucking trying!
There we go. No frills. Good old-fashioned pistol for precision work. Submachine gun when I'm in close contact. Well, crap. That was probably not a smart move anyway. I'm assuming it's going to take me right back to the entrance.
Focus now. You won't pass this way without a fight. You're capable, I know, but I'd rather not take any chances. So stay low. Go around.
Try not to hit civilians, but it's hard to tell who's who. I don't think I'm going to be able to make that work. Not destructible. Okay. Well, gives me a start.
Come on, let's play a game.
Oh, this is nice. I can actually get the drop on people if I want. So I wonder if I can get clever with the distractions to... Probably not. Okay.
First, I'll cut off your fingers.
Just let me tag the people, please. Ah.
First, I'll cut off your fingers.
Oh, not down. There we go.
Don't stop. All guns on them. Ugh. Big guys.
Okay, I gotta find out exactly what that big thing is.
That's running.
Probably better for me to flush out the people at the on the higher level now. I should have reloaded before I thought of that, huh?
Fuck him in the ass, people!
Okay, big thing right now is I do need to boost up my ammo. And I do know there's a sniper somewhere in here. Colonel Anson's orders: crash site. Secure the crash site, set up a perimeter, eliminate security, enemy civilians, cover your tracks, secure target number 1, and deliver them directly to me. I want a recording of the op from at least 2 cameras. This operation is top secret. Any leaks will be dealt with by me personally.
Positions! Hold them, goddammit! Surround them! I'm going!
I don't get it. Okay. Let's get the goodies. Yeah, we're definitely short on ammo, so I think probably my best bet is to engage at closer range until I can get some reliable source of ammo. Easier said than done. Obviously, if I tried close range with these people, I probably would have been overrun, but... that might have helped.
Got an idea. Hack the AV. Try to.
So a BDE9 might give me what I need. So do a BDE9, E9, 55, BD, yeah.
Not how I would have done it, but it's
I didn't realize I had to... didn't realize I'd have an easier way of dealing with that. Alright, fair enough, we got through it. It only took me 2 tries.
scaffolding. Scale it. Go.
I have 1 clip left after this one, so I need to use this at close range and ideally get as many headshots as possible. May also make some sense to... I'm not quite sure what I thought I was going to accomplish doing that. Oh, this is a pickle. I don't think I'm supposed to be here. Let's just reload the last autosave. I'd rather not. Rather not trying to figure out how that works. And we've got an error. All right. I'm obviously streaming very late, but we finally made it to Phantom Liberty. So obviously I'm gonna do at least the first step. I'm very reluctant. So over the time, I've been very reluctant to search for like, when does Phantom Liberty start and how many missions are there in Phantom Liberty and so on and so forth. Like it is kind of fun to go in not really knowing what to expect. So, I imagine at this price, it's probably more than just like 1 or 2 missions. I suspect that it's going to be a reasonably sized chunk. And then of course we'll have the rest of the game to play as well. But I figure, get at least a good introduction in terms of what's going on. It's a little bit of a drag to, be back on the desktop for a bit, but just so you can know, I'm not chatting for the sake of chatting. We're just waiting for the sync. There we go. It is raining out though, so it does make me sort of wish I was playing it slightly makes me wish I was playing Book of Hours just because of the weather.
Scaffolding. Scale it. Go.
This is the ladder apparently I missed last time. There we go. Moon's a nice touch. I don't remember if I must have seen the moon at some point before.
Shit. Hansen's people are there. Seems they've been given a job to finish.
How many of your people there?
There were 11 on board, counting myself and Rosamund. How many still alive? No idea. Must be some way I could... Wait, I got it. The crane arm. Hop on. I think I can put it up. Not a second to spare now. Across the roof, right straight ahead.
What, you've never shot at people while you're on fire? You're missing out.
Ready, steady. Enemy backup's on the way.
I wish I could grab the loot. We're really getting short on just about everything, so I am actually going to take the time to grab what I can.
Wait, B. Get too far away.
Ah.
Come on!
The ground is gonna explode.
Oh, that's a lot of fun.
Got a troublemaker here. Got something nice and big for you. Watch out for grenades. Got a little something for you.
Sacre bleu.
Watch out for grenades.
Oh Jesus, I'm out of everything.
Path to the wreckage is clear.
Not a moment too soon. Oh, you know what the problem is? I remember why I went to the assault rifle now. Because it takes the same... It takes the same ammo type as the as a submachine gun. So let's I think I'm gonna take the assault rifle with the higher damage. Yeah.
Make for the wreck and watch who you shoot. We got NUS agents there, not bogeys.
I can already tell you this is not the accurate one. This is appalling. I cannot use this gun. I should probably paint this stuff to make sure that I'm looking at the right units. Yeah, so they're all coded as bad guys, and I'm going to assume that they're not all clustered up because they're fighting.
Come on! What they paid you for?
Okay. find better cover.
Grab in some big guns. Ah. Ah. Ugh. Ah. Oh.
Crap.
Oh. Yeah. The side's open. Oh.
Not good.
Grenade! Take over! Grab in some big guns!
I just gotta hold out for the heal.
Sid! Sid!
Well. Not quite. Drop gun, please. There we go. Yeah, so I'm gonna need to get used to this this assault rifle, I think, but we survived. Hello, Temp Mine. How you doing? So I'm a little more relieved that we've got about 10 clips for the assault rifle. My pistol definitely seems to be the playmaker.
Quick. Fuel tank's insulated. It won't explode. See anything?
Whole lot of wrecked aircraft.
Anyone alive?
Nobody jumping out to greet me.
Shit! Are we too late?
Deep breaths. Nothing's for sure. Let me scan around.
Keep moving back. You'll see a safe room. I'll pop the release on the door.
Note to the press on the Texas border situation. President Rosalind Myers expressed her deep regret at the escalation of conflict along the border of the Republic of Texas. As the president states, one can't remove a vital organ from the state and assume that it will continue to function properly. The president will not resume talks with the Texas government on opening the border to free trade and immigration until the government manages to get the terrorist threat under control. Myers added that the NUS armed forces are ready at any moment to aid Texas citizens in their fight against terrorism. Just say the word and this nightmare can be a thing of the past. You will be able to return home to American soil. RM, okay, just drop the organ bit. Muddles the message. I'm curious if it meant, it doesn't mention Myers yet, but Space Force One, the SV-112 Conda 1, has been the mainstay of Space Force One in recent years. Compared to the Griffin 414 President Kress flew on back in her day, this model is much lighter and faster. Based on Songbird's recommendations, Rosalind Myers put forward a number of requirements that the CODA had to meet in addition to general safety standards for suborbital aircraft. And these are what probably led to so few casualties when the SFO crashed in Dogtown. Above all, the reduction of the sizable office area made it possible to comfortably accommodate the same number of NUSA agents as in a larger craft, while the office itself was reinforced with prototype shock-dampening fibers made by Militech. Last but not least, this is the first presidential aircraft equipped with combat bots and the first to have ever activated them. Does anybody have candidates for a president who, upon being informed that the suborbital aircraft is about to crash into hostile territory with a single hired gun as the only contact, does anybody have a president that they would say, yeah, my guy would do that? Feel free to say it in chat. Crushed body, force 9,000 newtons, severe damage to anterior chest wall, asphyxiation caused by a collapsed lung. FIA security report classified top secret. Attack the Texas Republic, threat level high. Attack Arasaka. Attack by the Texas Republic, threat level high. Attack by Arasaka, threat level high. Lone Wolf attack, threat level moderate. Attack by the USSR, threat level low. FIA intelligence counterintelligence has not detected any new threats this week. Security protocols in the case of known threats remain in place. The President's security level remains high. Flight log, SV1, I-12 Coda 1, flight number 4277. Flight control system alert, external interference detected, initiating repair, repair failed, critical alert, stability compromised, security system active, emergency protocol initiated for number 1 secured and safe room, life support system active, security system protocol initiated for remaining passengers, flight control system, left wing damage detected, engine number 2 damage detected, initiating emergency landing, flight control system hydraulic system failure, and then blank. Konpeki incident, report number 6. It is still unclear exactly what transpired at Konpeki Plaza. Nevertheless, certain facts are clear. Saburo was most likely murdered by Yorinobu despite the presence of at least 2 more individuals at the scene. These were local mercenaries hired to steal the relic. It seems likely that Saburo appeared in the penthouse unannounced. The possibility that the mercenaries anticipated this has been ruled out, and hence the likelihood that they murdered Saburo. The identities of the mercenaries remain partially unknown. Informant O1257 disappeared before he could access his employer's files. Perhaps Songbird may extract more from Arasaka's servers. I confirmed that the stolen relic contained an engram of the late rocker boy Johnny Silverhand. It is unclear why Yorinobu chose his personality construct in particular. Perhaps Saburo confided something important in Silverhand just before he was soul killed. I stress that this is merely a hypothesis. I mean, I think we could at least say, I could invert it, and I could say I think we can all agree that the person who would fire a missile at Space Force 1 to have it crash down in Dogtown would be Dark Brandon. Rally security. Cameron Sickard to Randolph Davis. Next week's rally, what's our status? Sniper positions all staffed. We plan to delegate 6 agents undercover to crowd control. Better make it 10. And the immediate detail? Well, to be honest, I thought you'd be using our own agents from SF1. We will, but we need some of yours as well. Sure, understood. Will 2 be okay? That'd be perfect. Thanks. Risk assessment. We need a 14-7A risk assessment upon landing in DC. Level 3. Understood. We're looking into the best possible team configurations to achieve maximum security levels. Our proposal, 3 additional persons in Quadrant 2, 1 additional runner in ICE overseeing the entire security setup as an additional failsafe. We'll coordinate delivery of the appropriate equipment. We're at Level 3, but closer to Level 4. Certain factors remain at the same regardless of team changes. I would introduce your suggested measures, but that's it. Great, thanks. We won't be adding anything else then. Oop. Campaign staff meeting minutes. Date 6/16/2077. Agenda: campaign finance apart from M. Pros and cons. Position on Mars colony controversy. Response to glitter and chrome for beauty routine article. For position on drinking water tax. Points covered 1 and 3. Action points: preliminary research. Determine the top 3 stylists. Include a coaching session for RM, presumably Rosalind Myers, ahead of interview. Confirm with G and C. Decision: and will remain the only real source of financing, presumably Melitech, and next meeting scheduled for 6/18/2077, 2 days from then.
Not one move! Who are you? You have 5 seconds!
Rosalind Myers, you're looking at the solution to your current problems. Name's V.
Corny as it sounds. My favorite letter of the alphabet just now. Apologies. I had to be sure it was really you.
Right. Let's still take it.
Fucking hell.
Damn it! They just won't let up! Keep your
I just got my ass kicked by the president. Well, hello there. I am getting my ass kicked. Good lord. All right. I'm definitely used to having a much higher level character. The sass from Myers really adds another dimension. Okay, there's something on the left-hand side that's hitting me, and I'm not... Or maybe it's just the fire? Alright, that is a welcome relief, but we'll have some others.
There's more! We won't hold this position!
Oh, can't you just loot? Let me loot in peace.
Closing in!
Stay sharp! I need to reload! Really pull that off! I will not be surrounded!
He's obviously getting close, so...
Shit's gonna
Okay. Sadly, we let them heal, but
Cover me! Rapid fire! Keep them busy!
I am mildly tempted to keep this until I can get some real ammo for my weapons.
You there?
How's the sitch?
We're alive. Both of us.
Now listen. Head for the vacant building on...
Elizabeth Chris. Got it. Give me some credit.
It's the best place to lay low. No heat signatures, so it's empty. Not a soul inside. Now get moving.
Apparently I can't carry those things up onto the higher level. Alright. Oh, I can't read Spider on the Fly? Come on. Rough landing for Rosalind Myers. Kurt Hansen almost wiped her. At least this time almost was all we needed. Since our dear Prez survived, better get her out. Drop her off somewhere safe and regroup with the Songbird. Fingers fucking crossed you get it done quick. Get done quick. Being cut off's getting real old. It's telling me to return to Myers, but frankly, I'm reloading. I just need to get back to my happy place. Okay. Eh? Eh? Actually into emergency life pod sealed. Life pod launch prior to impact. Alright, I'm gonna guess this is all... Yeah. I looted all of this. Follow me, madam.
Got Songbird on comms. She's fine. Found us a safe house nearby, too.
Songbird. I'd started to worry. I suppose I forgot she always lands on her feet.
That crazy luck, both of you.
Maybe you brought it with you. This is some fucking nightmare. My people dead. All of them. Because of me.
Nightmare, sure. So wake up. Look alive.
As if it were that easy. You have no idea how deep this goes. We were hacked. That means Hansen had help. From Washington. The NUS government is aware of the crash, no doubt. They'll have sat-mapped it. Seen us hit the ground in Dogtown. Unless the plot goes deeper. Hansen's spreading his agitprop lies as we speak. I'm sure of it. Our people will have an even harder time crossing the border. I can't trust a soul. I just... Fuck. I don't know what to do.
Understanding concerns. Don't Don't forget, you got me here, though.
You?
And Songbird. We'll get you out of this mess.
Thank you, V.
We stick to the plan. After that, guess we'll see.
Wait a second. Damn it. If Hansen's got someone inside in Washington, that means I'm traceable. Wherever, whenever. I have a subdermal tracker. It needs to go ASAP. It's near an artery that's best not nicked. I'll need your help.
Assume you know what you're doing. Be completely on your own without the tracker.
Well, you're here.
Close your eyes. Think of some asshole you hate. Always helps.
That's a long list.
Even better.
Wait, is that... drone? Finish up, quick. Cover it now! That was close.
V, I'm here.
Right on time. You in one piece?
For now. Can't say I'll stay that way. You need to get to the top of the building. Talk later.
Got Songbird on comms. Says we gotta climb higher.
Lead the way. It's your city, after all.
I'm sure you probably know this, Algrins, but Myers is ex-Militech with the kind of revolving door
Lawrence
between...
Towns have caught your scent. You need to move.
Delta time. Let's go.
with kind of the revolving door between Militech and the NUSA government. But yes, she's much like the president in the Division 2, which is about as effective as the player at combat.
We'll ask our guardian angel if she
Good
can
news
get
for
this
me, though.
elevator moving.
All's okay your end? Where you operating from?
Well, not from a cool, comfy ice bath. God knows what I get for that now. I'm nearby, though. Just had to find a new nest, or they would have found me.
Elevator could use a runner's touch, Song.
Already on it. Uh-huh. Sorry, V. My magic's no good here. What we need's power. There's a maintenance shaft with a fuse box nearby. Follow the scaffolding.
Says I need to turn the lights back on. Might take a minute.
Fine, I'll keep my head down.
By the way, that's not a bug. Rosalind Meyer is kind of like a bloodhound. She can always sense an enemy in range. Akibono Arcade Collection. Please enjoy our brand new hand-picked selection of arcade games and gambling machines. We hope you find the small yet sophisticated selection to your liking. Overlight, Tower of Chrome, Mad Men, Joe Bombastic, Bloodbath 1, Bloodbath 2, 2 second edition machines with unpatched glitch, double jump is 6 pixels higher than normal, Bloodbath 3, Heart of the Valkyrie, Pharaoh's Gold with first-gen graphics. Good luck and have fun. We've ordered a copy of The Knights of Mars, a ripoff of the iconic Future Warrior series, Neon version, as well as a Soviet Motor Rush from 1973. They should arrive shortly.
It's running. Do you think it'll work? lousy place to get stuck.
Just one way to find out.
What's the probability a random passerby noticed a moving elevator in an abandoned hotel? Right. Leave the analytics to Songbird. Little fuckers are fidgety. Sharp sensors on those. If they've sensed us already, the place will be swarming in no time.
Great reason to move on and keep moving.
My thoughts exactly.
And mine. Just stay calm and keep quiet.
Hold. Drone on your left.
Remote controlled. If I touch it, I give away your position.
Something best avoided.
Restaurant. Subnet access point in there. If you jack in, I can inject some fake hostile readings. Send the drones chasing after geese.
Doable.
Canadian geese? I definitely want to get the stuff, but I do not want to be detected by the drone. Canadian geese are sensitive and misunderstood animals. Oh, heaven's sake, come on. Loot is mine.
Opening now. Ready up. Hustle in the ranks. Lazy fuckers expect the drone to do all the work. Now's your chance to slip out. Tiptoes recommended.
Tiptoes all well and good, but money makes me quieter.
Four wheels, 2 seats. Eager.
Obviously, I'm not going to start any fights until I absolutely have to.
Takedown in this case. Just a quiet one.
Too old for you.
That almost sucked. Are you kidding me? Oh, okay. That was fires. I was like, it looked like Rambo was suddenly coming up out of that guy. Okay, well, it seems to me that we should probably get rid of the people on the upper level before we get too committed downstairs. I also don't think it would hurt to do a ping. Oh, go to hell.
For shit's sake. They'll catch us out here, we're dead.
Roll up the risk, huh? Why? It's stupid. It's not just your life on the line,
Actually, I don't like how they got got kind of nasty to me. I'm gonna try that in stealth again. I'm not quite sure what else I could have done as soon as that guy turned around.
Give away your position.
Oh, Christ.
Something best avoided.
Restaurant. Subnet access point in there. If you jack in, I can inject some fake hostile readings. Send the drones chasing after geese.
Doable.
Best to sneak past him.
Good news is the frame rate suddenly improved a lot.
And now, ready up. Not much hustle in the ranks. Lazy fuckers expect the drone to do all the work. Now's your chance to slip out. Tiptoes recommended.
I'm still not sure exactly where these guys are. But it also doesn't really matter as long as, as long as everybody who can kind of see us is accounted for.
Search the area, secure the perimeter. On it.
4 wheels, 2 seats. A taker.
Are you kidding me? I'm resetting if I get caught. That is very amusing, but no, I am not living with that. If I'm not living with them turning around at an inopportune time, I am not living with a dramatic slide over the edge. I just really hope I don't have to tag these guys again. Okay, good. Third time's a charm.
4 wheels, 2 seats. A taker.
Okay, now that, for some reason, Myers did not do the takedown that time. That's inconvenient for me, but I should be able to make it work, and hopefully before they notice the body. There's a slight inconvenience now that I know that this unit's gonna turn around. I can't very well... Yeah, so I mean, it seems to me I kind of need to wait for them to actually do a full patrol back, because anything short of being able to take out both people blows my cover. Okay, now that's promising. If they're that close to each other, Myers might get involved.
Come out and play,
Oh.
you little cunt.
I really thought that turnaround. Oh, okay, no good.
Come out. Let's talk.
This is gonna get inconvenient in a minute.
Come on, let's play a game.
So them being on patrol is inconvenient, but not a deal breaker. No.
For shit's sake. They catch us out here, we're dead. Roll up the wrist, huh?
I'll try one more time. I'm a little curious what triggered the body. Even though there's a fair number of people, I'm actually fairly certain I can handle a firefight with them. I'm not... I just don't want them to be mean. And the weird one out of this was definitely Myers helping with the takedown in the first case, but not the follow-up. So as a precaution... I'm not entirely sure human bodies can quite twist the way that Myers just did, but I'm not going to question it. Alright, not what I intended, but that's life. Okay, I don't see any red outlines that aren't already highlighted. So, seems to me, again, my preference would not be to sit and wait for this guy to turn around, but I also don't think I have options. So in this case, I'm going to stay well away. I'll wait till I see them turn around. Now the hope is that somebody doesn't find a body. And then once they turn around, I move in. And if the president helps take out a second person, great. If not, it should be a pretty straight line for me to handle. But the big one on this one, given what happened last time, in fact, I think I'm just going to do a quick save. Given what happened last time, I don't want... sure. I don't want to have any kind of eye line, yeah, until they're fully clear. Okay, so Myers isn't helping here, so I need to hustle on this guy. Kill Stealer. So this should be pretty straightforward from this point. I might need to get a little clever in terms of the distractions. But, so if I could rely on Myers in this case, the obvious answer would just be to hop down and take the guy from behind the bar, but because I can't rely on it, I'm going to wait till this guy turns. Even then, there may be a problem because he might be seen by some of these others. But I should at least get a warning if that's the case. There's the distraction option here, but the problem is that they would be looking this. There we go. So I gotta pull him over the counter, otherwise it's not worth it. Oh crap. Not the button I needed. Oh hell. I can't believe that turned out. Ridiculous. I'm not gonna question it, but holy crap, I should not have been able to get away with that. So I'm gonna wait for the patrol. I'm gonna activate the computer. I have no idea what happens to the sight lines when I'm on the computer, so I'm just gonna chill out here for a bit. Again, distraction's kind of my friend here, but because there's sort of three-person coverage here, which again, if you ever... I don't even remember where you can hear this now, but there's a... If you ever want to hear David Fincher rant for an extended period. Malfunction reports janitor receptionist, clogged skin, AC is broken, constant airflow, do not move the sign, issues with sensors, cams, wireless charger not working, mini fridge stinks. Okay, this buys me time. Oh, they're looking the wrong way. I'm still going to take advantage of it. I just need to jump off the ledge to make this happen.
I came, I saw, I left it the fuck alone.
No. Okay. That is a I do like that line though.
Waypoint B and 15. We're gonna regroup.
Get back here. Are you kidding me? Oh man, I did not want that autosave. I'm definitely taking the Barghast car. My worry now is that this guy's going to turn around and go into the building again. Oh, good work there. Orders. All units, target evaded capture at point 0. Target is being escorted. Additional patrol units will be deployed throughout sector. Report any suspicious movement. Remember, we need target alive. That does not mean unharmed. This is going to get a little complicated in terms of sight lines, but yeah, sorry. If you ever want to hear David Fincher complain at great length about three-person coverage, there is a commentary track for the movie Seven where he expresses in no uncertain terms the difficulty of trying to do three-person coverage in a an apartment doorway, no less. So I'm not gonna lie, I don't have any great ideas for how to lure those last two out of the way. I might be able to rely on the car. Yeah, there are not a lot of distractions, so I'm assuming if I try to distract with the monitor, yeah, nobody pays attention, so that doesn't help. So at this point, I kind of need to hope that the car serves as a sufficient cover. Which it does.
Slow and steady.
Detecting multiple patrol 6V. Stay on your toes.
All right.
Sync to a radio frequency. Hear me okay?
Loud and clear, Somi. Would you care to tell me what the fuck is going on?
We have a plan we need to stick to. Elizabeth Crest Street. That's where you need to go. The streets are too hot, so you'll need to go underground.
Like literally.
You'll take old metro tunnels. Find the nearest station beneath an abandoned expo hall.
Got it.
Alert! Myers sighted in Sector 2-1. Investigate, now!
Okay, they are closing in on me, so we're gonna take the long way around. Not good. The least conspicuous way to dodge the patrols. This is an H-Touch though. I can't really think of a time when I've had to do, like, obviously with the new police system there's the wanted level and things like that, but I can't really think of a mission where I've needed to sort of keep it cool while... Okay, that's a little concerning, but they're both going the same way, so I should be able to give them the slip. Don't fancy my chances against that patrol up here, though, so let's just keep close
Outpost.
to the left.
We best go around.
Okay. But yeah, I don't know, like, carrying... You'd kind of think that in a game where you play sort of an edge runner, like this idea of kind of carrying contraband in a vehicle and trying to avoid detection would be something that kind of would come up. So it's nice. I like that they've expanded the type of mission that you can do.
Yeah, like that. We're gone.
That's it. Return
Good
to
thing you
base.
grabbed the wheel. Looks clear. Finally. Nice change.
Okay, I'm not going to spend too much time evaluating weapons. I'll just find anything that's in the white category and ditch it. Which I can probably also start killing some greens too. Yeah, I'm certainly getting a much higher caliber of weapon at this point. Looks to me like this higher level Unity is what the doctor ordered. So I lied, I am gonna check out some new weapons. I'm not gonna lie, the precision rifle didn't exactly set me on fire. The assault hasn't been doing it quite for me yet, but it might just be because I haven't found the right one. But yeah, the biggest drawback for me right now with the submachine gun is that it yeah, so the ammo thing's a big problem. But yeah, the assault rifle's just kind of the least bad of my current options.
Dogtown. What a joke. Did you all nuke this place?
You all? First time I'm here.
Likewise. And if I never make it back, it'll be too soon.
Huh. Looks like a kind of museum.
The Museum of Wishful Thinking. Where the rich bought and sold so many unfulfilled dreams.
Seen my fill of gonk magnet adventures like this.
Huh. In a past life? What was it? Real estate? Entertainment?
Arasaka, actually. Research and development, broadly speaking. Specializing in data acquisition.
Quaint name for corporate espionage.
Quaint indeed.
No need to delay.
Myers is shocked to discover that the corporations might be spying on each other.
Quiet's a good sign.
You think so? I generally prefer lively places.
Founding our future. Be more than an outcome of the past. Become the founder of the future. Welcome to Night City's Founding Our Future Innovation Expo. Our 14 interactive showrooms present cutting-edge tech created by Militech's best and brightest engineers, as well as planned and ongoing development investments in the district of, good God, Serenasands. We encourage you to check the expo agenda and participate in all scheduled discussion panels and entertainment events. Our staff will gladly answer any questions you have and help you reach your desired destination. There's no further place than here and no better time than now, for this is where the future starts. Come and found it with us. Oh my goodness, Kilgore. So you've got Max Stein, Kilgore Trout. Olgans is here already. I've been streaming for 8 hours. Yeah, I was kind of, so I was getting ready to wrap up, and then I finally made it into the Phantom Liberty content. Very good introduction. Reminds me a lot of the intro I liked a lot in Battlefield 4. But it's a nice, exciting opening. There's a saying that I've heard, which is that techno thrillers are basically science fiction, but when the president's the main character. So I'm not entirely sure what you do with like an espionage story with when the president's the character here. I guess it's a techno thriller. But yeah, I'm very, very engaged. I probably won't be streaming for that much longer. But needless to say, I have been trying to get to the Phantom Liberty content for a while now, and it would be very silly of me to have such an interesting opening and this say, well, thanks everyone, we're wrapping up right now. But let me take a quick second here to shout out Kilgore Trout, who has been very kind with his raids lately. Partly, I'm assuming because I have been streaming later, and also partly because I assume I'm the only one available. But as you will know, he is a huge fan of Beatrix Potter and Kurt Vonnegut. But he is a retro streamer. He is a member of the GOG stream team. In fact, Dizzy Plays, I believe, is on that same team and was hanging out a little while ago or earlier on in the stream. For all I know, by the way, Kilgore may like Beatrix Potter, but Kilgore Trout is clearly a a reference to Vonnegut. And if you have not encountered the name Kilgore Trout, I have some books that I can recommend. But anyways, the important thing about Kilgore, even though the majority of people who are in here now are coming from Kilgore's broadcast, he plays a lot of retro games, and particularly games that he enjoyed when they first came out. And one thing that I appreciate a lot, and I think one reason why GOG is a particularly good fit for him, although I know GOG is also trying to move away from the idea of being the kind of outfit that you only go to play your old games. But Kilgore will provide some context in terms of sort of his feelings in first playing the game. And there's like some obvious things. So it's like, I'm not trying to pretend that I'm some like, doughy-eyed 12-year-old, watching Kilgore's stuff saying is like, oh, you mean the people playing Wolfenstein didn't think the thing looked like real life? Like, I know that, right? But it is nice to have someone, for people who believe these things, to say, no, of course, you didn't think that it was reality when you play Wolfenstein, but there hadn't been a game, that felt like this, running around the dungeon blowing away the Nazis, right? Like, and it's fair. Like, it's not even that Wolfenstein was necessarily the first person game, but it was, it has a special place for a reason, and largely due to a lot of the tech that id Software developed. The other thing that's sort of nice too is that he does offer, like, so I tend not to like a lot of received wisdom in terms of gaming. Like the whole Bugthesda reputation and things like that. But the thing is that I'm a very small voice, whereas Kilgore is obviously a partner. He is a man with some weight behind his words, and it is nice to see some pushback to those kinds of feelings, because in the end, these are things that largely get in the way of enjoying games. And one of the through lines that I can tell you with Kilgore, I don't think it's fair to call him just a retro streamer, because he has done Cyberpunk and he has done The Witcher. He's done plenty of modern games, both on the GOG channel as well as on his channel. The through line is a love of gaming, and that will come across in how he describes the game at the time. If you have, if you kind of want to know what it was like to first play it, because I'll admit, like, there's plenty of very well-respected older games that I actually don't care very much for when I play them. I appreciate their importance in gaming history. I appreciate their status as influential games, but I will confess that I do not find them very fun. And sometimes in that case, understanding some context from channels like Kilgore does a very good job of sort of helping provide some perspective. So even if it's not something I necessarily agree with, I can get a little bit more of a contemporary feeling. What did you think of The Witness then, out of curiosity? I know Myst was like huge when it came out, but the funny thing is I mostly hear pushback against Myst now. You love The Witness. Interesting, because I know that was heavily influenced by Myst. Anyways, Kilgore does some special things. He actually plays at a very high level. I actually finally tried the demo version of Sherlock, and it took me like 5 minutes. It makes me feel that like I've just completely lost my marbles already, because Kilgore does it in like a minute or two, while interacting with chat, no less. But yeah, he shows me stuff I've never seen before. He provides some very valuable context in terms of why games are important or fun or what they meant to him. All of these are really great things to attach to. And then if that wasn't enough, he has a wonderful movie and game box collection, and will often sort of share that with his channel as well. Although I do know, and as someone who gets very frustrated with sort of backseating and reflexive opinions, I also know that sometimes the chat will get derailed on those topics. But yes, I appreciate him trooping through those moments, even when they do become frustrating. So hopefully I have convinced the two of you that are not yet already following Kilgore to give him a shot. I have none of these qualities. I did rant a little bit about W. Edwards Deming and the reason why a very cranky statistician is probably the clearest reason why we have so many Japanese conglomerates buying everything up in Cyberpunk stories. And we did talk a little bit about particular critiques of capitalism and where they sometimes fall short in terms of stories, as well as some interesting directions that they can go. But mostly the only thing I've got going for me is that I talk over the game, and if you got some homework to do, or if you got something, you just basically want to hear a Canadian accent in the background, that's the only really reason to watch me. But I do hope you still stick around. So pay me enough, I'll say nice things about anybody who you've got in here. But thank you again, Kilgore. I know you got a lot of places to go, and more importantly, I will say, for those of you that aren't following Kilgore is actually looking to sort of bring some of his numbers back up. I am no stranger to the Twitch algorithm changing things around. He certainly is definitely deserving of his audience. So if you've not checked him out, I do recommend doing so. And one reason I say this is that as somebody who broadcasts, I know that there is a massive incentive to bring a large audience to people who are even bigger, because that tends to help people grow channels. And the fact that Kilgore spent the time with someone like me speaks a lot to his qualities as a person. So there is potentially a sacrifice being made there, and at the very least, I can ask you to, pay that back. So people want you to either sleep or wake up. So do you like fire a gun into the microphone every like 10 minutes or so for the wake up? All right, founding our we finished the founding our future text.
Feel free to ask her about those exhibits. Really wonder what she'll say.
Oh man, Kilgore. I mean, if you ever want to chat about this, I won't name names on this, but I've had people who I've sort of helped get in touch with certain developers, like kind of help them, get their, just get in touch with people for keys and stuff like that, and tried to help bring them up, and then they get a little bit of a taste for bigger things. So all of a sudden, they've got what they wanted from me, so they just kind of move on. I never see them again because they're too busy raiding up. And then what happens is someone like you will raid in, or I'll be covering something like Phantom Liberty, or like there's an indication that like someone big has gotten attention, and all of a sudden these people always start showing up, and it's like, oh yep, I just finished my stream right now, and I'm like, I'm not gonna like time you out or anything like that, but you are a jackass. You'll notice that those people don't get shout outs like Kilgore's. There's a reason for that. I don't like to speak ill of direct people, but I think people who hang out long enough will notice the people who go out of their way to draw attention to themselves, and how I am suddenly a lot less generous with the shout outs. And I figure that the people who need to know will know. So the model of an office complex comprised of 3, especially because like I'm a small person. Like what is my bad mouthing going to accomplish, right? All 2 people are not going to watch their channel. Oh, I sure showed them. No, let them do their thing. I'll do mine, and try as much as I can to be someone who builds up other channels, not tears them down. Model of an office complex comprised of... By the way, I do sometimes forget to shout people out, so please don't take me not shouting out someone as a non-endorsement. Sometimes I just forget, so... So a model of an office complex comprised of 3 buildings, Militech HQ, a building complex of a new Militech HQ based in Night City, never went beyond the planning stage. That's what happens if I activate it.
It was an urban renewal effort, designed to curb Arasaka's growing influence. Militech backed most of the projects.
So Militech sank money into Dogtown too?
That's not what it was called then, but yes.
On paper, urban renewal. Under that cover, military infrastructure development. But abandon all hope of hearing a word of truth.
So, for those of you who have played Phantom Liberty, what have you thought of it so far? And, I don't know, like, what... Has it changed how you feel about Cyberpunk, or is it just more of an awesome game that you really liked? I'm assuming that if you didn't care for Cyberpunk, you probably didn't say, "Ooh, let me try Phantom Liberty. I bet it's going to turn my, my opinion around." But maybe it did as well.
A bright future, with the right financing. But wars scare off investors.
Wars don't happen out of the blue. This, no exception. Orders were issued. There's the Rosalind Myers I know. Never a shadow of accountability.
Yeah, well, you also know I'm a really quantitative guy. So, it's not just that it's an opinion thing. Like, there's empirical evidence that the majority of people were enjoying. I mean, it's like No Man's Sky. I'm not trying to suggest that No Man's Sky was perfect the way that it was and that, people didn't legitimately feel misled. But the idea of the game as a failure, at least as far as sort of the usual metrics that people have, like, are people playing the game for extended periods of time? Are they coming back? It was always a very, very popular game. There was never a period where it was not, among some of the highest player count games, at the very least in terms of the PlayStation numbers. I'm not 100% sure in terms of things like PC. And the game has just gotten better, and it is much more in line with what people maybe wanted at the start. But the difference here is that there are different ways of talking about the success of given games. And like in the case of Cyberpunk, I don't want to minimize what people on consoles experienced, but I think the representative experience of Cyberpunk would be very fairly stated as, enjoyment, if not active enthusiasm. And that, probably there is a kernel of a legitimate complaint, was blown completely out of proportion. So you did a good chunk of the expansion backwards. How did you do it backwards, if you don't mind me asking, Max Stein? Maybe avoiding any kind of major plot details, but I'm curious what you mean by that. Mock up a pyramid-shaped building, Heavy Hearts Club, purpose, service, and entertainment, currently occupied by the Heavy Hearts Club. But yeah, I really like the intro to this. Like the premise is kind of neat, right? You get contacted by an elite hacker. Basically says Air Force One is about to crash in the middle of a bad part of town. You're the only one who can save us. And then you get to see the crash. You get to see the big moments, and then go into a firefight. That's just like, it's the start of a really good set piece. So yeah, see, I haven't played Witcher 3 yet. I didn't actually care that much for Witcher 1, the little bit that I played of it, but I'll probably just jump into the third one and see what's going on. I certainly recognize that it's a really special game.
Someone's bloated ego.
Takes one to know one.
Damn. There's no way around this?
Songbird, got a sitch. Can you jimmy the door?
On it. Ugh, the lock jammed. Gotta brute force it, V.
Time to roll up your sleeves.
Just shout manly things.
3, 2, 1. All right.
Head for the elevator, just across the room.
Oh yeah, I have Witcher 2 as well.
Huh. One of Hansen's warehouses, it seems.
Gotta find an elevator. Other side of the room.
I'm assuming I can probably just start the series at number 3, though. Like, that seems to be the one that everybody... I am assuming that there's absolutely no enemies I need to worry about whenever I see ammo crates like this. This is just to psych me out. I'm on to you, CD Projekt. Far out, dude. Okay, yeah. Yeah, sounds...
No time to stop and think.
Sounds good. I mean, I have the... Oh, actually, sorry. There was one other thing I wanted to say about Kilgore's
Let's move, please.
retro side. One thing I have appreciated about watching a few more retro-oriented streams is I was talking earlier about the fantasy console Pico 8 and the fact that I've been trying to develop some stuff for it. I'm not thinking. I'm getting the ammo that I will use to protect your life, ma'am. But yeah, I've kind of used... I know Kilgore's not covered Starflight, but we have talked about Star Control, and that's been a bit of a touchstone in terms of the stuff that I'm interested in doing. So,
V, do you hear that?
There's one detail I forgot to mention in my long shout-out.
Bastards caught up to us again.
Songbird.
Hey, bad news this time. Hansen's dogs caught your scent. Assault incoming. They must have geolocated the car you jacked.
What now?
Got a surprise for our guests. Making the final adjustments now.
Hold your position!
You're not the boss of me.
Need that.
Actually, I guess you are. Never mind.
Engage him. Song's on the case.
Take him down! They won't get me!
Didn't really need the health, but it helps to... Man, this thing doesn't do that much damage on its own. Does help to have the cooldown. Whoa!
Shit's fucked up.
Okay, let's... Not the one I wanted to do, but I'm lagging a bit.
Starting to heat up in here, Songbird.
Okay, sorry, I'm gonna try one thing. Every once in a while, when the frame rate chugs, I'm usually able to go to the map, and it's gonna chug for a little bit, but then it should be better when I go back, so... Oh, cool. All right. And thank you very much for hanging out, Max Stein. I know I spent a lot of time talking instead of playing, but I hope you have a good night. And for the rest of you who hung out with Kilgore, I appreciate showing the support. Obviously, it means a lot when somebody doesn't just raid, but people stick around with it. But I totally understand it's late, and some of you may want to get some rest. I know I do. That should finish him off. Yeah, something's really tanking my frame rate right now. We'll work through it though. Okay, and apparently that didn't finish them. Oh no, it's a new person. Alright. I gotta get somewhere else.
Almost there. Still melting that program.
Get down! Made it, son!
Right here!
Ugh.
Take him down!
%.
70%?
90.
God almighty! It's moving!
Meet the Chimera, a combat prototype from militant stables.
Nice, very Ghost in the Shell.
And we're clear. I detect no more.
What? Oh God, what?
Songbird? What's with you?
What the hell is going on, V?
Dunno. Song's having a fit or something.
We're gonna have to fight this thing, aren't we?
Not looking good! Oh shit!
Son of a bitch went haywire.
For fuck's sake, Sumi! Slap a muzzle on the thing! This way! Quick! On your feet! Run!
Okay, I'm really sorry to do this. I am actually going to quit out and jump back in because I feel like the frame rate is in the toilet and it shouldn't be. I'm not going to be going that much further anyway, but I feel like if we're going to have a big, exciting action moment like the Chimera coming awake and blowing everything up, it would be nice if we could see that at slightly more than 10 frames a second. So just to show you what I'm working with here, we're at... I'm just syncing up, and then we will be back in a moment. Sorry to do that. Just, I know there have been a couple of times when the game winds up underperforming for like very trivial reasons, and a quick reset tends to get us through. So I didn't save because I'm sort of hoping to roll back a little bit. And if it's still like if it's unduly slow, fair enough, you know, we'll run with it and call it a night, but it's getting kind of late anyway, so let's try that. Okay. Let's try this. It's only 6 minutes from before that spot. So yeah, there's a little bit of a firefight. You get to see my incompetence at the gunplay, but hopefully you get to see it in something closer to a tolerable frame rate.
No need. 3, 2, 1.
Manly things.
All right. Head for the elevator, just across the room.
One of Hansen's warehouses.
Gotta find an elevator. Other side of the room. Okay, here goes.
V, do you hear that? Shit. Bastards caught up to us again.
Songbird.
Hey, bad news this time. Hansen's dogs caught your scent. Assault incoming. They must have geolocated the car you jacked.
What now?
Got a surprise for our guests. Making the final adjustments now. Keep your eyes open! Keep them busy for a sec. Need that.
Myers, we gotta engage him. Song's on the case.
I wish I could tag these people a little bit better.
Starting to heat up in here, Songbird.
Hold on tight.
get iron like that.
Almost there. Still melting that for override.
Legs!
Going in.
Good God. All right.
I'm reloading.
Yeah, so am I.
Take him down! Really pull that off! They stopped to reload! Hit him now!
Oh, I was really hoping I'd get his gun.
Careful! Snipers tag you!
Yeah.
That's one down!
70%. 90.
Legs! God almighty! It's moving!
Meet the Chimera. A combat prototype from militant stables.
Fuck!
And we're clear. I detect no more.
What? Oh God, what? Songbird? What's with you?
What the hell is going on, V?
Dunno. Song's having a fit or something.
Not looking good! Oh shit!
Son of a bitch went haywire.
For fuck's sake, Somi! Slap a muzzle on the thing! On your feet! Run!
You know the old rule, Chekhov's Chimera battle tank. You can't introduce a Chimera battle tank without a fight with it at some point.
Up there! Elevator!
Fucking move, damn it! There, got it. Elevate on the way. Stay low till it gets you.
God fucking damn it!
There's no health bar. I don't think it's worth spending the ammo on it. Okay, you go first.
Myers, get in!
Oh shit!
You wanna play rough? Gonna get rough. What now?
Look, I know there's going to be a bunch of people who complain, oh, it's just a bunch of QuickTime events, but that was really fun to watch.
You're not dying on me today.
Nope. Guess not.
Right. Good.
One of the things I also really like about that too is like your initial. Well, I'll wait. I'll get the dialogue go by.
Did it all?
Nothing serious. I got lucky.
Can't stay here.
Are you mobile? Motherfucker! Will you just die? The fall wrecked it! Let's go! Take this tin can to hell!
See? See? Chekhov's Chimera.
Drop the bastard! Hit the explosion! It's our only chance!
Sacre bleu!
I'ma fucking destroy you.
Oh, hell no. God, I wish they'd put those crit bits back, or those crit indicators back.
Come on, you son of a bitch! Face me!
Watch it!
See, because Rosalind Myers has... Yeah, I actually can't tell what the exposed bits are anymore. Okay, that'll work. Because Rosalind Myers has gone through the NUSA's political process, I believe she is actually in a position to scream, "Debate me, bro," at the tank.
Take cover!
For some reason I thought this was Borderlands and that maybe a rocket launcher was in order.
Damn it, B! Spot the gaps in the armor! Turret's active! Take cover!
Hmm. I wonder if I can shock it.
Play rough? I'll show you rough!
Hey, watch out!
That also makes a lot more sense now why some of those shots weren't landing.
Shit! Not dead yet! Look alive! Tech drone! Don't let him fancy up the fat one!
Good lord. Probably running into the middle of this wasn't a good idea, but... Nope. Oh well. I wanted the, Yes, okay, thank you, Algrins, for telling me what to do in chat. I really appreciate that. You know how much I love that.
The fall wrecked it. Let's go. No negotiating with Ian. Drop the bastard! Hit the exposed bit! It's our only chance!
Fuck.
I think I'm just gonna stop reading chat for a bit.
Bring it, motherfucker!
Hey, watch out!
I am curious if this short circuit doesn't... Okay, it does. It's like 2% off of that thing. Oop.
Shit! Not dead yet! Look alive!
I can't see the repair drone yet.
Tech drone!
You die already.
It is absurd how much cover they've got. Okay, I'm glad we've got some ammo on the other side, but that... No. Too much repair happening here, and I'm getting too much damage. Thank God. Okay.
One more.
Wait, some ammo.
Take cover.
I'll have to do. Hopefully it can pop those things with a short circuit. Simply. You know, it's that kind of leadership. Yes, let us kill the sweet mother of mercy. Let's kill the bad guys that makes her leader of the not-so-free world. Really get the commander-in-chief vibes from such instructions. So I'm not seeing any markers on the tank anymore. I'm assuming it's just open season, but it's definitely in much better health than before. I sincerely hope there is not another phase with those repair drones, because that was actually really hard to deal with. All right, thanks a lot, Kilgore. I think I'm probably done after this. This is a really, really cool fight. But man, does it take some focus. So I am sucking on the interaction side here. But thank you again for your joking. Oh, please don't kill me. Thank you very much for the host. I'm sorry I wasn't a better, or the raid rather. I'm sorry I wasn't better host. But I am hoping the enthusiasm for the game is coming across. Sleep well, and I hope I get a chance to see you on your side very soon. This is so bad. I cannot believe I got away with that. I need to find some cover and quick. At the I don't think it's a bad idea to get that that turret. I do think it's a bad idea to get that turret and not immediately shard a bunch of the items. You know what, I'll stay on the ground level here while we've got some easy bits to hit.
Bandit bee! Lots of gas in the armor!
So part of the idea here is just to try and stay on one side that's going to get pounded in these early phases.
Take cover.
And then move to the other side of the building later on in the fight.
Come on, you son of a bitch! Face me!
Hey, watch out!
So I don't think this offers much in terms of cover anymore, but I'm going to try and make it work for as long as possible so that I can have more to work with. Oh, hell.
Die already.
Ground those fucking drones! I'm gonna strangle you, Somi!
More?
You're done!
God, I cannot aim to save my life with this thing. Damn. Okay. Probably have to drop this thing to survive. At this point, this is mostly just about running around the edges to try and get some time with my... Okay, there's got to be another drone. There we go. Thank you very much. Is it Soberlay? Sorry, as you can guess, there's a few things occupying my attention right now, but I really do appreciate you sticking around after Kilgore's very generous raid. I appreciate it, and I hope you have a wonderful rest or whatever it is you are moving on to. Sorry for the frame rate again. Obviously, after a big fight, it seems to start to chug a little bit, but... So, what I wanted to talk about before this fight was the...
Yeah. Close call, that. Good teamwork.
And luck. A pile of luck, me.
Where's this core that I'm supposed to be taking?
Grab what you can, and let's head out. There has to be an exit here, somewhere.
Huh. What's this?
Not interested in that. But yeah, so one of the things I wanted to talk about was actually the start to this sequence. So you've got the... You've got the segment where the Chimera's chasing V and President Myers kind of up the, or through the museum, up the stairs and such. And, you know, again, like I said, this is, I don't mean to make too big of a deal about it, because I think, like, there's one thing that's nice to sort of check a certain degree of negativity that's unwarranted in terms of gaming. But focusing too much on it can be equally annoying. So, like, you know, there's a certain... I think we've all run into this type of gamer who's always like, oh, it's a quick time event. Don't they have any better ideas? But, like, the thing is, that's a really fun sequence, right? Like, it's very... You know, it's full of action. It's a lot of... Like, it's just a really nice spectacle to watch. But one of the things I also like about it, too, right? Like, your initial action that you take is, you know, press F to shoot the cable and let the core knock down. And, like, everything kind of goes wrong for you after that, right? Like, everything that stems from that action is just a collection of increasingly bad situations for you, the player. But ultimately, what saves your neck by the end is that original choice, right? The core ultimately does come and crush the Chimera. And so in that case, like, you don't really feel cheated. Like, you don't really feel like sort of they're like, okay, they couldn't write their way out of this thing. Like, in the end, your actions do have the intended effect, but you get to go on a nice big ride as part of it. So that was one little touch I really liked about it. This fight was a lot of fun. Obviously, I kind of blew it partway through, but being able to sort of do a big finale by climbing up on the tank and and ripping the top off is number one, very clearly something that exists in other, I think people would argue, cyberpunk media. But it's also just a cool, dramatic moment that you get to do. So I had a lot of fun with that.
Good stuff. I just hope this won't be a dead end.
Songbird said to keep to the tunnels all the way to Elizabeth Crest Street.
Any chatter from her?
Zero. Dead quiet.
Still. Not good.
Come on! Fuck.
Got a hatch here. Could we jump, maybe? Hold up, V. Let's pause. Think for a sec.
What's eating you?
I don't like this. Can you try calling So-Me again?
Okay, gonna give it a shot. Beat a Songbird. Starting to worry us, girl. Song, are you there?
No answer, huh? Guess you got me and only me.
So? Did you reach her?
Nothing. No response.
Shit. What happened back there? With So-Me?
Something was off, for sure. Could say she got hit with a demon. Maybe tripped a defense protocol on the Chimera's ice.
Could say.
Mm-hmm. If Songbird was a cookie cutter runner. Both know she's not, though.
Damn fucking straight.
But who knows? Whole thing was a clusterfuck. You know, no net run comes without a burn risk.
No. Impossible. So-Me's had occasional off moments lately. Temporary slumps. But I'm sure she's headed where we're headed. Same destination she gave us. It's the reasonable thing to do.
Right. Reasonable. Girl's gonna have a hell of a hangover. If she wakes up.
How you figure that?
'Cause I wound up at the same rave she went to. Felt like I was underwater. Leagues down. Tried to surface, but this suffocating, sucking sound pulled me back in. Then when she lost control of the Chimera, the water turned into fucking boiling tar.
Seems the sitch spiraled out of control.
Amen to that. Though actually, could have been a straight overload. Seen runners caught in those. Shit's ugly.
So, can we move on? We're heading southwest now. Feels like we're circling back.
Yeah, saw mention an abandoned building. Place to lie low. No heat sig. Should be relatively safe.
I pray you're right, So-Me.
Could use a little help.
Of course. A damn fork? Well, we didn't account for this. Which way now? Thoughts?
And I think that will be a perfect find. I was kind of hoping to move to the end of this mission. I'm not really sure why it just winds up being, the destination that we've been going for the whole time. But I actually think this isn't a bad place to wrap it up because I think it's been about an hour since the host. And it is quite late where I am. It is just after 5, actually. I was certainly planning on finishing no later than 3. So it's been absolutely worth it going for the extra time. The Phantom Liberty stuff is definitely great. I know this is not new information. This seems to be a very well received DLC. People also seem to be enjoying the base game, very vocal about enjoying the base game more, which is very nice. I certainly feel that the game is more deserving of praise than it got at the start. But I think I do need to wrap it up here. So again, thank you everybody for coming in with Kilgore's raid. I do see that there's a number of you that came through. Thank you everybody who hung out and at the start. Yeah, I'm going to, I don't know. I need to get some sleep. I also need to write for today though, so probably it'll be a little while before I can get some sleep. But before I go any further, I'm going to try and find someone to host. Let me just take a quick second here. I did just want to give a... Oh my god, I don't see anyone. Yikes. Let me see. Am I doing Book of Hours out of curiosity? Cultist? Phantom Brigade? Yeah, I got to admit, I've literally nobody I know online, and so I hate to take a raid and then just sort of just let it sputter out. But I have absolutely nothing that I can host, even in the case of like the normal like, hey, let's take a flyer on this. I've got absolutely no frame of reference, so I do apologize. I would have loved to send you off. Obviously, if you're looking for some more Cyberpunk, you can click on the Cyberpunk button below, see if there's something that fits your taste. But I don't really have, particularly for something like Cyberpunk, it's kind of tough to do a random raid on that. But thank you everybody for hanging out. Just a heads up, it is going to be Thanksgiving on Monday, so it is very likely I'm going to take the day off. Wednesday, I'm going to be back with Book of Hours, most likely. And I do still want to try and do what I can for Cyberpunk, obviously with Phantom Liberty. In addition to being given the key, I was on that list of people who you get like a special sniper rifle if you donate 2 subs to the channel. So that'll be ending some point in October. So I wanted to try and give a couple people more times a chance to get that cosmetic. Although I suspect probably most people who want it have already got it at this point. But yeah, I will. So next week, Wednesday and Friday, likely Wednesday Book of Hours, Friday Cyberpunk. And then the following week, there is the local game dev meetup. And so it will likely be Monday Book of Hours, Friday Cyberpunk. And then at that point, I will actually finally be back to a regular stream schedule. But clearly, this is going to take a while for me to get everything sorted out. But again, thank you everybody for hanging out. I'm sorry I don't have anybody to send you off to. This is what happens when I stream until 5 o'clock in the morning. Take care, have a good night, and we will see you in the